Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Under Emperor Wu's directive, Xu Ming's resignation from the imperial marriage quickly spread throughout Wudu and even the entire Wu kingdom. At first, many citizens were shocked to hear that Xu Ming had dared to reject the imperial decree. The emperor was offering his most beloved daughter to you, and yet you refused? Some felt Xu Ming was arrogant, ungrateful, and even overly proud of his talents. Yet others admired Xu Ming for his stance. His refusal of the marriage demonstrated that he was not swayed by power or wealth and embodied the unyielding spirit of a true scholar. To these people, Xu Ming's image soared. Still, most believed Xu Ming would surely face punishment. But then his letter of resignation was made public. This letter, with its eloquence and heartfelt sincerity, moved many scholars to stand by Xu Ming's side. After all, what of being an imperial consort? What of having the most powerful father-in-law in the Wu kingdom? As a man, one should carve out their own achievements, not live as a gilded bird in a cage. The sons of Wu are meant to fight and strive on the battlefield, not cower in comfort behind scenes. Xu Ming's letter resonated with many ambitious men who refused to live off others, sparking a shared sense of purpose. If the emperor had chosen to punish Xu Ming, they were even prepared to petition together in his defense. In the end, not only did Emperor Wu refrain from punishing Xu Ming, but he also rewarded him. 100 taels of gold, 10 bolts of Shu silk, a rare Fergana horse from the northern wastes, and the title of Wan Wu Qing, Minister of Letters and Arms, a 5th-rank position. This title, created specifically for Xu Ming, carried no real authority, serving more as an honorary role. But the inclusion of both literary Wan and martial Wu in the title was a clear statement. Xu Ming had standing in both the civil and military realms. This was unprecedented in the history of Wu. Emperor Wu's magnanimity won widespread praise among the populace. Many believed that Xu Ming's letter and the emperor's understanding of his intent might be recorded in the annals of history as a shining example of mutual respect between sovereign and subject. In truth, Emperor Wu granted Xu Ming this nominal position to prepare him for the upcoming challenge of the rootless secret realm. Had Xu Ming been given a role with real responsibilities, either in civil or military affairs, it would have been a distraction. For now, Xu Ming's sole focus should be on improving his cultivation. In less than 2 years, the rootless secret realm would open for the final time, a grand event for the most talented individuals across the land. For Xu Ming, this was not just an extraordinary opportunity, but also a matter of national pride. If Xu Ming, representing the Wu kingdom, were to falter, it would be the kingdom's reputation that suffered. Xu Ming fully understood Emperor Wu's intentions. Thus, during his most recent audience with the emperor to express his gratitude, Xu Ming also shared his desire to travel and temper himself in the outside world, promising to return in a year and a half. Emperor Wu readily approved. Xu Ming, having reached the heroic spirit realm, indeed needed to broaden his horizons. Unlike cultivators, warriors could not simply meditate in seclusion to improve their realm. For cultivators, as long as they stayed true to their path and maintained an unshaken heart, their cultivation could progress steadily in isolation. But warriors were different. Warriors honed themselves through countless battles, pushing their limits and gaining insight into their martial path through life and death struggles. This was something no renowned teacher could ever provide for Xu Ming. Otherwise, why would every member of the Blood Azura battalion, aside from their battles, also be given numerous monthly missions, many of which were grueling and life-threatening? This was precisely the reason. Upon learning of Xu Ming's intention to travel, Xia, his mother, did not say much. As a mother, Xia felt immense pride and joy for her son. She was well aware of her own limitations and often doubted whether Xu Ming was truly her child. He was simply too extraordinary. But Chun Xia knew the only thing she could do for him was to support his decisions and allow him to soar to great heights. When her son returned, there would always be a home waiting for him in this courtyard in Wudu. His mother would always be there for him. As for Xu Ming's elder brother, Xu Pengda, who had achieved third place in the imperial examination, Emperor Wu asked him what position he desired. Xu Pengda expressed his wish to leave Wudu and observe life among the common people. Emperor Wu smiled and said, "Very well," assigning Xu Pengda to be the magistrate of Baihe County in Chongyan Prefecture. To ordinary folks, Baihe County was just a simple county. But politically, it carried profound significance. Baihe County had produced 3 former prime ministers of the Wu Kingdom. Each of their careers had begun in Baihe. Moreover, it was the hometown of the current prime minister, Fong Ling. Thus, Emperor Wu's decision to appoint Xu Pengda as the magistrate of Baihe County was widely interpreted as a signal of his intent to cultivate and promote him. Once Xu Pengda gained sufficient administrative experience and an understanding of the common people's lives, he would likely serve in other positions for a few years. During this time, Emperor would undoubtedly monitor him closely and test his abilities. If Xu Pengda passed these tests and proved himself a worthy talent, he would be recalled to Wudu. At that point, his rise to prominence would truly begin. In court, many officials marveled at the Xu family's fortune, wondering what kind of luck they must have had to produce such outstanding sons. While some attributed Emperor Wu's favor towards Xu Pengda to his younger brother Xu Ming's influence, those privy to the truth knew better. It was in fact a comment made by the esteemed Zhang Laoshi, old man, to Xiao Machi during a casual conversation. This young man's future contributions to the Wu Kingdom will rival, if not surpass, yours and mine. This remark, passed along by Tingfeng Pavilion, eventually reached Emperor Wu's ears. In the future, when Xu Ming returned to the capital after achieving great merits for the Wu Kingdom, accepting his rewards and marrying the princess, and Xu Pengda was recalled to Wudu to assume a critical post, what kind of storm would these two brothers stir in the court? As for whether their power might grow too great and pose a threat to the throne, perhaps even lead to a coup, Emperor Wu had no such concerns. For one, Zhang Laoshi had vouched for the brothers' character. Moreover, unless the monarch of the Wu Kingdom were to act recklessly and exhaust the dynasty's mandate, the nation's fortune would not shift from the imperial bloodline. And there was also the Azure Dragon seal, which could only be activated by the royal bloodline. Without its recognition, the kingdom's defensive power would decrease by at least a quarter. If Emperor Wu were to worry about anything, it would be whether the Xu family and the Qin family might overstep their bounds, forming factions and tarnishing the reputations of Xu Ming and Xu Pengda, all while plunging the court into chaos. However, Emperor Wu had already prepared countermeasures. When the day came to truly entrust Xu Ming and Xu Pengda with significant responsibilities, if their families failed to exercise restraint, they would have to face the consequences of their actions. As for the past camaraderie between the Xu family and the late emperor, that was in the past. The laws of their ancestors had already been amended under Emperor Wu's reign. What did the late emperor's friendship with Duke Xu and Duke Qin count for? Anyone who obstructed the progress of Wu would be swept aside by the current Emperor Wu. And just as the buzz around Xu Ming's resignation letter for the imperial marriage had not yet faded, a new announcement from the court quickly stole the spotlight. Prime Minister Fong Ling submitted a memorial to resign from his position, wishing to retire to his hometown and enjoy his remaining years in peace. Xu Ming didn't know much about this Prime Minister Fong, other than the fact that not long ago, Fong had visited the Xu residence and spoke with him for 2 hours. Xu Ming knew that Fong Ling was the only prime minister in the history of the Wu Kingdom to hold the position as an ordinary mortal. All previous prime ministers had been Confucian cultivators, and even when they retired, it was usually because they had overdrawn their life force and wished to preserve what remained, perhaps to live for a few hundred more years, or to see if they could break through their current limits and extend their lifespan by millennia. After all, Everyone has their personal ambitions, and wanting to live longer is natural and understandable. Of course, there were exceptions, those two deeply entrenched in court affairs to extricate themselves. But Fong Ling was an ordinary man, free from concerns about the depletion of his life force. Moreover, Fong Ling had an impeccable reputation in the Wu Kingdom, earning the nickname Fong Iron Face, a testament to his unyielding integrity. At 60 years old, Fong Ling was certainly advanced in age, but most mortal officials in the Wu Kingdom typically retired at 70. This meant Fong Ling still had a decade of service left. Thus, his resignation baffled many in Wudu. When Fong Ling first submitted his memorial, Emperor Wu naturally rejected it, urging him to stay. Fong Ling insisted. Emperor Wu refused again. Fong Ling persisted. Emperor Wu rejected once more. After 3 rounds of resignation and refusal, Emperor Wu finally relented on the 4th. The emperor granted Fong Ling a retirement package of 1,000 taels of gold, 100 maidservants, 50 bolts of fine silk, and 100 acres of fertile land as a token of appreciation for his service. But Fong Ling declined all of it. Instead, he asked only for a branch from the banyan tree in front of the palace's main hall to make a ruler. Emperor Wu did not understand the significance of the request, but granted it nonetheless. 3 days before Fong Ling's departure, the Directorate of National Assets arrived to inventory his household belongings. When a prime minister steps down, the prime minister's residence must be returned to the state, requiring an inventory check. This process also served another purpose, to determine if the official had engaged in corruption during their tenure. Under normal circumstances, for a high-ranking official who voluntarily resigned, even if there were signs of corruption, emperors throughout history would often turn a blind eye. The Directorate of National Assets would likewise be instructed to overlook minor discrepancies. After all, if you were truly corrupt to a damning degree, action would have been taken long ago, and your door would have been broken down by the Directorate. This process was more of a formality, a way to give the official a dignified exit and preserve their legacy. But this time, the director overseeing the inventory was stunned. In Fong Ling's residence, there were no valuable paintings, no priceless antiques, and no exorbitantly expensive elixirs. In the study, there was only a landscape painting gifted by a friend, a desk, a brush, and an inkstone. In the master bedroom, the lady of the house's quarters, the jewelry and cosmetics were all of the cheapest kind found in the marketplace, and there were fewer than 5 sets of clothing. The household staff was maintained at the minimum level required by Wu Kingdom law. With Fong Ling having only 1 wife and 3 grandchildren, his 2 sons had joined sects and left the kingdom. Many rooms in the residence were empty, unoccupied, and eerily quiet. The director of the Directorate of National Assets felt something was off. Regardless of the circumstances, high-ranking officials like this would typically have some extra income. Thus, the director ordered his team to dig deep and search thoroughly. But all they unearthed was layer upon layer of soil. In the end, finding nothing suspicious, the director had the ground refilled and the floors restored before leaving the prime minister's residence. When he stepped outside, he saw nothing but an old man holding the hand of his grandson, smiling kindly like a simple farmer. The director bowed deeply. The old man returned the gesture. The day before Fong Ling's departure, Emperor Wu invited him to the palace for a banquet. The feast had only 2 attendees, the emperor and Fong Ling. Even the empress, the court ladies, and Wei Sun, the chief eunuch, were all dismissed. "Your servant greets your majesty," Fong Ling said, bowing deeply. Emperor Wu hurriedly stepped forward and helped him up. "Prime Minister, there is no need for such formality. Please rise." Fong Ling shook his head lightly. "Your Majesty, I am no longer the Prime Minister." Emperor Wu's voice was earnest. "In my heart, you will always be the Prime Minister of Wu." Fong Ling simply smiled and said nothing more. Emperor Wu guided him to a chair. "Prime Minister, these dishes were personally prepared by the Empress. Tonight, we feast to bid you farewell." With that, the emperor raised his cup. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Fong Ling said, raising his own cup and draining it in one gulp. Smacking his lips, he remarked, "This wine is truly excellent." The emperor chuckled. "If you like it, I will have it sent to you every month." Fong Ling set his cup down and said with a smile, "Your servant thanks your majesty, but I must decline. A jar of this wine could be exchanged for much grain. Drinking it would make me uneasy." The emperor was momentarily speechless. Fong Ling continued to smile as he looked at the emperor. "Your majesty, did you summon me here just to share a meal?" The emperor poured Fong Ling another cup of wine. "The late emperor said you have the sharpest eye for people and have never been wrong. There's something I wish to ask your opinion on." "Please, speak freely, your majesty." Setting down the wine jug, the emperor looked Fong Ling directly in the eye. "After Xiao Machi, who should be prime minister?" Fong Ling answered without hesitation. "Chun Xian. And after Chun Xian? Fei Yi. And after Fei Yi?" This time, Fong Ling closed his eyes and thought for a long while before answering, "Su Panda." "And after Su Panda?" Fong Ling thought even longer this time, but eventually shook his head and said nothing. The emperor asked, "What does the prime minister think of Xu Ming?" Fong Ling smiled. "Last month, I visited the Su residence and spoke with the top scholar for 2 hours. I urge your majesty to consider carefully." The emperor's heart skipped a beat. "Do you mean to say Xu Ming lacks talent in governance?" Fong Ling shook his head again. "The position of prime minister would be the greatest waste of the top scholar's talents." The day before Xu Ming left Wudu, he visited the warehouse of Wudu's Jinyun division. The Jinyun division of Wudu could be likened to the Jinyui of the Ming dynasty, an organization directly serving Emperor Wu. Typically, matters were handled through Wei Sun, who could be seen as the equivalent of the director of the Eastern Depot. Not long ago, Xu Ming had gone to the imperial palace to request something from Emperor Wu. Upon hearing Xu Ming's request, Emperor Wu was puzzled. However, after Xu Ming explained his reasoning, the emperor agreed, but only allowed him to take a portion. Accompanied by the deputy director of the Jinyun division, Xu Ming entered a small room within the warehouse. The room was permeated by a peculiar odor, emanating from a liquid specifically used to preserve corpses, somewhat similar to formalin on Xu Ming's previous world, Blue Star, though not as pungent. At the center of the room stood a large coffin. When opened, it revealed the corpse of a monster, preserved perfectly in a pale blue liquid. A hole was visible where the heart of the corpse should have been. This corpse belonged to Shun Sheng, the man Xu Ming had killed years ago on Mount Shunan. The hole in the chest was the result of a punch Xu Ming had delivered at that time. After reporting to the court, Shun Sheng's body had been transported back to Wudu for research. Through dissections conducted by medical cultivators, it was discovered that aside from human blood, Shun Sheng's body also contained the bloodline of a magical beast, Stone Ogre Demon. In recent years, not just in the Wu Kingdom, but across various regions of the world, rumors had spread about a cult called the Black God Cult. The cult was said to be using magical beasts to enhance their power and conducting experiments on both cultivators and commoners. The Wu had organized multiple campaigns to eradicate the Black God Cult. However, the cult was like a hydra, elusive and never fully extinguished. It always managed to resurface after some time. It was clear that Shun Sheng's body had been altered. Whether he had been forced into this transformation or had willingly undergone, it was unknown, as he was already dead. But Xu Ming believed Shun Sheng had likely been coerced. Moreover, Xu Ming couldn't shake the feeling that Shun Sheng's last words to him carried some hidden meaning. It seemed as if Shun Sheng wanted to tell him something, but was unable to. Before his death, Shun Sheng had requested Xu Ming to take his ashes back to Qingyang County in Shuzhou. Xu Ming was no saint. He had no intention of fulfilling the wishes of someone who had taken countless innocent lives. However, Shun Sheng's request was too peculiar. Normally, a criminal with such heinous crimes wouldn't have the gall to ask a stranger, especially a law enforcer, to take their ashes back to their hometown. This led Xu Ming to suspect that there might be something significant in Qingyang County. Thus, he decided to bring Shun Sheng's ashes and investigate. Xu Ming explained this reasoning to Emperor Wu during his audience. Emperor Wu believed Xu Ming was overthinking it, but nonetheless granted his permission. The emperor also gave Xu Ming a jade token, allowing him to approach the local magistrate directly if needed. Lord Wenwu, this is the corpse you requested. It has been well preserved, the deputy director of the Jinyun division said to Xu Ming. Thank you, Lord Lin, Xu Ming nodded. I only need a small jar of ashes, nothing more. Understood, the deputy director replied. He drew a sword, severed one of the corpse's arms, placed it on an iron platform, and incinerated it with a breath of flame, personally reducing it to ashes. This deputy director, Lord Lin, was a nascent soul cultivator. Many cultivators from various sects took up posts in local government offices or the Jinyun division. This was usually for training purposes or in exchange for specific rewards. They refrained from engaging in political matters, so it did not affect their lifespan. The deputy director of the Jinyun division was one such individual. He did not involve himself in governance. He was merely a hired enforcer. Once he completed his training, he would return to his sect. Before long, the deputy director of the Jinyun division finished burning the severed arm into ashes, placed them into a small jar, and handed it to Xu Ming. After expressing his thanks once again, Xu Ming left the Jinyun division. The next day, outside Wudu City, Xu Ming bid farewell to his mother and departed the Su household, accompanied by the Tianxian goose and Su Panda. Beyond the city gates, Xu Ming met up with Fong Ling and his family. Since Qingyang County, Xu Ming's destination, happened to be along the way to Baihe County, Xu Ming had been tasked with escorting Su Panda and Fong Ling there. As for the Tianxian goose, she had expressed a desire to see the outside world. Xu Ming didn't object and allowed her to tag along. Outside the city gates, Xiong Haiji, Li Han, Guangyin, and others came to see Xu Ming off. Even Hu Tao showed up, though Wu Yinhan did not. Who knows where that rascal Wu Yinhan has gone? We haven't seen him for ages. If you hear anything about him while you're out there, check if he's alive. If he's dead, at least collect his body, Li Han said to Xu Ming. See, Li Han and the others didn't know that Wu Yinhan was actually Princess Wu Yinhan in disguise. They assumed their comrade had simply disappeared and were somewhat worried. T/N. I think her male alias might be Wu Yinhang in English. But since I was using Wu Yinhan from the beginning, I won't change it now. Xu Ming smiled and nodded. All right. He had no intention of revealing Wu Yinhan's true identity. They would find out eventually. He might as well let them be surprised when the time came. Be careful on the road, Xiong Haiji cautioned. Avoid unnecessary trouble, especially with rogue cultivators. Disciples of prestigious sects still have some moral boundaries, but rogue cultivators, they'll sell even their own wives for a bit of resources. Don't worry, I'm not a child, Xu Ming reassured him with a nod. Big brother Su, take care, Guang Yin said nervously. I'll be fine, not like I'm going to die. Xu Ming smiled, then glanced at the sky. Time to go. Xu Ming and Su Panda climbed into the carriage. Together, they drove it toward Baihe County. The Tianxian goose flapped her wings, flew onto the roof of the carriage, stretched her neck, and let out a few cheerful cries. Not going to see him off? On the top floor of the towering, stargazing pavilion in the Imperial Palace, Emperor Wu stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at the young girl before him. The girl snorted softly, her expression calm. What's there to see him off for? It's not like he's going to die. Emperor Wu chuckled. What if he meets a pretty girl on the road and forgets all about you when he comes back? Huh. The girl turned, folding her hands in front of her. Her skirt swayed as she descended the staircase below the pavilion. Well, she'd have to be prettier than me first. Watching his daughter slowly walk away, Emperor Wu stroked his chin and muttered to himself, speaking of which, today happens to be the day the beauty ranking is updated. Just as Emperor Wu finished speaking, a red scroll suddenly unfurled in the clear, cloudless sky, hanging high for all too. The crimson scroll hung high in the sky, visible to all. In Wudu, everyone lifted their heads. They all knew exactly what this crimson list represented. From scholars and poets to common folk in the marketplaces, everyone eagerly awaited the unveiling of this list. Compared to the Tianxia rankings, which rarely shifted in hundreds or even thousands of years. Compared to the Qingyun rankings, which celebrated the prodigies of the world. The beauty rankings held a unique appeal. After all, few men weren't captivated by beauty, and few women didn't enjoy comparisons. Even more so, because the beauty rankings allowed ordinary mortals to be listed. Perhaps it was this accessibility that brought the rankings closer to the hearts of the common people. At the same time, across the realms of the human dynasties, the demon kingdoms of the southern lands, and the many sects large and small, whether human or demon, heads turned skyward. Citizens of every nation, disciples of every sect, each had their own goddess in mind, and naturally, they hoped to see their goddess make the list. Yet, among the countless billions of beings in the world, only 100 adult women could claim a spot on the list. As Xu Ming traveled, he too paused to gaze at the crimson scroll in the sky. Even Prime Minister Fong, usually stern and reserved, stepped out of the carriage and sat beside Xu Ming and Su Pongda, lifting his head to watch. After all, no matter their age, reading this list was a shared joy among men. 100th place on the beauty rankings. Wang Ru, third princess of the Wei Kingdom, a beauty akin to fish sinking and geese falling. Her radiance eclipses the moon and shames the flowers. Her gentle smile exudes grace and elegance, evoking spring wherever she stands. 99th place on the beauty rankings. Chen Nan'er, daughter of the great general of the Qi Kingdom. The beauty rankings revealed names from the bottom up. Each time a name appeared, it sparked a commotion somewhere in the world. Xu Ming didn't recognize any of the women listed in the bottom 50. Even the Empress Xiao, once ranked 93rd, had failed to make the list this time. When it came to the top 50, at 30th place, Xu Ming recognized Elder Wang Xian of the Tianxian sect, who was also Qin Shengwan's master. Soon, it was time for the top 10. Due to differing tastes, the top 10 spots on the beauty rankings often stirred the most debate. Each woman in the top 10 had a completely distinct charm, some pure and sweet, others seductive and enchanting. Each represented the pinnacle of their style. However, beauty was subjective. While you might prefer an elegant and mature figure, someone else might favor a youthful and cheerful demeanor. You might admire a sword maiden, while another might adore a princess. Thus, many believed that ranking the top 10 was unnecessary, as preferences varied widely. But the beauty rankings did have an order. This was because the list was generated by an artifact infused with the heavenly Tao's laws, which ranked the women based on the collective preferences of the people. In other words, even if everyone's tastes differed and you hadn't met a single woman on the list, the heavenly Tao knew your aesthetic preferences and cast your vote for you. If the majority favored petite girls at the moment, petite girls ranked higher. If the majority leaned toward mature women, their rankings rose. To be honest, Xu Ming thought the founder of the beauty rankings, the old patriarch of Tianji City, was truly a troublemaker. And yet, despite tens of thousands of years of criticism, this troublesome list remained as captivating as ever, drawing the attention of all. 10th place on the beauty rankings, Immortal, saintess of the Black Lotus sect in the western regions. Born with a wicked and alluring nature, deadly as poison. To behold her is to long for the fatal sweetness, even at the cost of your life. 9th place on the beauty rankings by Bing, princess of the snow demon nation in the southern realms. Hair as white as snow, skin as cold as ice, her demeanor as frosty and unfathomable as a glacier. 8th place on the beauty rankings, Jiang Luoyu, sect master of the Wanjian sect. Her presence is like a sword, sharp, unyielding, and with a heart closed for a millennium. 7th place on the beauty rankings, Su Xuan, disciple of the Wanjian sect master. As icy as her blade, her disposition mirrors her weapon's frigid elegance. 6th place on the beauty rankings, And, queen of the Nine Tails nation in the southern demon realm. Bewitching and enchanting, she sways all beings with her allure. 5th place on the beauty rankings, Qin Shengwan, first disciple of Elder Wang Xian of the Tianxian sect. A girl of the Qin family grows into a stunning beauty, charming, poised, and gentle, her purity and grace true to her name. Fourth place on the beauty rankings, Wu Yanhan, princess of the Wu dynasty. A peerless beauty unnoticed by the world, entrusted to a fool who doesn't know her worth. Xu Ming. Reading the evaluation of Wu Yanhan, Xu Ming's brow twitched slightly. A peerless beauty unnoticed by the world, entrusted to a fool who doesn't know her worth. Wasn't this a direct jab at him, implying, "You idiot, you don't appreciate Wu Yanhan's beauty?" Xu Ming couldn't help but feel that Tianji City seemed to have a personal grudge against him. While the rankings were determined by the heavenly Tao, the comments, those were definitely written by the Lord of Tianji City. Third place on the beauty rankings, Xu Cixi, daughter of Uni Marquis of the Qi Kingdom and closed-door disciple of the headmaster of the White Deer Academy. Most things in this world cannot be held. Beauty fades from the mirror as flowers fall from the tree. Second place on the beauty rankings, Long Yueqiao, Eternal Dragon Empress. Devoted to one man, she is 15,633 years old and has reigned at the top of the rankings for 14,032 years. When the Eternal Dragon Empress was revealed to have dropped to second place, hearts across the world trembled in shock. The woman who had held the top spot for millennia, the one for whom people said, "As long as the Dragon Empress lives, no one else can claim the throne," had fallen to second place? Then who was first? First place on the beauty rankings, Shura, disciple of the Thunderclap Monastery in the Western regions. Renunciation, liberation, dissolution, annihilation, surrender. Yet, the heart remains unyielding. Shura, a disciple of the Thunderclap Monastery. Prime Minister Fong blinked, doubting his own eyes. "Old master, what is the Thunderclap Monastery?" Xu Ming asked, his curiosity piqued. Shaking his head, the elder replied, "The Thunderclap Monastery is the foremost Buddhist temple in the Western regions." Su Panda's expression was one of disbelief. The Buddhist sects have women, and one is the top beauty in the rankings. At the Thunderclap Monastery in the Western regions, a young girl in monk's robes sat quietly in a corner, facing an ancient Bodhi tree. She exuded an aura of serenity, like a tranquil spring untouched by time, growing more ethereal with every passing moment. She resembled a blossoming peach flower in early spring, delicate yet dignified. Her deep, serene eyes seemed capable of seeing through all the chaos of the world, while faint traces of compassion and tenderness radiated from her unconsciously. Her long lashes, like butterfly wings, trembled lightly, reminiscent of butterflies dancing among flowers. Slender and graceful like the bamboo of the mountains, her fair, jade-like skin emitted a faint glow. Even clad in simple monk's robes, her loose sleeves fluttering lightly in the wind, she appeared otherworldly. Shura, an elderly monk approached, calling out softly. The girl stood, clasped her hands together, and bowed. "Abbot Grandpa." Looking at the young girl, who was both his disciple and his granddaughter, the abbot of the Thunderclap Monastery smiled and said, "Shura, it is time for you to descend the mountain. The top 10 of this year's beauty rankings includes 3 from our Wu Kingdom. Indeed, our princess even ranked 4th. Qin Xinguan from the Qin household and Su Xuan'ao from the Su household in the Wu Kingdom not only made the beauty rankings, but are also in the top 10 of the Qingyun rankings. Sai, Su Xuan'ao, and Qin Xinguan are almost in their prime at 16 or 17 now, aren't they? They've grown into such graceful beauties. They might just be the fairy-like figures of this new generation. Our Wu Kingdom can finally hold its head high. Remember last time? Only Empress Xiao from our kingdom made it to the rankings, and she was ranked in the 90s. If Her Highness's mother were still here, then... Shoo, careful with your words. By the way, who is this Shura accent? No one knows. We've never heard of her. If no one's heard of her, then she must have just recently come of age. Otherwise, her name would have appeared in the last rankings. The abbot of Laming Temple took in a female disciple? Isn't Laming Temple strictly for men? Who knows? But it's even stranger that Xu ranked first on the beauty rankings. Just how stunning is this female monk? Everyone knows the top 10 of the beauty rankings shouldn't really have an order. It's just common consensus. Each one is unreasonably beautiful in her own way, and preferences vary. But a female monk at number 1? Does that mean deep down, I think she's the most beautiful woman in the world? Impossible. Even though I've never seen the princess, I stand by her. Me too. Speaking of which, Xu Ming must regret it now, doesn't he? Of course. Not only did the princess make it to the top 10, but she ranked 4th. I can't even imagine how breathtaking she must be. No wonder they call him the Fool. Even the city lord of Tianji City couldn't stand it. Ha. Maybe our princess's consort is now wallowing in regret. At a tavern at the foot of a mountain, travelers, bodyguards escorting goods, and passers-by stop to drink tea, wine, and eat meals under a makeshift canopy. The beauty rankings, released just 4 days ago, had already been printed by bookstores across the mortal realm. Everyone had a copy, and it became the topic of conversation during meals. As people discussed the beauty rankings, a man's name was brought up for the first time, Xu Ming. Thanks to the widespread popularity of his public renunciation of marriage and the news of Wu Yanhan ranking 4th on the beauty rankings, Xu Ming earned a new moniker, the man who didn't recognize his wife's beauty. At one table in the tavern, Su Pondao was trying hard to suppress his laughter, determined not to let it show. Xu Ming, on the other hand, looked visibly awkward. Everywhere they went, Xu Ming would hear the same comment about himself, the man who didn't recognize his wife's beauty. Fong Ling picked up a piece of beef and, smiling, teased Xu Ming. If you regret it now, I think there's still time. Xu Ming shook his head. There's no need for that. I still don't want to get married so soon. Fong Ling nodded. It's good to take your time. Look around more, and maybe you'll realize that our princess is still the best of them all. Xu Ming. After spending a few days together, Xu Ming realized that Fong Ling, the prime minister, who seemed stern and serious, would occasionally drop some witty comments. It was nice. At least Xu Ming didn't feel awkward around him. That said, Xu Ming was genuinely curious about that female monk. According to Xu Ming's understanding, there were no nuns in this world. In other words, all Buddhist disciples were male, and this disciple, named Shura, was the first ever female Buddhist disciple. What kind of female monk could possibly be so beautiful as to be crowned the most beautiful in the world? If the Western regions weren't so far away, Xu Ming thought he would have made the journey over the past year just to catch a glimpse of her. After eating and drinking their fill, Fong Ling and his family returned to the carriage, while Xu Ming and Su Pongda continued driving at the front. Fifth brother, is it just me, or does Xiao Bai seem unhappy? Su Pongda glanced at the roof of the carriage. Sitting atop the carriage was Xiao Bai, the Tianxian goose, its long neck drooping as if lost in thought. Oh, Xu Ming replied casually, that dumb goose is upset about not making it onto the beauty rankings. Honestly, this goose has no self-awareness. It hasn't even taken human form yet. How is a goose supposed to make it onto the beauty rankings? Maybe it could try for the animal beauty rankings instead. Huh! Hearing Xu Ming mock her, Xiao Bai immediately flew down and began pecking at him furiously. Stop it! I'm driving here, Xu Ming protested. After a few moments of venting, Xiao Bai grudgingly flew back to the roof, resuming her melancholy mood. 5 or 6 days later, after 10 days of traveling, Xu Ming and his group finally arrived at Baihe County. They're here. Isn't that the emblem of the imperial court on that carriage? It seems so. Quick, start the swana. Beat the drums. Get the dancers ready. Outside Baihe County city gates, a welcoming party had already gathered to greet Xu Ming and his group. Or more specifically, the new county magistrate and the retiring Prime Minister Fong. When they saw the official emblem on Xu Ming's carriage, the sound of drums, swanas, and cheers erupted, with even dancers joining the celebration. This immediately reminded Xu Ming of a certain 4-character phrase from a movie he had watched in his previous life, taking office in Goose Town. Wow, this is quite the reception, Fong Ling remarked, pulling aside the curtain of the carriage and sitting beside Xu Ming, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Master Fong, is this a custom of Baihe County? Xu Ming asked. Fong Ling's expression darkened slightly. I've lived in Baihe County for nearly 20 years and governed it for 3. I've never seen such a custom. Xu Ming pulled on the reins, bringing the carriage to a stop. As they disembarked, Baihe County's magistrate, Liang Wan, along with several local gentry, approached them. Greetings to Master Fong and Magistrate Xu, Liang Wan said with a smile, bowing respectfully. The gentry behind him followed suit. Fong Ling, maintaining courtesy, stepped forward and returned the bow. I am but a commoner now. What merit do I have to deserve such a grand reception from you, Magistrate Liang? When I first took office, I don't recall anything like this. Liang Wan smiled and explained, Indeed, there wasn't, but this time, it's a double occasion. Your honorable retirement and the arrival of a new magistrate. Naturally, we had to celebrate more extravagantly. He gestured toward the city gates. Please, everyone come inside. We've prepared a banquet to welcome you and cleanse the dust of your journey. Fong Ling gave a cold laugh and said, I'll pass. I need to return to my ancestral home and tidy it up. Young friends, I'll take my leave. With that, he got back into his carriage and departed, giving neither Magistrate Liang nor the local gentry any face. Despite this slight, no one dared show any displeasure. After all, even as a commoner, Fong Ling's reputation ensured they had to maintain their smiles. At Baihe County's most renowned restaurant, Silver Sea Pavilion, Magistrate Liang had prepared a lavish feast, using the opportunity to introduce Xu Ming and Xu Pongda to the local gentry, essentially the area's most influential figures, or, as Xu Ming thought of them, the local big shots. These local gentry appeared polite and respectful, but in reality, if you tried to act against their interests, even as the county magistrate, it would be difficult to take action. In the yamen, you'd essentially be a lone commander with no real support. Many of your subordinates would have already been bribed. The welcoming banquet proceeded harmoniously, with everyone seemingly on good terms. When they realized that Xu Pongda's companion was none other than Xu Ming, the man who almost became the imperial son-in-law, their attitudes became even more respectful. Though the entire Wu kingdom knew Xu Ming as the man with no eye for beauty, no one dared to look down on him. After all, he remained one of Emperor Wu's most trusted individuals, and he could still marry the princess upon his return. Their future children would undoubtedly be the heirs to the Wu kingdom's throne. As such, while many sought to curry favor with Xu Pongda, even more attention was directed towards Xu Ming. However, Xu Ming, while appearing polite, maintained a deliberate distance from everyone. After returning to the yamen, Magistrate Liang began handing over duties to Xu Pongda. These included financial records, the granary inventory, and various unresolved cases in Baihe County. On the second morning after Xu Pongda's arrival, as he was cross-checking financial records, a sudden commotion arose outside the yamen. The sound of drums echoed through the air. Xu Ming, who was sitting with Xu Pongda, looked up while Magistrate Liang's expression turned awkward. Someone, go outside and see who is beating the drum. Liang ordered hastily. No need, Lord Liang, Xu Pongda said, standing up. I'll take a look myself. Lord Xu, this is just a minor matter. Likely some troublemakers trying to bother you with trivial issues. Let me handle it for you, Liang said, sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Even trivial matters are still matters, Xu Ming interjected, setting down his teacup. Third brother, let's go take a look. All right, Xu Pongda replied. Together with Xu Ming, he walked toward the yamen gate, with Magistrate Liang trailing reluctantly behind. My lord, the magistrate is here. Lord Xu, please deliver justice for us. Please deliver justice. As soon as the crowd outside saw the new magistrate, Xu Pongda, dressed in his official robes, they knelt down and began kowtowing fervently. Seeing their plight, Xu Pongda felt a pang of sorrow, while Xu Ming furrowed his brows. There were 26 people kneeling outside the yamen. If it were just a few, it could be dismissed as an isolated issue. But such a large group indicated significant injustices in Baihe County, wrongs that had led these people to place all their hopes on the new magistrate. Magistrate Liang, standing to the side, looked even more uncomfortable. "Everyone, please rise and come inside to speak," Xu said, stepping forward to help the foremost petitioner up. "I will ensure that justice is served for you all." "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you." The woman Xu helped up immediately knelt again in gratitude. Xu pressed his lips together tightly. Xu Ming, observing his brother's expression, knew that this moment was when Xu truly embraced the role of magistrate. Inside the yamen, Xu questioned each petitioner one by one, while Xu Ming listened quietly nearby. Magistrate Liang initially tried to intervene, but Xu Ming pulled him aside and kept him occupied with tea, leaving Xu to handle everything on his own. By noon, the crowd began to disperse, but not before each petitioner bowed deeply to Xu in gratitude. "Assistant Magistrate Huang, what is the meaning of this?" After everyone left, Xu picked up the records he had personally written during the inquiries and flung them at Assistant Magistrate Huang. "Please, my lord, calm your anger." Huang quickly knelt down, trembling. "Calm my anger? How can I calm my anger?" Xu roared, his 200-pound frame shaking with fury. "How do you explain this? Aunt Nyo's 5 mu of fertile land forcibly annexed by the Zhang family. Sun Dequan's daughter was humiliated in the streets by a wealthy family. Her brother, trying to seek justice, was beaten to death in broad daylight. Even the Shao family wouldn't spare the ransom money meant for a courtesan. Scholar Wang, for offending the Li family, had his leg broken. A scholar. How could the Li family dare to go this far? And recently, children have been disappearing from Baihe town, boys and girls alike, and you've done nothing to solve it. How could you suppress all these cases?" Xu slammed his fists on the desk repeatedly, the loud banging making Assistant Magistrate Huang tremble uncontrollably. Magistrate Liang, standing to the side, flushed red with embarrassment. Though Xu directed his scolding at Assistant Magistrate Huang, everyone in the room knew the real target was Liang 1, the county magistrate. If not for giving Liang 1 some semblance of face, Xu would have already pointed at his nose and demanded, "What kind of magistrate are you?" Assistant Magistrate Huang gulped nervously and glanced toward Liang 1. Liang 1 sighed and said, "Assistant Magistrate Huang, you may leave for now. I will explain everything to the two Lord Xu myself." "Yes, Magistrate Liang." "Lord Xu, I'll take my leave." Huang wasted no time in scurrying out. The atmosphere in the Yamen's main hall became increasingly tense with only Xu Ming, Xu and Liang 1 remaining. "Magistrate Liang," Xu Ming broke the silence, his tone calm but sharp. "Though this is your county's matter and technically beyond my purview, as an official of the imperial court, I am duty-bound to assist His Majesty in addressing injustices." "Surely, Magistrate Liang, you owe us an explanation?" Since Xu was unwilling to openly confront Liang 1, Xu Ming stepped in to press the issue. "Ah, my lords, please calm your anger," Liang 1 said, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "This is truly a matter beyond my control." "Beyond your control?" Xu could no longer contain his fury. "Magistrate Liang, what exactly do you mean by beyond your control?" Liang 1, however, remained composed, even offering a faint smile. "Lord Xu, when I first arrived in Baihe County 3 years ago, I was much like you, filled with passion and determination. But Lord Xu, Baihe County is no longer a county of the Wu Kingdom." Xu laughed in disbelief. "Not a county of the Wu Kingdom? Then whose county is it?" Liang 1 lifted his head, his gaze direct, and answered without hesitation. "It belongs to the gentry." Liang 1 looked at Xu Ming and Xu his expression full of helplessness. "Gentlemen, Baihe County is not like an ordinary place. Indeed, 3 prime ministers once served here, and even Master Fan's hometown is in this county. Historically, Baihe County was known for its political clarity. But things have changed. Over the years, a few families in Baihe County have produced cultivators. These individuals, after training in their sects, returned and leveraged their networks to establish the four great clans of Baihe County. These clans have grown increasingly arrogant, controlling most of the county's industries. Additionally, these clans maintain numerous gangs to do their bidding. Being far from Wu capital and just a small county town, Baihe County is a place where imperial authority is thin. Who would even pay attention to this place? Su Panda chuckled coldly. Oh, what's this, Lord Liang? As an official of the imperial court, are you really afraid of a few small sects? Or has Baihe County suddenly become home to a great sect so powerful that even the Wu kingdom wouldn't dare provoke it? Lord Su, your words, Liangwen sighed. It's not a matter of provoking them or not. If it were simply a case of violence, it might be easier to handle. The real issue is that my hands are tied. Before me, many officials were posted here. The officials may come from outside, but their subordinates are all locals. We all wanted to bring order to this place. But the problem is our decrees can't even be implemented. Our subordinates stall and delay. What can we do? If you dismiss the clerks, you'll have to hire new ones from the same local pool. If you recruit from outside, they won't be familiar with the local customs, and no one will accept them. To make things worse, the four clans frequently offer bribes. Over time, almost every official who has served here has colluded with them. The county government has long been corrupted to the core. As a result, the four clans have grown bolder and more entrenched, dividing their illicit gains with the county magistrate. Typically, the split is 30-70. Only 30% for them. Su Panda asked. Liangwen chuckled. Lord Su, the 70% is theirs. We only get 30%. Su Panda. It seems Lord Liang has also received quite a few gifts, Xu Ming sneered. Liangwen didn't get angry. He simply shook his head. Whether you believe me or not, I haven't taken a single coin from the four great clans. As for the cases you are investigating, it's not that I didn't want to act. I simply had no way to proceed. Take, for instance, the case where Sun Dequan's daughter was publicly humiliated by a wealthy family, and her brother, seeking justice, was beaten to death in broad daylight. The perpetrators denied everything, and witnesses all claimed they saw nothing. What could I do? Su Panda was momentarily at a loss for words. Lord Liang, do the case files still exist? Su Panda asked. They do. Liangwen nodded. Though those cases are officially closed, I kept all the files. They're stored in my residence. Please bring them to us. Since I am now the magistrate of Baihe County, I cannot stand idly by, Su Panda said resolutely. Xu Ming glanced at Liangwen and smiled. If we didn't plan to reopen these cases, what would you have done with those files, Lord Liang? Liangwen smiled back. I would have taken them with me to the prefecture. One day, I will see justice served. 5 days later, after completing the handover, Liangwen handed the official seal to Su Panda and left Baihe County for the prefecture. In the days that followed, Xu Ming observed Su Panda tirelessly managing the county's affairs. While handling administrative duties, he personally investigated the old cases, determined to uncover the truth and see them reopened. However, things were not going smoothly for Su Panda. The others in the county office were well aware of what Su Panda intended to do. On the surface, they showed him great respect and seemed to carry out his orders without question. But in reality, they delayed at every turn, using endless excuses to stall. Every day, Su Panda worked tirelessly from dawn until late at night, but progress remained painfully slow. Xu Ming naturally didn't just stand by and watch. Originally, he was supposed to leave Baihe County soon to head to Qingyang Prefecture. But seeing Su Panda overwhelmed and exhausted, Xu Ming worried the young man might act recklessly in a fit of passion. So, he decided to stay and help. Finally, on the 7th day, Su Panda came rushing over, excitedly holding a dossier in his hands. He beamed at Xu Ming and exclaimed, "Fifth brother, I found a breakthrough." "Oh, what breakthrough?" Xu Ming asked. "The Leaf family, the one who broke a scholar's leg. After my investigation, it turns out that Scholar changed his name. He's now called Yu Ping'an." Su Panda said, his voice brimming with excitement. "Yu Ping'an, Xu Ming was taken aback. If the higher-ups were to learn that Yu, the current imperial scholar, had once been crippled by someone in Baihe County, the Li family and the other clans wouldn't need Xu Panda to deal with them. They'd be thoroughly eradicated by the court. Some matters, when kept in the dark, are as insignificant as a feather. But once brought to light, they weigh as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Are you planning to report this to the court now? Xu Ming asked. I can't help but feel there's something odd about this. Xu Panda nodded. I feel it's strange too. Logically speaking, such a deep grudge should have been reported by Yu to the emperor. Even without mentioning that the imperial scholar was crippled, the fact that a scholar with a degree was assaulted should have been enough to get the Li family executed. Yet, there's been no reaction from the emperor. So, I wonder if this is a test from the emperor, leaving it to me to resolve. Or perhaps Yu never reported it, seeing this as a personal humiliation. So, what do you plan to do, third brother? Xu Ming asked. After thinking for a moment, Xu Panda replied, I'm not sure if the Li family knows that the scholar they crippled back then is now the imperial scholar. If they don't know, I'll let them find out. If they want to survive, they'll have to cooperate with me. Once I've used them to deal with the other clans, I'll turn on them too. Xu Ming shook his head. But, third brother, have you considered this? If the Li family already knows the scholar they crippled is now the imperial scholar, why haven't they fled? Xu Panda looked at Xu Ming. Fifth brother, what are you implying? This Li family might not be so simple, Xu Ming said slowly. They could have someone powerful backing them, someone who won't allow them to run. The Li family estate in Baihe County. The estate sprawled across a massive 15 hectares, its size comparable to that of a duke's or general's residence in the Wu dynasty. Within the estate, artificial hills and streams, elegant gardens, and refined architecture abounded. The Li family even modeled a 1,000-car pond after the famed Su Manor in the Wu capital. The estate employed over 100 maids and servants, not even counting the private guards. It was hard to imagine that such a grand estate belonged to a clan in a remote small town. In cities with stricter oversight, such a property, far exceeding what was permissible, would have drawn immediate scrutiny. But this was Baihe County, and for the Li family, one of the local tyrants, such extravagance was untouchable. In the backyard of the estate, a man sat cross-legged on a large stone. Black spiritual energy surrounded him, flickering like a sinister aura as he practiced his breathing. His skin alternated between light and dark, lending him an eerie, almost demonic appearance. Are you sure we don't need to leave? That Yu is now an imperial scholar. Li Chade, the head of the Li family, spoke anxiously. Li Chade had been on edge for months. Ever since the capital's golden examination roster reached Baihe County, and he learned of the crippled scholar who had become an imperial scholar, he'd had a sinking feeling. After conducting an investigation, he discovered the horrifying truth. This crippled scholar was none other than a young man whose leg his family had broken years ago. Since then, Li Chade had been unable to sleep soundly. His son had crippled the legs of an imperial scholar. There was no way Yu would let this go. A single word to the emperor, and the entire Li family would be crushed like ants. Li Chade had long planned to flee the country. Over the years, he had amassed a significant fortune and intended to escape to Wei Kingdom, Wu's greatest rival. Once there, what could the Wu court do to him? But his son remained calm and refused to leave, no matter how much he insisted. Father, don't worry. That crippled scholar, now known as Yu won't come after us, Li Hui said with a smile. How can you be so sure? Li Chade had heard this countless times from his son, but had never received an explanation. I can't tell you the reason, Father, Li Hui replied, shaking his head. But think about it. If Yu wanted revenge, the court would have already sent someone. Why would they wait this long? Li Chade. Father, what you should worry about isn't Yu. It's the prefecture sending someone to investigate the disappearance of the boys and girls, Li Hui said calmly. And whose fault is that? Why do you need so many children? Li Chade snapped. That's not something you should ask, Li Hui replied, shaking his head. But now we're short 10 pairs of boys and girls. Father, you'll need to prepare those quickly. Don't you also want to cultivate? Once everything is done, That esteemed figure will help you achieve your wish." Hearing that he too could cultivate, Li Chade's breathing quickened. "All right, I'll trust you on this." Li Chade left the courtyard, while Li Hui resumed his meditation and cultivation. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, a fragrant wind swept through the courtyard. Li Hui's eyes snapped open, a look of fear flashing across his face. "Your humble servant greets the esteemed one," he said, bowing toward a tree in the courtyard. He knelt on the ground, prostrating himself completely in an expression of utmost reverence. Ding-ling-ling, a gust of inky black wind swept through, carrying with it the crisp, melodious chime of a bell from the tree before Li Hui. Perched on a branch was a young girl. Her eyes, deep and fluid like water, carried a faint chill that seemed to pierce through everything, her arched lips exuding an air of disdain for the world, as if everything was hers to toy with at will. She yawned, delicately covering her mouth with slender fingers, her skin as smooth as jade, a snowy white tinged with a soft pink, so fair it seemed to exude moisture. Her rosy lips parted slightly, a faint smile teasing at their corners. Every movement she made was graceful, as if she were performing a dance. Her long, flowing black hair swayed in the breeze, giving off a subtle fragrance, cascading down to her snow-white ankles, where a silver bell was tied. The bell's metallic sheen, the ankle's pristine whiteness, and the delicate flush of her feet formed a harmonious blend, akin to the most exquisite masterpiece of the heavens. Following the line of her delicate legs upward, one would find her slender calves, exposed under a scandalously short black skirt that barely reached her knees, an attire considered utterly indecent by conventional standards. Her figure was not overly voluptuous, but her slender waist accentuated the fullness of her curves. Her forehead was adorned with a luminous butterfly-shaped jewel, faintly glowing, her brows delicately arched. She wore no makeup, yet her natural beauty was breathtaking. Around her neck hung a crystal necklace, emphasizing her graceful collarbone, and her wrists bore white jade bangles that further highlighted her alabaster skin. Her enchanting eyes glimmered, akin to a pale butterfly lost in the shadows, her gaze cold and detached, as though she were an ethereal being untouched by the mortal world. She exuded a dreamlike allure, simultaneously ephemeral and dazzling. "How are things progressing?" the girl, who clearly embodied the image of a bewitching femme fatale, asked as she toyed with a strand of her hair, her smile both playful and chilling. "Your Holiness, we're just short of 10 pairs of boys and girls. I assure you, within 10 days, I will deliver them to the Black Lotus sect's branch," Li Hui responded, his voice trembling. The girl cast him a dispassionate glance, flicking a pill toward him. Li Hui caught it, his face lighting up in delight as he immediately knelt to the ground, fearing she might change her mind. He quickly swallowed the pill. "Thank you, Your Holiness." "There's no need to thank me," she said coldly, her eyes brimming with undisguised disdain. "This is simply the result of your deal with the branch master of Baiha County. I'm merely delivering what you're owed. Whatever you do is of no concern to me. As for the remaining 10 pairs of boys and girls, make haste." She yawned again, her expression betraying a hint of boredom. "However, the reason I'm here today is for something else." "Please, Your Holiness, speak," Li Hui said, looking up. Though her short skirt left her legs exposed, Li Hui dared not gaze upon her improperly. "I heard 3 people recently arrived in Baiha County," the girl said, reclining lazily on the branch like a black cat basking in the sun. "Yes," Li Hui quickly replied. "A new county magistrate, a retired prime minister, and a Wu dynasty top scholar. The same scholar who almost became the emperor's son-in-law. I want 2 things," she said. Li Hui's tone was sincere. "No matter what you desire, I'll do everything in my power to obtain it for you." "Is that so?" she replied, her icy smile sending shivers down his spine. She looked at him with an almost predatory amusement. "I want the heart of that retired prime minister and the life of the emperor's son-in-law." In a rural villa in Baiha County, Xu Ming stood outside the fence. Inside the courtyard, a woman was scattering bran, while a few chickens pecked eagerly at it. These chickens appear to be well-raised, probably about 1 or 2 years old. Two children, no more than 6 or 7 years old, were crouched in the yard playing with mud. Among them, a little girl with a ponytail spotted Xu Ming, her eyes lighting up instantly. She spread her arms wide and ran toward him, shouting, "Brother Xu! Brother Xu!" The little boy, seeing Xu Ming as well, happily followed suit. "Brother Xu, why are you here?" The two children opened the gate and bounded joyfully towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming patted their heads and said, "Of course, I came to see you." The Prime Minister's grandson was named Fong Wan, and his granddaughter Fong Qianqian. Their names were chosen with remarkable casualness. Xu Ming even joked that if the Prime Minister had a third grandson or granddaughter, they might have been named Fong Bai, meaning Fong 100. During previous journeys, Xu Ming often took the siblings along to play, such as hunting game in the wild, which made them adore this elder brother. "Greetings, top scholar." Madame Fong, who had just set down the basin of bran, stepped forward and curtsied slightly to Xu Ming. "Junior pays respects to Madame Fong." Xu Ming responded with a formal bow. Though Madame Fong was in her 50s or 60s, she appeared no older than 30. Her looks were not exceptionally beautiful, but of above-average charm. Yet, the grace and maturity shaped by the years lent her a lingering elegance. Initially, Xu Ming thought Madame Fong might be a concubine of the Prime Minister, only to learn she was his legitimate wife, and the only one at that. Madame Fong smiled. "Is the top scholar here to see my husband?" Xu Ming nodded. "There are some matters I wish to consult with Elder Fong. My husband has gone to the fields. If you're in a hurry, Qianqian can take you there," Madame Fong suggested. "Thank you for the trouble," Xu Ming replied, not declining the offer. "Brother Xu, this way, this way." Fong Qianqian wiped the mud off her hands onto her skirt and happily grabbed Xu Ming's hand, leading him toward the fields. A quarter of an hour later, Xu Ming saw an old man in the fields. Wearing a straw hat, with his sleeves and pants rolled up, he was planting rice in the paddy. Around him were others also busy with farm work. Perhaps none of them could have imagined that among them was Wu Kingdom's Prime Minister. Xu Ming removed his shoes, rolled up his trousers and sleeves, grabbed a bundle of rice seedlings, and stepped into the field to help. Fong Qianqian wanted to join, but remembered how her poor planting technique earned her a scolding from her grandfather the day before. Reluctantly, she found a shady spot to squat, observing ants and occasionally looking for tiny frogs. Fong Ling noticed Xu Ming planting seedlings skillfully and said nothing, continuing with his work. Half an hour later, the two sat by the roadside to rest. Fong Ling took a sip of water and handed a gourd to Xu Ming. "Thank you." Xu Ming tilted his head back and drank deeply. "I didn't expect the top scholar to know how to farm," Fong Ling remarked with a smile. For a young man born into an aristocratic family, it was surprising he had even seen rice seedlings, let alone knew how to farm. "During my years within the busier battalion, there was a mission where I helped an old farmer in a village," Xu Ming replied. In truth, Xu Ming's farming skills came from his past life's experiences. "On the contrary, I didn't expect an elder like you to still work in the fields," Xu Ming said, looking at Fong Ling. "What's so surprising about that?" Fong Ling took a sip of water. "In the past, I juggled studying and farming. Now that I'm back, naturally, I must grow some food to eat." He wiped his mouth and continued. "So, tell me, boy, why are you here?" "Struggling to deal with the 4 powerful families of Baihe County." "Yes." Xu Ming nodded. "Recently, my third brother found a breakthrough. However, this so-called breakthrough seems like a dead end." Fong Ling interjected. "We discovered that the scholar who had his leg broken in the past is actually the current imperial scholar, Yu Pingyan," Xu Ming explained. "I've been wondering, why hasn't Yu Pingyan reported this matter to the emperor? Is it because he's protecting his reputation, or does the Li family have some leverage over him? I heard you had some interactions with Yu Pingyan in the past." Fong Ling gazed out at the fields. "I've spoken with all 3 of you top-ranked scholars from your examination class. After all, barring any surprises, you'll be the one steering Wu Kingdom's court in the future. I wanted to see what kind of people you are and what kind of characters you possess. Xu Ming asked, and what's your impression of Yu Ping'an? Fong Ling chuckled. After talking to you, I found you to be someone who holds no regard for the monarch. For most people, the king is the supreme authority, but you're different. You look down on him. As for Su Pongda, after our conversation, I saw him as a mender. When the court is inevitably thrown into chaos by the likes of Xiao Machi and others, Su Pongda will be the one to pick up the pieces. He's capable of restoring order, even in the aftermath of a complete mess. Yu Ping'an, though, he's a madman. He gave me the feeling that no matter what he does in the future, it won't be too extreme. He doesn't care about his reputation. Whatever he sets his mind to, I feel he'd go through with it, even if it means destroying himself in the process. But there's one person who restrains him. That person is also his only weakness. If what you've said is true, and Yu Ping'an really was that scholar who had his leg broken, then the reason the Li family still survives is likely because of the girl by Yu Ping'an's side. Meanwhile, in a courtyard near the Hamlin Academy in the capital, Yu Ping'an, enjoying a day off, sat in the yard teaching a young girl. At first, the girl listened attentively, but as time passed, the lecture became a lullaby. She began to nod off, her head bobbing like a little chick pecking at grains. Eventually, her head drooped, and she couldn't resist laying it on the table, falling soundly asleep. This little one, Yu Ping'an chuckled, carefully picking her up and carrying her to the bed in her room. Even as she was lifted, the girl didn't stir. Looking at her peacefully sleeping form, Yu Ping'an gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Don't worry, you'll live a good life. Even if it means owing that top scholar another favor, your brother, you will make sure of it. By evening, Xu Ming had finished helping Fong Ling with the farm work. The elder invited Xu Ming to his home for dinner, and Xu Ming, unable to decline, accepted the invitation. Madame Fong slaughtered an old hen and made a pot of soup for Xu Ming, adding wild mushrooms from the mountains, resulting in a rich and savory flavor. She also collected a few fresh eggs from the coop, frying them in lard to make sunny-side-up eggs, which she then stir-fried with chili peppers, creating a dish that was both appetizing and aromatic. Accompanied by a plate of garland chrysanthemum and a dish of braised pork, the dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. After dinner, Fong Ling invited Xu Ming to play chess. As they played, they chatted casually. Xu Ming, Fong Ling began, the issue of powerful clans and aristocratic families is the most difficult to address. You know that Wu Kingdom was founded on martial strength. Back then, there were over a dozen forces in this region. The allegiance of aristocratic families was critical. Every time a faction pledged loyalty, did you have to offer them benefits? And that was how the unchecked power of these families began to take root. Thankfully, we adopted Qi Kingdom's imperial examination system, which provided opportunities for the children of commoners and ordinary families. Combined with the reforms of several previous monarchs, the influence of these clans has been significantly curtailed. However, in many places, especially in remote towns like this one, the influence of powerful clans remains overwhelming. On one hand, the court doesn't pay much attention to these areas. On the other, these small towns are weak in governance, while nearby sects have entrenched themselves for centuries. When a family sends one of its members to become a disciple of a sect, the family uses the sect's influence to expand its power rapidly. The sects often tolerate or even encourage this behavior because it benefits them as well. The four powerful families of Baihe County, for instance, are all supported by four nearby sects. Does the court want to intervene? Of course. But how? The local connections in these places are deeply intertwined. Officials, clerks, and constables are all locals. Can you expect them not to accept bribes? Then add a corrupt magistrate into the mix. Do you think the magistrate would refuse bribes? When a magistrate becomes complicit, the entire county descends into chaos. In my opinion, compared to feudal lords, the powerful clans and aristocratic families are an even bigger problem for Wu Kingdom. Feudal lords are like tigers, but the aristocratic families in every locality are like termites. You can't afford not to deal with tigers, but neither can you ignore the termites. Left unchecked, These termites could undermine the very foundations of Wu Kingdom. So if Xu Ming.I wants to solve these cases, it's going to be extremely difficult. I doubt you'll even find any evidence. Xu Ming took a sip of wine and said, I think so too. That's why I've been considering not bothering with evidence at all. Oh, Fong Ling looked at Xu Ming curiously. Xu Ming didn't hold back. Since Yu Pingyan has his concerns, it's not appropriate for us to report this to the emperor and make it a big issue. But if we handle these cases the usual way, who knows how many years it'll take to resolve them. Before I left the capital, His Majesty gave me a jade token. Xu Ming took out the jade token and placed it on the table. Carved on the token was a sword entwined with a dragon. His Majesty told me this token has two uses. One, to mobilize the local military, and two, to exercise the right to act first and report later when dealing with officials below the 5th rank or ordinary citizens. Mobilizing the military isn't necessary. It would cause too much trouble in court. But the right to act first and report later should be fine. Fong Ling stared at Xu Ming solemnly. Xu Ming, have you thought this through? Fong Ling understood what Xu Ming intended to do. Since there was no evidence, Xu Ming didn't plan to look for any. His strategy was simple: eliminate the 4 powerful clans in Baihe County first. Without their leaders, their influence would crumble, fear would spread, and resistance would diminish. Then Xu Ming could take over and properly investigate the situation. But Fong Ling had his reservations. He advised, Xu Ming, you're just a martial artist at the heroic soul realm. That's not enough for you to act with impunity in Baihe County. Even if you manage to find evidence that proves the 4 clans deserve death, what then? There will still be people in the court who will criticize you. The more favor you gain from His Majesty, the more dangerous it becomes for you. Many would love to see you fall. You may not want to marry into the royal family, but others certainly do. Besides, you'd risk offending 4 sects. These 4 clans are the local representatives of their respective sections. Those sects will undoubtedly ensure their disciples remain untouched. Even if you purge the clans, finding solid evidence against their crimes will be nearly impossible. And according to the laws of Wu Kingdom, if you kill them without just cause, their sects have the right to send cultivators of equal strength to seek revenge against you. They won't care that you're the kingdom's top scholar. Xu Ming listened to Fong Ling's words and smiled. I understand, Senior Fong. That's exactly why I welcome it. Let them come. I could use the practice. You sigh. Forget it. Fong Ling shook his head. I should have known you wouldn't be the type to play it safe. If you were, you wouldn't have joined the Blood Azure battalion, nor would you have called off your engagement. When you can't hold out any longer, return to the capital. Settle down as the prince consort. No one would dare touch you then. Xu Ming placed another chess piece on the board. We'll see when the time comes. After playing a few more rounds of chess with Fong Ling, Xu Ming bid farewell and left. Walking through the streets of Baihe County, the houses were dark, their lights extinguished for the night. The silence of the evening was broken only by the gentle glow of moonlight casting its silver sheen over the town. As he walked, Xu Ming suddenly felt a subtle shift in his surroundings. His brows furrowed slightly, but he continued onward. It wasn't long before he turned a corner and came to an abrupt stop. Beneath him was a glowing formation, its lines blood-red as if painted with fresh blood. The formation began to spread, like red ink dissolving in water, pooling into a crimson stain. From the bloody pool, spectral hands began clawing their way towards Xu Ming's feet. Ah! Xu Ming sneered and stomped his foot down hard. A surge of martial energy burst forth, shattering the ground within a 2-meter radius around him. The cobblestones crumbled under the force, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As the dust cleared, a figure emerged, a man with an effeminate appearance, utterly devoid of masculinity, as if he had cultivated techniques that sapped him of vitality. Looking at the man, Xu Ming smirked. Let me guess, you're here to take my life? Correct. The man, Li Hui, waved his hand, scattering several ghostly talismans into the air. From each talisman, ghastly apparitions emerged, shrieking as they rushed towards Xu Ming. Meanwhile, Atop a nearby roof, a girl in a black dress sat with one leg crossed over the other, lightly tapping her jade foot against the tiles. Resting her chin on her hand, she watched the scene below with a faint smile. This prince consort-to-be, she mused, is actually quite handsome. What a pity he's going to die tonight. Dozens of ghosts emerged from the talisman, surging towards Xu Ming like a scene out of 100 Ghosts' Night Parade. After years of training in the Blood-Azure battalion, Xu Ming had honed his senses to the point where he could discern an opponent's cultivation level from the quality of their spiritual energy. The opponent's energy was thin yet immense, indicating they were likely in the sea observation realm. However, there was a faint aura of transformation akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, suggesting they were at the late stage of the sea observation realm. Xu Ming stepped forward, his fist smashing out. The violent surge of his blood energy scattered the malevolent spirits, clearing a path before him. He took another step, his foot shattering the stone tiles beneath him. Pressing the attack, Xu Ming rapidly closed the distance between them. The opponent, however, was well aware of the danger of allowing a soul condensation realm martial artist to get close. Fall! Li Hui shouted, his palm pressing downward. A black sigil descended from the sky, aiming for the crown of Xu Ming's head. Yet Xu Ming remained indifferent. The martial aura radiating from his body formed a protective shield around him, and the sigil shattered upon contact, like an egg striking a boulder. Li Hui's brow furrowed slightly. With a sharp motion, he pointed forward, unleashing a beam of deathly energy aimed straight at Xu Ming's heart. Xu Ming's pupils began to change, intricate and incomprehensible runes emerging within his jet-black eyes. This was the first time Xu Ming used his Dao pattern eyes in combat. After his battle with Shen Sheng, Xu Ming had gained the Dao pattern eyes, but refrained from using them during missions. At the time, his cultivation was too low, and the eyes consumed excessive physical and spiritual energy. More importantly, acting with others made it hard to conceal this ability. Everyone believed Xu Ming was spiritually crippled, so suddenly displaying spiritual power would raise questions he couldn't easily answer. Xu Ming had decided to keep it as a trump card, only to be used in life-or-death situations. However, in the years since, Xu Ming and his team had never faced a crisis dire enough to warrant its use, until now. As the Dao pattern eyes activated, Xu Ming saw the flow of spiritual energy around him with unparalleled clarity. He could clearly discern the opponent's meridians and the circulation of spiritual energy within their body. The deathly energy beam now seemed painfully slow in his enhanced vision. Xu Ming sidestepped the attack, planting his left foot firmly on the ground and closing the distance in an instant. His punch struck through Li Hui's chest, piercing his heart. Yet Xu Ming felt no resistance from his strike. Frowning, Xu Ming retreated. Boom! The figure before him exploded into a flurry of paper scraps. Are you really just a heroic soul realm martial artist? Li Hui's voice came from behind Xu Ming. Of course, Xu Ming replied, spinning on his left foot with a pivot exceeding 90 degrees. His kick struck Li Hui's head, shattering it. Yet once again, there was no blood, only paper fragments scattered in the air. In an instant, a dozen paper effigies resembling Li Hui emerged, each wielding a large blade as they charged at Xu Ming. Xu Ming's eyes focused, quickly identifying a path forward. Any paper effigy that blocked his way was reduced to scraps under his fists. Oh! A girl sitting cross-legged on a nearby rooftop tilted her head in curiosity. Resting her chin on her pale hand, she lowered her left leg and straightened her slender waist. Her ink-black eyes blinked as she muttered, "Those eyes, interesting." Xu Ming unleashed his technique. Heaven-splitting fist, thunder strike. With his Dao pattern eyes, he easily pinpointed Li Hui's true body. His fist, crackling with thunderous energy specially designed to counter entities of deathly energy, struck with precision. Boom! Xu Ming's fist smashed forward. The opponent couldn't evade in time and crossed his arms in front of him to block. From Xu Ming's fist came the sound of bones shattering and flesh tearing. Li Hui was sent flying 5 meters, crashing to the ground, his arms reduced to a mist of blood. Before Li Hui could scramble to his feet, Xu Ming's next punch was already descending like a hammer from above. Damn it! Is this guy really in the heroic soul realm? Li Hui leapt up, chanting an incantation. White paper flew out from his storage pouch and gathered around his severed arms, reforming into new limbs identical to the originals. Despite the restoration, unease filled Li Hui's heart. Reluctantly, he bit his finger and smeared blood onto a talisman. Clang! A ghost general clad in heavy armor appeared in front of Li Hui, blocking Xu Ming's strike. Kill him! Li Hui gritted his teeth, his heart aching with loss. Summoning this ghost general had cost him 100 years of his lifespan. For someone at the sea observation realm like him, 100 years of life could very well be the key to breaking through to the Dragon Gate realm. This bastard had to die, the ghost general roared, wielding a massive saber as it leaped towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming showed no intention of dodging. Behind him, martial aura began to coalesce rapidly. A 3-meter-tall martial soul manifested behind him, the defining feature of a heroic soul realm martial artist. Xu Ming's martial soul blocked the ghost general's saber with raw aura while his fist struck the ghost general's chest repeatedly. Each punch was heavier than the last, like the relentless beating of war drums. With the final blow, the ghost general shattered into countless wisps of dark energy, dissipating into the air. Not good. Li Hui panicked, turning to flee. In his mind, killing a heroic soul realm martial artist should have been as easy as flicking a finger. He'd done it before, but he never expected Xu Ming to be this powerful. So powerful that Li Hui couldn't even comprehend it. No matter. If he couldn't win, he could still escape. A heroic soul realm martial artist couldn't even fly. How could he possibly catch up? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Hui's throat felt tight, and a sweet metallic taste filled his mouth. Blood spurted out as he looked down in shock. A peachwood sword had pierced through his abdomen. His body wavered and fell from the air, tumbling across the ground, leaving a trail of blood over 10 meters long. Struggling to rise, Li Hui suddenly felt a crushing weight on his chest. Xu Ming had stepped on him, pinning him to the ground. You're a sword cultivator, Li Hui gasped, sensing the lingering sword energy wreaking havoc within his body. He was dazed. Wasn't this top scholar rumored to be spiritually crippled, incapable of cultivation? How could he be a sword cultivator? I never said I was just a martial artist. Xu Ming chuckled. His right hand reached out, and the peachwood sword flew back to his grip. With a light flick, Xu Ming sliced away the mask covering Li Hui's face. Well, so it's the eldest son of the Li family. Looks like the real thing is even more sinister than your portrait. Tell me, young Master Li, do you know the punishment for attempting to assassinate a 6th-rank imperial officer? Boom! Before Li Hui could finish his sentence, his entire body exploded into a mist of blood. Xu Ming frowned, his expression darkening. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp, melodic sound of a bell echoed through the air. Xu Ming looked up to see a young girl in a black dress walking toward him, her bare feet brushing the ground as she approached. From start to finish, Xu Ming had no intention of killing the man who tried to assassinate him. He wanted to capture him alive, hoping to extract information about who was behind the attempt on his life. When Xu Ming realized the man was Li Hui, he felt like he had struck gold. Setting aside the possibility of him being the future royal son-in-law, his status as a civil and martial official alone made Li Hui's actions a direct affront to Wu Nation's authority. If Xu Ming reported this, regardless of whether Li Hui belonged to a noble family or not, there would be severe consequences. The imperial court couldn't act recklessly against noble families without a legitimate reason to avoid breaking societal rules. But if a valid reason emerged within those rules, the court would unleash its full might on the offending noble family. However, Xu Ming never expected Li Hui to explode into a cloud of blood mist so suddenly. Xu Ming lifted his gaze, focusing on the girl approaching him step by step. She wore a black dress with a hem so short it didn't even reach her knees, resembling the hip-hugging pleated skirts from Blue Star. While short skirts were common attire on Blue Star, in this world, they were considered scandalous. Beneath the skirt were long, shapely legs, their pale skin glowing faintly under the soft moonlight. Even in the dim night, their porcelain-like smoothness was striking, hinting at perfection. Her bare feet seemed to hover half an inch above the ground, untouched by dust, with each toe delicately distinct. Her long hair cascaded to her waist, with neatly trimmed bangs in a princess-cut style. Her large, glistening eyes blinked innocently, exuding a silken charm. She was a girl so beautiful it felt almost excessive, but Xu Ming immediately recognized her aura. This was no ordinary girl. This was a demoness. "Did you kill him?" Xu Ming asked. "Eh." The girl blinked, pressing a pale finger to her lips, looking both innocent and playful. "What's the royal son-in-law saying? Wasn't it you who killed him?" Xu Ming frowned, realizing there was no point in arguing. She clearly intended to frame him, so it was better to extract more useful information instead. "Who are you?" "Black Lotus sect of the Western region." The girl replied, a seductive smile curving her lips. Her expression was wild and unrestrained, as though all the rules of the world were nothing but a joke to her. "Immortal. I've heard of you. The one ranked 10th on the beauty list." Xu Ming said. Immortal pouted, her tone coquettish, dripping with mock complaint. "Oh, come on. I'm so beautiful. How am I only ranked 10th? As she spoke, her smile bloomed like a moonlit flower in full bloom. "But tell me, royal son-in-law, do you really think I only deserve to be ranked 10th? Xu Ming's heart trembled slightly, not out of lust, but as a natural reaction any man would have. At this moment, Xu Ming understood why it was said that the top 10 on the beauty list were incomparable. In terms of appearance alone, Immortal wasn't inferior to Wu Yanhan, who was ranked 4th. However, their styles couldn't be more different. Immortal embodied the epitome of the demoness archetype, a style far less popular than Wu Yanhan's. That likely explained her 10th place ranking. That said, why was a Buddhist nun ranked 1st? Was the world's preference leaning toward asceticism? "Oh, you're so mean." Immortal's soft voice interrupted his thoughts. "Here I am talking to you, and you're daydreaming." When Xu Ming snapped back to attention, Immortal was already standing right in front of him, her delicate hand resting lightly on his chest. Even though Xu Ming had been slightly distracted, he had kept a close eye on her every move. How had she closed the distance without him noticing? Boom! In the next moment, Xu Ming's martial aura collided with the girl's spiritual energy, sending both of them flying 10 meters apart. Immortal steadied herself, her skirt fluttering slightly, while a trace of blood dripped from Xu Ming's lips. The fabric on Xu Ming's chest was torn, revealing a small black handprint imprinted on his skin. My big brother is really amazing. You even managed to take that strike of mine." Immortal's face was full of mock admiration. Xu Ming didn't waste words with her. He closed the distance in an instant and threw a punch. His fist hit nothing but air. Immortal appeared behind him and gently patted him on the shoulder. Boom! What seemed like a casual pat landed with the force of a mountain, creating a massive crater with Xu Ming at its center. Xu Ming reactivated his Dao pattern eyes. Since the technique consumed immense physical and spiritual energy, he had deactivated it after ensuring victory over Li Hui. Now, using it again, Xu Ming calculated that he could only maintain it for 3 minutes at most with his current stamina. The Dao pattern eyes pierced through illusions, revealing the truth. Xu Ming quickly realized he was caught in an illusion spell. Every time Immortal attacked, the illusion would activate, creating a phantom that appeared to strike him. This was the deception revealed by his Dao pattern eyes. She wanted him to think he was being hit. After each attack, Immortal would dismiss the illusion, leaving him vulnerable to her real strikes. Xu Ming pretended to be ensnared by her illusion several times, allowing her to land hits on him. But just as she relaxed, thinking victory was within her grasp, Xu Ming ignored the illusory phantom. He passed straight through it and closed the distance to Immortal, throwing a punch at her chest. A soft sensation spread through Xu Ming's fist. He felt as though he'd struck a plush mound rather than bone. Shura swiftly retreated, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Oh, my big brother royal son-in-law, you're so naughty, touching my chest like that. If Her Highness the Princess finds out, won't she be mad at you?" Xu Ming's only response was another punch. He didn't have time to waste. Less than 3 minutes remained. Once his Tao pattern eyes wore off, he'd be drained of energy, leaving himself at the mercy of this demoness. Although Zhuer kept up her playful demeanor, a furrow formed in her mind. Back in the western regions, she had killed her share of martial artists and monks, but none of them had bodies as durable as Xu Ming's. And to top it off, he was also a swordsman. His strange eyes rendered her illusions almost useless. "Big brother, you're really impatient, aren't you? It's getting late, so I'll head back for now. Let's play again another day, okay?" With a graceful leap, Zhuer dodged Xu Ming's punch like a butterfly. Her pale toes landed lightly on his shoulder as she vaulted away. When Xu Ming looked up, Zhuer had already disappeared into the night, her voice drifting down from above. "Brother Xu, you touch my chest. You'll have to take responsibility for me." Xu Ming frowned and looked at his left hand. The hand he had used to touch her chest was now swollen and tinged with a deep, unnatural black. Watching the demoness fly away, Xu Ming didn't give chase. It wasn't because he was enchanted by her beauty and couldn't bring himself to kill her. It was simply because he didn't have enough time. The Tao pattern eye had consumed too much of his energy. If he had pursued her and failed to kill her, only to collapse from exhaustion and be killed in turn, it would have been a joke. "Sigh, my cultivation level is still too low," Xu Ming muttered to himself. He deactivated the Tao pattern eye, slumping down to one side, panting heavily as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. If his cultivation had been sufficient, with enough spiritual energy and stamina to activate both the Tao pattern eye and blood chi frenzy simultaneously, even if only for a few minutes, the burst of power in those moments would have been unimaginable. He might have been able to take Zhuer by surprise and kill her right then and there. Unfortunately, all of this was nothing more than wishful thinking. Right now, he didn't have the strength to sustain 2 high energy-consuming buffs at the same time. Xu Ming popped a chi restoration pill, regaining a bit of energy, and then headed toward the county office. The Li family was undoubtedly connected to the Western region Black Lotus sect. It was likely that Yu Ping'an hadn't sought revenge against the Li family precisely because of the Black Lotus sect. The Black Lotus sect must have some hold over Yu Ping'an. Xu Ming needed to inform Su Pongda about this and draft several letters to send to Wudu City. As for how Yu Ping'an would react to the letter, Xu Ming had no way of knowing. When he returned to the county office, Xu Ming went straight to Su Pongda's study. Though it was late at night, the study was still lit by a flickering candle, its glow casting shadows on the walls. Su Pongda was still poring over the evidence and records collected over the past few days, determined to bring down the 4 major families of Baya County. Xu Ming felt a sense of relief and pride as he observed Su Pongda's efforts. Most officials, when they first entered politics, were filled with a genuine desire to serve the people and bring prosperity to their regions, leading them to detest corruption and injustice. However, as time passed, and as they delved deeper into the complexities of bureaucracy, many grew disillusioned. Some were corroded by the lure of power and wealth, gradually losing sight of their original intentions. Yet here was Su Pongda, nearly a month into his term under such challenging circumstances, and he showed no sign of giving up. That alone was remarkable. After all, his predecessors had all surrendered, opting to lie low. Su Pongda had every reason to justify doing the same. But he hadn't. "Fifth brother, what happened to you?" Su Pongda was startled when he saw Xu Ming. Xu Ming's chest was exposed through his tattered clothing, blood stained the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. He looked like someone who had just narrowly escaped death. "It's nothing, just someone trying to kill me during a late-night stroll," Xu Ming said casually, taking a large gulp of tea before collapsing into a chair. Su Pongda was stunned, wondering if he'd misheard. "Someone tried to kill you? Do they even know who you are?" Xu Ming chuckled. "Of course they do. In fact, it's because they know who I am that they try to kill me. Xu stood up, slamming his desk in anger. This is outrageous. Within the borders of the Wu Kingdom, and in a town no less, someone dares to assassinate a court official. The one who tried to kill me was the eldest son of the Li family, Xu Ming said with a tone of regret. Originally, I wanted to spare him and use him to uproot the entire Li family, along with the other 3 powerful families in Baya County. But I was too naive. If they dared to target me, they wouldn't leave behind any evidence. How could they possibly allow me to capture a living witness? That eldest son of the Li family, just when I was about to capture him, detonated himself into a cloud of blood mist. Not even a shred of fabric was left behind. Xu frowned deeply. There must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, the Li family wouldn't dare act so boldly. Xu Ming nodded. The mastermind is the Black Lotus sect. I encountered their saintess. She wanted my life. The Black Lotus sect? Xu was increasingly confused. 5th brother, when did you ever cross paths with the Black Lotus sect? I have no idea, Xu Ming replied helplessly, shaking his head. Could it be for my years in the busier battalion, when I killed some of their cult members? Our Wu Kingdom has always cracked down on the Black Lotus sect. Plenty of people have killed their cultists, but for them to take you so seriously, even sending their saintess to assassinate you, that's likely a first. Xu studied his younger brother. But as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. 5th brother, I think you should return to Wudu as soon as possible. I'm worried the Black Lotus sect will continue targeting you. This time, they underestimated you. Next time, they might send one of their elders. I'm not too worried about that, Xu Ming said after a moment's thought. I have the jade token His Majesty gave me. If any golden core realm cultivator makes a move against me, the mountain and river fortune sealed within the token will activate, saving my life and locking onto the attacker. Once I've used this life-saving charm, then we'll see. But I don't want to slink back to Wudu with my tail between my legs. In any case, this is my problem, so you don't need to worry, 3rd brother. Xu listened to Xu Ming and wanted to persuade him further, but ultimately gave up. His 5th brother wasn't the reckless type. Those years of training in blood Azura had put him through countless life-and-death trials. Xu trusted his brother's judgment. How about you, 3rd brother? How are things going with those cases? Any progress today? Xu Ming asked, changing the subject. Xu shook his head, rubbing his tired eyes. None. Half of the people accusing the 4 families in Baya County have already withdrawn their accusations. As for the ones who haven't, I still can't find any evidence to back their claims. There aren't even any witnesses besides the victims themselves. And the subordinates under me are all paying lip service while secretly undermining my efforts. I honestly feel like grabbing a sword and cutting them all down. Xu reddened eyes reflected his exhaustion from days of toil. I might have a solution, Xu Ming said with a faint smile. Oh, Xu immediately straightened up in his seat. Once I've rested for a few days, I'll visit the 4 noble families' homes one by one. And then Xu Ming laid out the plan he had previously discussed with Fong Ling. At first, Xu thought his younger brother had come up with a brilliant strategy. But the more he listened, the darker his expression grew. Absolutely not. No way. Xu objected firmly. 5th brother, setting aside whether your strength is enough to take on all 4 noble families, do you realize what kind of backlash you'll face from the court for such actions? Xu Ming intended to use the special privileges granted by the emperor to take preemptive action against the 4 families, cutting them down first and presenting evidence later, plunging them into chaos. In theory, this could indeed break the stalemate. The death of the core members of these families would sever their networks of influence, leaving everyone else in a state of panic. Those who have been oppressed by the families might even find the courage to come forward. True, Xu Ming had the emperor's jade token and the authority to act first and report later. But the problem was that a sword of imperial authority was most powerful when unsheathed sparingly. Drawing it could result in severe backlash against the wielder. The court officials would seize on this as an opportunity to attack Xu Ming. Su wouldn't be surprised if some of them tried to ruin his brother's reputation. After all, many were vying to become imperial sons-in-law or curry favor with someone who might. Third brother, my mind is made up, Xu Ming interrupted. There's no need to try and dissuade me. If we keep dragging this out, even if I stay in Baihe County with you until your term ends, we won't make any progress. And those commoners truly are pitiful. If I hadn't seen them, it'd be fine. But now that I have, I feel compelled to act. Cultivators emphasize having a clear conscience, but we martial artists are the same. If I don't even dare to take action on matters like this, won't I be hesitant in the future when throwing a punch? How could I possibly progress further on the martial path? Xu Ming's tone was resolute, exuding a righteous determination. In truth, there was another small reason behind Xu Ming's decision. He was looking for a way to distance himself from the Wu imperial court, or at least make Emperor Wu reconsider the idea of marrying Wu Yanhan to him. At the moment, Emperor Wu had indeed treated him generously, even promising him his daughter's hand in marriage. If Xu Ming were to leave Wu Kingdom and roam the world, it would seem ungrateful. So, instead, he thought he might as well take some calculated risks, tarnish his reputation slightly, and let the court officials criticize him. Perhaps he'd even end up as a commoner. Or, at the very least, he could provoke Emperor Wu into reconsidering the marriage. Not marrying Wu Yanhan would be the best outcome. It wasn't that he disliked Wu Yanhan. Being employed by the court didn't affect his lifespan, and he could rely on the nation's resources to gain ample cultivation resources. For Xu Ming, Wu Kingdom was like a great sect. Having such backing always came with benefits. However, if he stayed in Wu Kingdom, the emperor would likely try to arrange another marriage later. Refusing twice would be genuinely disrespectful. The first time, it was to pursue his aspirations. The second time would be an affront to the emperor's dignity. The truth was simple. He just didn't want to marry so early. Once he had children, how could he ever be free again? 2 words summed it up: fear of marriage. Fifth brother. Seeing Xu Ming's determined expression, Xu Panda took a deep breath, stood up, and clasped his hands in a formal bow toward his younger brother. Fifth brother, on behalf of the wrong people of Baihe County, I thank you. Rest assured, fifth brother, if the court holds you accountable, they'll have to get through me first. I'll stake my life on uncovering the crimes of Baihe's 4 tyrannical families. Xu Ming froze for a moment as he looked at his elder brother. It seems Xu Panda had let his imagination run wild. In his mind, Xu Ming's image must have transformed into that of a selfless, noble hero, someone willing to risk everything for the sake of the people. Perhaps Xu Ming's fearless determination had even reignited Xu Panda's passion, solidifying his resolve to fight for the people no matter the cost. Third brother, there's really no need for this. Xu Ming returned the bow, feeling a bit concerned his brother might do something reckless. No. Xu Panda's gaze was firm. Fifth brother, I'll stand with you, come what may. After leaving Baihe County, Immortal arrived at a mountain peak on the outskirts of the region. She approached a large boulder, took out a jade token, and placed it into a groove beside the rock. The next moment, the boulder split open, revealing the entrance to a cave. Immortal stepped inside. The flickering flames of torches illuminated the cave in a fiery glow. Welcome, Saintess! At the far end of the cave, Black Lotus sect disciples stood on either side, standing guard. Immortal ignored them, walking straight into her stone chamber. Once the door was closed, she set up a barrier within the room. Then she placed a black stone at the center of a ritual array. Chanting an incantation filled with obscure and unintelligible syllables, she formed intricate hand seals. One by one, black lotus flowers bloomed from the stone. Suddenly, the blossoms scattered, forming the phantom of an elderly man. Disciple greets master. Immortal knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. The elder's phantom gazed at her intently. Did you complete the task? Immortal raised her head. The remaining 10 pairs of boys and girls will be delivered to the Black Lotus sect headquarters in 3 days. The elder shook his head. That's not what I'm asking about. He fixed his gaze on his disciple. Have you claimed Xu Ming's life and Fongling's heart? Master, I was just about to report on that matter, Xu replied solemnly. Oh, speak. Xu Ming, though merely a martial artist at the heroic soul realm, possesses an extraordinary physical strength far surpassing the warriors I've encountered before. Moreover, he's a sword cultivator. While his spiritual energy suggests he's only at the furnace foundation realm, his sword aura is so sharp that even ordinary cultivators of the cave mansion realm would pale in comparison. Additionally, his eyes are peculiar. Peculiar? In what way? Asked the Black Lotus sect leader. Xu Ming's eyes can manifest some sort of intricate and cryptic runes. I'm not sure if it's an issue with his eyes or if it's some technique unknown to me. Either way, my illusions had no effect on him, Xu explained honestly. The Black Lotus sect leader's phantom fell silent, as though pondering deeply. Interesting. It seems Xu Ming is even more remarkable than we anticipated, he finally said, a faint smile spreading across his face. What's the matter? You lack the confidence to kill him. Xu lowered her head. I couldn't subdue him in a short amount of time. To play it safe, I withdrew and decided to reassess the situation. But given time, I am confident I can kill him. The Black Lotus sect leader clasped his hands behind his back. Disciple, I trust you fully. The task of assassinating Xu Ming is yours. Do not disappoint me. Understood, Master. Xu nodded respectfully. Then, after a moment's hesitation, she added, but there's something I don't understand. Xu Ming is indeed an extraordinary talent, but why must he die? You don't need to understand. The Black Lotus sect leader's projection began to dim, and just before it disappeared entirely, his final words echoed throughout the room. Since someone has paid a hefty price for his life, it's only fitting we deliver satisfaction. Xu lowered her gaze. As you command. For 3 days after being attacked, Xu Ming stayed in the city lord's residence to recuperate. Following the death of the eldest young master of the Li family remained eerily silent, as if nothing had happened. However, according to Su Pongda's investigations, the Li family had been organizing the accounts of their industries in Baihe County over the past 2 days, likely preparing to leave. During the same 3 days, another 20 boys and girls went missing in Baihe County, 10 boys and 10 girls, disappearing without a trace as though they had vanished into thin air. Xu Ming suspected this could be the work of the Black Lotus sect. While recovering, Xu Ming took the opportunity to ask Fong Ling for more information about the Black Lotus sect. The world is currently divided into 4 major regions: the Western Territory, the Southern Realm, the Northern Wilderness, and the Eastern Continent. The Western Territory is home to 4 major demonic sects and 3 great temples, with the Black Lotus sect being one of the 4 demonic sections. Unlike the Eastern Continent, the Western Territory operates differently. There are human dynasties in the Western Territory, but all of them are subordinate to the demonic sects or Buddhist temples. For a human emperor to ascend the throne, the backing of these sects and temples is required. Moreover, they have the power to dethrone emperors at will. In essence, the secular dynasties of the Western Territory exist solely to provide resources for the demonic sects and temples. Thus, the Black Lotus sect could be considered one of the 7 most powerful nations of the Western Territory. It's no wonder they dare to make a move against him. Clearly, they have no fear of retaliation from the Wu Kingdom. Even if the Wu Kingdom were enraged by Xu Ming's death, mounting a long-distance campaign to attack the Western Territory would be unrealistic. The fatigue alone from marching such a distance would be overwhelming. Even if both sides were at their peak, a direct confrontation between Wu Kingdom and the Black Lotus sect would not necessarily result in the cult being at a disadvantage. This only made Xu Ming more perplexed. Why would such a massive sect suddenly target him? Apart from killing a few dozen Black Lotus sect disciples in the past, he had no other grievances with them. If someone had instigated the Black Lotus sect to attack him, that person's status must be extraordinarily high. Otherwise, how could they convince such a powerful sect to act on their behalf? Unable to figure out, Xu Ming decided to set the matter aside and focus on resolving his current issues. 3 days later, Xu Ming had mostly recovered. Apart from a small black handprint on his chest, the bruise from the punch that struck him had faded. Xu Ming was now back in peak condition. He wasn't sure if the black handprint would have any adverse effects, but for now, his state seemed fine. He figured it was likely just a superficial side effect of the blow. Additionally, after killing Li Hui, a late-stage sea observation realm cultivator, Xu Ming received some attribute rewards. You have slain a late-stage sea observation realm cultivator, Li Hui. Blood Chi plus 20, spiritual power concentration plus 10, sword Chi plus 10, fear talisman. Fear talisman. By drawing the rune with fresh blood, you can use it to instill fear in your opponent, lowering their will to fight. The fear talisman wasn't a physical talisman, but rather the method to create one. The knowledge of the rune flashed in Xu Ming's mind for an instant, and he immediately mastered it. He decided to test it secretly on the large white goose in the courtyard. The goose, which had been peacefully napping, suddenly woke up in terror. It glanced around nervously, trembling all over, then wrapped its wings around its head as if mimicking a frightened child thinking, "If I hide under the covers, the ghost can't see me." But even that didn't seem to ease its fear. From then on, the goose refused to leave Xu Ming's side, no matter how much he tried to shoo it away. It even climbed into Xu Ming's bed to sleep at night. This once dignified Tianxian goose reduced to a terrified follower clinging to its newfound sense of security. The next morning, exactly 24 hours later, the Tianxian goose was back to normal, once again displaying its fearless, "I'm the greatest" attitude. Xu Ming felt that the fear talisman might be a bit underwhelming. "I'm heading out today to take care of some matters, so you don't need to come along," Xu Ming said to the goose, Xiao Bai. "Honk, honk, honk. You brat. You're leaving me behind again." Xiao Bai spread its wings and looked quite displeased. During their time in Baihe County, this brat had often left it behind while he went out on his own. It felt like nothing more than a lonely, abandoned goose. "I've been a bit busy these past few days," Xu Ming said with a smile. "It'll be over soon, probably in a few days. Once everything here is settled, I'll take you to see the world beyond Baihe County. You'll finally get to broaden your horizons." "Honk? Everything in Baihe County is resolved?" Xiao Bai tilted its head inquisitively. "Almost," Xu Ming nodded. "It's about to be wrapped up." He stood up and began walking toward the door. As he left, his voice trailed behind him. "Stay in the county office and behave. Don't run around, all right? Honk." Watching Xu Ming's retreating figure, the Tianxian goose crouched on the ground, looking a little dejected. It really wanted to go out and explore with Xu Ming, but it understood that Xu Ming and his brother, Xu Pongda, had been incredibly busy these days. Even if it wanted to help, it didn't know how. "Honk." The goose lifted its head and gazed at the sky, memories of its playful childhood with Xu Ming surfacing in its mind. Back then, Xu Ming had been such a small child, and now he had grown up so much. But as humans grow, so do their worries. If it could transform into human form, wouldn't it be able to help him better? Yet, when would that day finally come? After leaving the county office, Xu Ming didn't head directly to the residences of the Sun, Huang, Li, or Xiao families. Instead, he made his way to Baihe County's largest brothel, Fengyu Pavilion. "Oh my, what a handsome young man. Young master, come join us." "Young master, shall I accompany you?" As soon as Xu Ming stepped into Fengyu Pavilion, several scantily clad women surrounded him, pressing their ample assets against his arms. Though he couldn't be described as a peerless beauty, Xu Ming's looks had matured, and he could certainly be considered a strikingly handsome man. My, you look unfamiliar, young master." The brothel's madam sauntered over, her voice dripping with charm. "What kind of lady would you prefer? Fengyu Pavilion has them all." Xu Ming smiled and shook his head. "I'm a friend of young Master Sunday. I'm here to see Sun Zhuang." "Oh, you're a friend of young Master Sun. Right this way. I'll take you to him," the madam said, leading Xu Ming upstairs to her room. From inside, the sound of a woman's moans and the rhythmic creaking of a bed could be heard. Occasionally, the sharp smack of a hand meeting flesh punctuated the air. It seems young Master Sun is a bit preoccupied right now. Would you like to have a drink and wait for a while? The madam suggested. Xu Ming chuckled. No need. I'll wait here. You can go about your business. Very well, young master. The madam didn't push further. If he was willing to wait, that was his choice. She did wonder, though, wasn't he frustrated listening to those sounds outside the door? After the madam left, Xu Ming raised his leg and kicked the door open. Inside, Sun Zhuang jumped in shock, his entire body trembling. Who are you? What do you want? Sun Zhuang hastily pulled up his pants. On the bed, the woman pouted coquettishly, her tone filled with dissatisfaction, as if her needs had been left unmet. After all, young Master Sun had barely lasted 10 breaths before finishing. That said, who was this man? Could he be Sun Zhuang's enemy? Still, he was undeniably handsome. Xu Ming closed the door behind him, not sparing a glance at the disheveled woman lying on the bed. Greetings, young Master Sunday. I'd like to borrow something from you. What is it? Sun Zhuang frowned, his expression darkening. Calming himself down, Sun Zhuang thought, I'll kill him and feed him to the dogs later. How dare he ruin my fun? I'd like to borrow your head, Xu Ming said calmly. What? Borrow my head? Sun Zhuang was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Borrow my head? Such bold words. Do you even know who I am? As Sun Zhuang's words fell, a bolt of lightning shot towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming dispersed it with a single punch. By the time Xu Ming threw his next punch, he was already in front of Sun Zhuang. Why? Before Sun Zhuang could finish speaking, a peachwood sword sliced across his neck. Blood sprayed out, splattering the bed and drenching the brothel woman. Ah! The woman finally processed what had happened and began screaming hysterically. The piercing screams drew the attention of others in the brothel. Curious onlookers began wondering who was engaging in such extreme play upstairs. But as the crowd turned their attention to the door from which the screams emanated, the door swung open. Xu Ming stepped out, holding a still dripping, severed head. For a moment, everyone thought they were seeing things. But after rubbing their eyes and looking again, they realized they hadn't been mistaken. The man was indeed holding a human head in his hand. Ah, murder! Call the authorities. Someone call the authorities. Chaos erupted throughout the brothel. Meanwhile, Xu Ming, as calm as ever, walked down the stairs, holding Sun Zhuang's head. He exited the building and began walking down the street. The sight of Xu Ming carrying the head caused an uproar on the street as well. Isn't that the head of young Master Sun from the Sun family? What? He killed young Master Sun? How dare he? Wasn't young Master Sun a cultivator of divine power? Is this man even stronger than him? Some people fled in panic, stumbling over themselves. Others, bolder by nature, calmed their nerves upon realizing Xu Ming wasn't on a killing spree and instead curiously approached to confirm that the head indeed belonged to Sun Zhuang. Step by step, Xu Ming made his way toward the Sun family's residence. A group of thrill-seekers, unwilling to miss the drama, followed at a distance. Among them, some had already taken shortcuts to warn the Sun family of the impending situation. About a quarter of an hour later, Xu Ming arrived at the Sun family's gate. By then, a large crowd had gathered outside, eager to witness the spectacle. Master Sun, something terrible has happened to the young master. The Sun family's steward, having been informed of the incident, rushed over to report to his master. What's happened to Zhuang? Inside the main hall, Master Sun was leisurely sipping tea, looking completely at ease. What could possibly have happened to his son? Sun Zhuang was a direct disciple of the Leiwen sect and a late-stage cave mansion realm cultivator. In Baihe County, he was someone who could walk sideways with impunity. Master. The steward looked as though he were on the verge of tears. The young master. Someone has cut off his head. What? Master Sun spat out his tea, his calm demeanor shattered. What did you just say? What happened to my son? Master. Someone told me they saw someone on the street holding the young master's. Master. The steward hadn't yet uttered the word head when a servant stumbled into the hall in a panic. Master. Something terrible has happened. Someone came in holding the young master's head. What? Master's son shot to his feet, only to feel the world spin around him, forcing him to collapse back into his chair. Go check. Go see what's going on. Master's son forced himself up again. There's no need to trouble Master's son to greet me personally. A man's voice echoed from outside the door. As the voice fell, so did a severed head, tossed into the hall. The head of Sun Zhuang rolled to a stop at Master Sun's feet, its lifeless eyes staring directly at him. Zhuang, my son, Master Sun wailed in anguish. Prince Consort, what did my son ever do to deserve such a cruel fate? Is there no law left in this land? Don't worry, Master Sunday. You'll soon join your son. You can discuss the law with him then. Xu Ming drew a piece of white paper from his robes. Sun Feng of Baihe County, using the influence of his son, a personal disciple of the Leiwen sect, has committed countless atrocities, oppressing the weak, seizing property, and abusing women. He forcibly took 5 acres of farmland from the Wang family in East City and drove Chang Hua into prostitution. For nothing more than an argument, Sun Zhuang beat Lin, Fei's son, to death. Xu Ming listed a total of 63 crimes attributed to Sun Feng and his son Sun Zhuang, just the ones he and Su Pongda had uncovered during their investigation. In reality, the number was likely far greater. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Xu Ming rolled up the paper and looked at Sun Feng. Slander. This is all slander. Xu Ming, do you have any evidence? Sun Feng retorted, though he knew the accusations were true. You have no proof, do you? Evidence. Xu Ming unsheathed his peachwood sword and began walking towards Sun Feng. What are you doing? Sun Feng backed away frantically, but he soon found himself cornered against the wall, with nowhere to retreat. Xu Ming looked at him calmly. When I killed your son, did I need evidence? Before Sun Feng could respond, his pupils dilated. In the next moment, his head was severed, rolling lifelessly to one side. Xu Ming turned to the steward of the Sun household. You must be Steward Sun Shun, correct? Spare me, my lord. Spare me. Sun Shun fell to his knees before Xu Ming, kowtowing repeatedly. You've committed far too many sins to be spared. With a swift stroke, Xu Ming's sword claimed another head. Xu Ming spent half an hour in the Sun residence. He summoned a maid and, using the names recorded on the white paper, had her identify the guilty parties one by one. Xu Ming moved through the Sun household, killing each culprit he found. By the time Xu Ming walked out of the Sun estate, his peachwood sword was drenched in crimson. In the courtyard of the Shao family estate, a man named Shao Sun was cultivating. As the direct disciple of the sect master of the mountain-moving sect, Shao Sun had reached the early stage of the sea observation realm by the age of 30. Although his accomplishments paled in comparison to those of disciples from the great sects, Shao Sun was regarded as a genius within the mountain-moving sect and most other sects in the world. Over the years, Shao Sun would occasionally return to Baihe County, where he was treated like an emperor. Here, he could indulge in whatever pleasures he desired. If anyone dared to oppose him, he could kill them without consequence. Life in Baihe County was nothing short of blissful freedom for him. The Shao family also exploited the influence of Shao Sun's sect to amass wealth in Baihe County. There was even a saying in the county: a single dog of the Shao family is worth more than the people of Baihe County. This stemmed from an incident where someone accidentally kicked the Shao family's dog. That person was beaten to death for the offense. Sun, Shao Leioi, old master, who was over 60, rushed into the courtyard with a worried expression. What is it? Shao Sun's tone carried a hint of irritation. Son, something terrible has happened. Shao Leioi seemed utterly frantic. Shao Sun frowned. Father, if something's wrong, just say it. Don't be so dramatic. Son, I just heard that the imperial son-in-law has gone mad. He's massacring the Sun family, killed the master, the madam, the steward, and even all their sons. Shao Leioi exclaimed in distress. Shao Sun paused, slightly surprised. The imperial son-in-law? Which one? Shao Leioi clapped his hands. That imperial son-in-law, the one we talked about recently, Xu Ming, the brother of our county magistrate. Shao Sun thought for a moment before recalling. That's Xu Ming. Shao Sun had met Xu Ming once, during a banquet held to welcome the county magistrate. However, Xiao Sun had taken an immediate dislike to Xu Ming. He couldn't quite put his finger on why, but something about the man felt fundamentally different, alien, even. Did the Sun family do something to offend Xu Ming? Xiao Sun asked. Who knows? Xiao Leoi replied, pacing anxiously. Seeing his father's nervous demeanor, Xiao Sun chuckled. Father, why are you so worried? The death of the Sun family should be good news for us. Doesn't this mean we can take over their businesses? Under normal circumstances, yes, I should be thrilled. I'd even throw a celebration, Xiao Leoi said, slapping his hand. But the problem is, Xu Ming is coming here next. Xiao Sun. Father, don't panic, Xiao Sun said with a faint smile. I don't know why Xu Ming's acting crazy, but if he dares lay a hand on me, I'll kill him. Even Emperor Wu wouldn't dare say a word about it. Does Xu Ming really think he can do as he pleases? But son, he's an imperial son-in-law. Xiao Leoi was apprehensive about Xu Ming's status. Xiao Sun chuckled coldly. First of all, Xu Ming isn't an imperial son-in-law anymore. And even if he were, so what? If he tries to kill me, I have every right to kill him. But son, are you confident about handling him? Xiao Leoi asked nervously. His son might be fine if he killed Xu Ming, especially with the sect's protection. But what about himself? If things went south, he'd have to pack up and flee. That would take at least half a month to prepare. Xu Ming is nothing more than an uncouth martial artist, Xiao Sun said with disdain. Sun Zhuang was only at the cave mansion realm. It's no surprise he died to Xu Ming. But if Xu Ming thinks I'm as weak as Sun Zhuang, he's gravely mistaken. Son, if we can negotiate, let's try to negotiate. Whatever the issue is, let's resolve it peacefully, Xiao Leoi urged. Master, young master, Xu Ming has broken in. Just as Xiao Leoi finished speaking, a servant rushed in, panting heavily. Father, let's go meet him and see just how this imperial son-in-law plans to seek death, Xiao Sun said, eager for Xu Ming to act recklessly. Currently, Xu Ming was still ranked 30th on the Qingyun ranking. However, many believed that Xu Ming's placement was undeserved. Rumors suggested that during the death of Shun Sheng, Xu Ming had only landed the final blow after the man was besieged by others, including intervention from the imperial court of the Wu Kingdom. In essence, Xu Ming had simply claimed credit for someone else's work. Now, if Xiao Sun could kill Xu Ming, wouldn't that mean he could ascend to the Qingyun ranking during his final year at 30? The thought made Xiao Sun increasingly excited. When Xiao Sun arrived at the front yard, he saw Xu Ming standing by the lake. Around him lay over a dozen of the Xiao family's servants, groaning in pain. Imperial son-in-law? I'm not sure how our Xiao family has offended you. Xiao Leoi's face was full of despair, as if he were about to burst into tears. Xu Ming turned around and pulled out a document from his robes. He began to read aloud. Xiao Wu, a year ago, raped and murdered Lin Ku, the daughter of the Lin family in the eastern part of Baihe County. Colluded with the Qianlong gang to violently seize others' farmland and extorted protection fees from merchants in East Street. Xiao Sun, direct disciple of the mountain-moving sect, had a conflict with the son of the Qian family in Baihe County, leading to the extermination of the entire Qian household. Coveted the wife of the Yu family's young master and, in front of Yu himself, forcibly defiled both the wife and the daughter. Xu Ming listed their crimes one by one. When he finished, Xu Ming asked, "Do you have anything to say in your defense?" Xiao Sun sneered. "Empty words. Imperial son-in-law, no matter what you claim, you need evidence to back it up. Or are you suggesting that just because you say so, it must be true? Is there no law left in the Wu Kingdom?" Xu Ming shook his head. "I admit I haven't found the evidence yet, but..." Xu Ming took the jade pendant from his waist and held it up, letting it sway in his hand. "His Majesty bestowed upon me this water dragon pendant, granting me the authority to act first and report later." Xiao Leoi's heart sank. Panic filled his chest, and he instinctively wanted to kneel and beg for mercy. But Xiao Sun had already stepped forward, looking at Xu Ming with contempt. "So, imperial son-in-law, do you think you can kill me?" Xu Ming's face remained calm. Why don't you try and see? Ah! With a cold laugh, Xiao Sun formed a hand seal, and several sharp spikes emerged from the ground. Xu Ming leapt into the air, but the Xiao family servants lying on the ground were impaled, their lives snuffed out instantly. As Xu Ming landed, his toes lightly touched the tip of one of the spikes. He spoke. The mountain-moving sect is known for its mastery of earth element techniques. Most of its disciples possess earth-aligned spiritual roots. It's said that when the sect's earth god technique is cultivated to a certain level, one can move entire mountains. I wonder, young Master Xiao, how far have you progressed in your training? Xiao Sun let out a cold chuckle. Far enough to kill you. He formed another hand seal, causing the ground to tremble. A massive earth dragon, made of stone and mud, erupted from the ground. Xiao Leioi, terrified, fled in the opposite direction, fearing the fight would engulf him. Roar! The earth dragon lunged at Xu Ming, its massive body aiming to crush him into a pulp. Xu Ming stood calmly, watching the crude construct hurtle toward him. Just as the earth dragon was about to collide with him, Xu Ming threw a punch. The contrast between his fist and the dragon's enormous head was stark, like an egg striking the forehead of an elephant. Yet the dragon froze before Xu Ming. Cracks began to spread from the dragon's head, running along its entire body. Boom! The dragon shattered into countless pieces, crumbling into dust at Xu Ming's feet. With a deafening crash, the earth dragon crumbled into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Impossible! Xiao Sun stared blankly at the scene before him. He hadn't expected to kill Xu Ming in a single move. After all, Xu Ming was a warrior at the heroic soul realm and deserved some measure of respect. However, Xiao Sun hadn't anticipated that Xu Ming would so effortlessly dismantle his technique. Pathetic, Xu Ming remarked, his hands clasped behind his back as he approached Xiao Sun. At such close range, facing a heroic soul realm warrior of Xu Ming's caliber, Xiao Sun knew his chances of survival were slim. For a fleeting moment, he even believed his end had come. But Xu Ming merely stood there, his hands still behind his back, making no move to attack. Xiao Sun quickly put some distance between them. Once his initial panic subsided, a wave of humiliation washed over him. This Xu Ming was toying with him, treating him like a cat plays with a mouse. Go ahead, show me everything you've got. Don't hold back, Xu Ming said calmly. Xu Ming had spent most of his past battles fighting magical beasts. Though he had clashed with sect cultivators before, those encounters usually involved him and Wu Yanhan ambushing their foes. His only true head-on fight was with Shun Sheng, a battle that had taken him to the brink of death. Now, Xu Ming wanted to see how much pressure he would feel when dueling a cultivator of similar strength. The answer, apparently, was not much. Humiliated and enraged, Xiao Sun resolved to make this crude martial artist pay. He drew a long spear made of stone and thrust it into the ground. The spear seemed to melt, merging completely with the earth. Xu Ming tilted his head as the stone spear suddenly shot up from where he had been standing moments ago. He sidestepped, but another spear emerged from the ground, aiming for him. Xu Ming leapt into the air, only for dozens of stone spears to shoot toward him, encircling him mid-flight. Die! Xiao Sun clenched his fist, commanding the spears to converge on Xu Ming. Boom! An explosion rocked the Xiao estate, sending shards of stone and clouds of dust flying into the air. Xu Ming descended through the debris, aiming a punch directly at Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun quickly summoned a stone shield. Not bad. It's pretty sturdy, Xu Ming remarked as his fist slammed into the shield, leaving only a small dent. Xu Ming stepped back to reassess. However, the shattered fragments of the stone spears began to reassemble themselves, returning to their original form and resuming their relentless pursuit. Every time Xu Ming smashed a spear, it would reform and continue its assault, unending and tireless. Seeing Xu Ming's increasingly disheveled state, Xiao Sun smirked. This stone spear was something he had found in an ancient ruin and refined into his personal weapon. Once it locked onto a target, it would relentlessly hunt them until they were utterly destroyed. Xu Ming kicked one of the spears aside, only for it to twist mid-air and lunge back at him. Growing bored, Xu Ming decided it was time to end this game. He reached out and grabbed the spear mid-flight. The spear trembled violently in his grip, as if trying to escape, but it couldn't break free from Xu Ming's iron hold. What? Xiao Sun felt as though he were dreaming. He knew that martial artists possessed incredible physical strength, but to forcibly restrain his stone spear, that would require a grip strength of at least 10,000 pounds. How could this Xu Ming possibly achieve such a feat? Xu Ming held the stone spear as if it were Xiao Sun's wife, advancing step by step toward Xiao Sun. T/N. This sentence is really weird, but it's as it is. Suddenly, Xu Ming took a step forward, his speed so fast that he became a blur. In a panic, Xiao Sun summoned his stone shield again. Xu Ming clenched his fist, executing the mountain-splitting punch, the mountain-shaking form. With a single strike, Xu Ming's fist shattered through the stone shield. The collision of a martial artist's essence and the spiritual energy of a broken artifact sent Xiao Sun flying, slamming him to the ground. As Xiao Sun struggled to get up, Xu Ming stepped on his chest. You can't kill me. I'm the direct disciple of the sect master of mountain-moving sect. If you kill me, mountain-moving sect won't let. Before Xiao Sun could finish the word Xu Ming plunged the stone spear into his heart. As Xiao Sun breathed his last, the spear stopped trembling, becoming as lifeless as its wielder, now embedded in Xiao Sun's chest. Not far away, old master Xiao watched his son's life fade. Scrambling to his feet, he tried to flee toward the rear courtyard. Xu Ming pulled the spear free and, with a flick of his foot, sent it flying. The spear pierced through the old man's heart, ending his escape. Xu Ming did not leave the Xiao estate. As he had done at the Sun estate, he began methodically eliminating everyone listed in his records. Before long, news of his actions reached the Zhang and Li families, but by the time they realized what was happening, Xu Ming had already kicked down their doors and bathed their estates in blood. Xu Ming initially considered sparing the head of the Li family to interrogate him about Li Hui's involvement with the Black Lotus sect. However, the moment Xu Ming approached him, the man suddenly burst into a pool of blood, leaving no chance for questioning. By the time Xu Ming had finished, the 4 major families of Baihe County had been purged of every individual guilty of heinous crimes. The sprawling network of influence they had built collapsed entirely. Seizing the moment, Xu Ming used an iron hand to assert control over the county office. No one dared defy his orders. With the core members of the 4 families dead, the remaining officials feared the killer might come for them next. Xu Ming ordered a thorough investigation into the unresolved cases tied to the 4 families. No one dared drag their feet. With Xu Ming's reputation as a ruthless enforcer, Xu Ming managed to completely subdue Baihe County's bureaucracy. Taking advantage of the situation, Xu Ming issued a new decree, encouraging the public to report the crimes of the 4 major families. Those who confessed their own crimes and provided evidence against others were promised leniency and rewards. As Baihe County was thrown into unprecedented upheaval, a man hurriedly penned a letter and sent it straight to the capital, Wudu. Night fell, and a man dressed in black arrived at the back gate of an official's residence in Wudu. The man knocked on the gate, but there was no response. He knocked again, twice, but still no one answered. The 4th knock echoed. "What is it?" came the voice of an old man from behind the gate. "I just ran into a dog," the man in black replied. "What does a dog have to do with us?" the old man retorted. "This dog has bitten many people," the man continued. Click. After confirming the code phrase, the gate slowly creaked open. The man handed a letter from his sleeve to the old man. "A letter from Baihe County. The situation is urgent. Please see that the Lord handles it promptly." The old man cast a glance at the man in black, then at the letter. "Understood." Taking the letter, the man in black vanished into the night. Closing the gate, the old man delivered the letter to the study. Inside, an official was busily attending to his duties. "My lord, a letter has arrived from Baihe County," the steward announced, bowing. Baihe County? The official looked up at his steward, pondering for a moment before nodding. Ah, I remember. Where the Xu brothers are stationed? Yes, my lord. The steward handed over the letter. The official took the letter, opened it, and began to read. As his eyes scanned the contents, his brow furrowed slightly, only to relax with a faint smile. Those two, Xu Ming and Xu Ming.I've, are quite something, bold and fearless, just like young bulls. Folding the letter back into its envelope, the official handed it back to the steward. Deliver this to Wang and tell him to bring it up during court tomorrow. Tomorrow? The steward hesitated. But my lord, if the matter is exposed tomorrow, wouldn't Wang can? The official waved him off. I know what you're about to say. Wang has never been particularly loyal. If not for the debt he owes to that person, he wouldn't even be working for us. It's better to use him up while he still has value. As you command, my lord. Meanwhile, in the Jefei Palace within the Wudu Imperial Palace, Grand Eunuch Wayne knocked on the door. The emperor, who had been resting on his couch, opened his eyes in irritation. But soon, the emperor's gaze steadied, and he masked his emotions. He understood that Wei Sun wouldn't disturb him so late unless it was urgent. Come in, the emperor said. Yes, your majesty. Wei Sun replied as he entered the room, kneeling in respect. Your majesty, we've received some news from Baihe County through the Tingfeng Pavilion. Oh, the emperor frowned. Bring it here. Baihe County was not the kind of place where the Tingfeng Pavilion's agents would normally operate. After all, the Wu Kingdom was vast, and it was impossible to station agents everywhere. They simply didn't have the manpower. But with Xu Ming.I've and Xu Ming both stationed there, a few agents have been sent. Not so much for Xu Ming. The focus was on Xu Ming.I've, who was highly regarded by both Elder Zhang and Prime Minister Fang. The emperor naturally wanted to assess his capabilities. Yes, your majesty. Wei Sun rose and handed over the confidential report. After reading it once, the emperor went through it again, his study falling into a long silence. These two boys are really headstrong, the emperor finally said with a sigh, shaking his head. Reckless. Wei Sun's eyes flickered, and he quickly added, But your majesty, Xu Zhuangyan and Xu Bangyan are both young men. Their vigor and boldness can be a virtue, can it not? They truly act for the nation and its people. But how can an official like that survive long in the political arena? The emperor set down the memorial and rubbed his eyes. Suppress this matter for now. Wait until Xu Ming.I've gathers evidence of the 4 powerful clans in Baihe County acting recklessly. I just hope they move quickly. If this comes to light before then, those old foxes in court will impeach them to the point of doubting their existence. And even if they gather the evidence, those people will still find a way to bite them. Forget it, the emperor muttered, a faint smile crossing his face, as if resigned. This will be a good test of their resilience. Let's see how they handle the aftermath. If they truly can't, then punish them. At least they'll learn a lesson. The next morning at court, the emperor had already put the previous night's concerns aside. After all, the events in Baihe County had just occurred and wouldn't reach Wudu for at least 7 or 8 days. This court session went smoothly, much like any other. If there was a difference, it was that ever since Xiao Machi became prime minister, the reformist faction had completely dominated the court. With the emperor's backing, the conservative faction's voice had all but disappeared. In recent days, conservative officials had either been demoted, reassigned to distant posts, or even encouraged to retire to their hometowns. They were all on edge, focused solely on self-preservation. Meanwhile, the reformists were thriving like the midday sun. And to be fair, the reformist policies had been effective, steering the Wu Kingdom in a positive direction. Do any of you have matters to report? If not, court is adjourned, the emperor said calmly. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report, a voice suddenly called out. Just as the emperor was about to formally end the session, Wang Can, the vice censor-in-chief of the imperial censorate, stepped forward. Immediately, all the officials turned to look at Wang Can before quickly averting their gazes. Although Wang Can held a mere 5th-rank position, he was infamous as the most ferocious hound of the imperial censorate. He had impeached nearly everyone in court at some point. Even the emperor himself hadn't been spared. As a result, no one took his impeachment seriously, but many found him irritating. Some officials, who were half asleep, were especially annoyed. They had hoped to end court quickly and catch up on sleep, only for Wang to waste everyone's time again. "What matter does Lord Wang wish to report?" the emperor asked with a faint smile. The emperor did not have a favorable impression of Wang Can, who would like a man who had submitted 5 memorials, accusing the emperor of dozing off in court. "Do I fall asleep every session?" the emperor thought bitterly. "Wasn't that one time simply because I stayed up late reviewing documents?" But as a censor, Wang Can had the privilege of speaking freely. The Wu kingdom prided itself on its tolerance of censors, and no one could be punished simply for their words. So, the emperor could only endure it, treating Wang Can's complaints like a dog barking. "Your Majesty, I wish to impeach Xu Ming, the Minister of Civil and Military," Wang Can declared. The moment Wang Can's words echoed through the hall, several officials who had been nodding off suddenly woke up. Who did Wang Can say he wanted to impeach? The Minister of Civil and Military? Xu Ming? Wait, that can't be right. What could Xu Ming have possibly done? Isn't he just holding an honorary title and traveling the world? He hasn't done anything, has he? Even if Xu Ming had done something, it would have happened outside the court. Wang Can has no grounds to impeach him for that. So why, out of nowhere, is Wang Can targeting Xu Ming? For a moment, many officials perked up, their interest peaked. A sense of anticipation filled the hall, and quite a few even began to feel a newfound fondness for Wang Can. Impeach Xu Ming? Sure, go ahead. Impeach him. Tear him down. If Xu Ming gets into trouble, he won't be able to become the imperial son-in-law. That means my son might have a chance. Hearing Wang Can's intention to impeach Xu Ming, the emperor's heart skipped a beat, a sense of unease settling in. "Lord Wang, you wish to impeach Xu Ming? For what reason?" the emperor asked. "Your Majesty," Wang Can responded, bowing deeply. "Last night, I received news that Xu Ming caused a bloody massacre in Baihe County. Without any evidence, he slaughtered over half the members of the Zhang, Li, Sun, and Shao families, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. As the Minister of Civil and Military, how could Xu Ming act so lawlessly, treating the laws of Wu as if they were nothing?" The emperor's brow furrowed, his voice taking on a stern and commanding tone. "Lord Wang, words have consequences. Do you have any evidence to support your claim?" Wang Can bowed deeply again, his tone unwavering. "Your Majesty, send someone to Baihe County to investigate, and the truth will come to light immediately. I am willing to stake my life on this. If I am slandering Xu Ming, I will throw myself headfirst into the pillar of this hall and end my life." As the emperor fell silent, murmurs spread across the court. Given Wang Can's certainty, the officials began to believe the claim might be true. At the front of the hall, Chancellor Shao Machi and another senior official, Yu Pingyan, remained calm and impassive. The emperor tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of the dragon throne, deep in thought. How strange. How did Wang Can learn about Xu Ming's actions? The emperor himself had only received the report late last night, delivered at top speed as a confidential dispatch. Yet somehow, Wang Can had received the same information at the same time. This clearly indicated that someone in the court, someone with ulterior motives, was monitoring Su Pongda and Xu Ming closely. It seemed likely that Xu Ming was the primary target. Whoever it was, they must have immediately seized upon any signs of trouble. After all, even though Xu Ming had declined the role of imperial son-in-law, that didn't mean others weren't eager for the position. "Baihe County is over 10,000 li from Wudu," the emperor asked, his tone calm but probing. "How did Lord Wang come by this information?" "Your Majesty," Wang Can replied confidently, without a hint of hesitation. "Last night, while reading in my study, I received a letter from a friend residing in Baihe County. In this letter, my friend described the incident in detail. Believing it to be of utmost importance, I bring it to your attention today." The emperor knew full well that Wang Can's excuse was fabricated. Yet there was little he could do to refute it. The fact that Wang Can had prepared such a plausible pretext indicated that his backers had planned thoroughly. The emperor's curiosity turned toward discovering the identity of those behind Wang Can. For them to so easily discard Wang Can as a pawn, it suggested they were formidable. While Wang Can's impeachment of Xu Ming might seem like a minor affair, it ensured that the emperor would no longer trust Wang Can. It would only be a matter of time before Wang Can was reassigned away from Wudu or even dismissed entirely. Although the emperor couldn't yet pinpoint the mastermind, he suspected it was likely one of the kingdom's regional princes. "Very well, Lord Wang," the emperor said at last. "Present the details of this matter." "Certainly," Wang Can said, bowing once more. 4 days ago, in Baihe County, Xu Ming visited a brothel. Wang Can proceeded to recount how Xu Ming had gone to the brothel, killed the eldest son of the Sun family, carried his head out, and, within a single day, nearly wiped out the 4 most prominent families of Baihe County. The court fell into murmurs. Officials exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Although no one openly criticized Xu Ming in front of the emperor, the murmurs carried words that reached his ears. How could the top scholar act so bloodthirsty? Does the top scholar even respect the law? What could possibly have driven him to such extremes? The emperor glanced at Wei Sun, the chief eunuch at his side, signaling with his eyes. Wei Sun, understanding immediately, raised his voice in a shrill tone. Silence. In the court, the murmurs of the officials gradually subsided. "Your Majesty, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. How can the laws of our Wu kingdom be trampled upon like this? Your Majesty, though we do not know how the 4 families of Baihe County offended the top scholar, such a bloodthirsty disposition is deeply concerning. Your Majesty, what wrongdoing could the other members of the 4 great families of Baihe County have committed? The top scholar is clearly engaging in wanton slaughter. Your Majesty, our Wu kingdom has worked so hard to maintain a delicate balance with the various sects, and now the top scholar has unjustly killed the legitimate disciples and personal protégés of these sects. This is not just an affront to those 4 sects. It will undoubtedly unsettle every sect, large and small." At this point, several officials stepped forward, tactfully criticizing Xu Ming. The emperor smirked coldly in his heart. These hypocrites, they claim it's for the good of Wu, but in reality, they're only looking out for themselves. At that moment, Wei Sun, the chief eunuch, stepped forward again and knelt at the emperor's side, his expression filled with fear. "Your Majesty, this servant deserves to die." "Oh." The emperor looked at Wei Sun, raising an eyebrow. "Why on earth would you deserve to die this time?" Not just the emperor, many officials in the court were also puzzled, wondering, what is this conniving eunuch up to now? How could he possibly deserve to die? "Your Majesty," Wei Sun began, trembling, "last night, this servant actually received a confidential report about Baihe County. But seeing that Your Majesty had finally gone to rest after a long day, this servant could not bear to disturb Your Majesty and thought to report it first thing in the morning instead. But then this servant foolishly forgot. This is an unforgivable offense." As he spoke, Wei Sun kowtowed 3 times in quick succession, the sound echoing sharply in the hall. "You worthless dog of a eunuch." The emperor's voice carried a tone of anger. "How could you forget something so important? Quickly, tell me what happened in Baihe County. Why did Xu Ming kill so many people? Once you've explained, I'll decide how to punish you." "Yes, Your Majesty," Wei Sun replied, his voice trembling. According to the report, he began cautiously when Xu Ming.I've assumed his position as county magistrate in Baihe County. On the very first day, a crowd of commoners gathered outside the county office, beating the grievance drum to seek justice. Magistrate Xu and Lord Xu Ming both stepped out of the office to address the matter. Wei Sun explained the entire sequence of events to Emperor Wu in detail. In reality, he was explaining it not only to the emperor, but also to the civil and military officials present. Wei Sun placed a particular emphasis on how the 4 prominent families of Baihe County had been tyrannical, leaving the common people bitterly resentful. He subtly suggested that Xu Ming and Xu Ming.I've's actions were entirely out of necessity. Otherwise, most of the minor officials in Baihe County had been bribed by these 4 families. Finding witnesses and evidence was nearly impossible. Solving any case under such circumstances was practically a fantasy. After Wei Sun finished speaking, the voices in the court gradually quieted. Initially, many officials had assumed that Xu Ming, in his youthful impulsiveness, had clashed with the four powerful families and killed them all in a moment of anger. But they hadn't expected that Xu Ming and Xu Panda's actions were not for themselves, but for the suffering people of Baihe County. Minister Wang. Emperor Wu turned to Wang Can. Xu Ming acted for the people. Moreover, before Xu Ming left, I personally granted him the Water Dragon token, giving him the authority to act first and report later. How does this violate the laws of Wu Kingdom? Cold sweat broke out on Wang Can's forehead, but he had no choice but to press on. Even with the Water Dragon token, there must still be justification for Xu Ming's actions. Justification? Oomph. Emperor Wu let out a cold laugh. The cries of the people in Baihe County are the justification. Furthermore, Xu Ming and County Magistrate Xu were already in the process of gathering evidence and were planning to report the matter to the capital. How can you assume they had no justification? If they fail to provide evidence, they will be punished accordingly. But if they do, what will you have to say for yourself, Minister Wang? The tone of Emperor Wu's voice had clearly turned displeased. Furthermore, I wish to see more upright officials like them, not those pedantic and corrupt old schemers. Your Majesty, I am deeply remorseful. Wang Can hurriedly bowed, not daring to lift his head. However, he still stubbornly retorted, even so, Your Majesty, the actions of the top scholar are still unreasonable. If everyone followed his example, what would happen to the common people? Wouldn't it create widespread fear and unrest, destabilizing the dynasty? Moreover, among the four prominent families of Baihe County, there are cultivators. While the heads of these families may be guilty, what does that have to do with the other cultivators and their families? If Xu Ming fails to produce evidence proving that these cultivators oppress the people, how can we explain this to their sects? How can we account for this to the hundreds of sects within Wu Kingdom's borders? Minister Wang, your argument is flawed. A voice suddenly interjected. All eyes turned toward the speaker. It was none other than Yu Pingyan, limping as he stepped forward to the center of the hall. Your Majesty granted the Water Dragon token to the top scholar, giving him the authority to act first and report later. What, Minister Wang? Do you think everyone under heaven holds a Water Dragon token granted by His Majesty? Moreover, you demand evidence. There's no need to wait for the top scholar to send his memorial. I could provide evidence on his behalf right now. Yu Pingyan bowed deeply toward Emperor Wu and declared, Your Majesty, this leg of mine, broken when I was still a Xiu, was because I offended Li Hui, the son of the Li family in Baihe County. He had it broken. Yu Pingyan's words caused an uproar in the hall. What does the Li family in Baihe County think they're doing? They dared to break a Xiu's leg? How could they be so bold? Does that Li Hui think that being a direct disciple of a sect gives him the right to act so recklessly? Your Majesty, this matter must not be brushed aside just because Li Hui is dead. His sect must be held accountable. For a moment, the entire court, both civil and military officials, was filled with outrage. A Xiu already holds an official title through the imperial examination, yet someone dared to break his leg? Outrageous! Did these people hold the imperial examination in contempt? Did they have no respect for official titles? This was akin to slapping the face of every scholar and official repeatedly. The military officials, in particular, had long been displeased with the mountain sections. These sects constantly refused to obey the court, either causing trouble or on their way to cause trouble. This incident presented the perfect opportunity to reprimand them. On the other hand, Wang Can was left dumbfounded. He had never expected that the Tanhua Yu Pingyan's injured leg had been the result of Baihe County's Li family's son breaking it. Even Emperor Wu was taken aback, his expression becoming stern. Minister Yu, recount the events in full detail from start to finish. 3 days after the court session in the capital, in a small farmhouse in Baihe County, Xu Ming was playing chess with Fong Ling. Two cats lazed on the courtyard wall, yawning contentedly. Fong Ling's grandchildren, Fong Wan and Fong Qianqian, were chasing chickens in the coop. "How are things progressing?" Fong Ling asked casually, placing a black piece on the board. "Not bad." Xu Ming studied the board and placed a white piece. "We've gathered a substantial amount of evidence against the 4 prominent families in Baihe County. After organizing everything, the memorial has already been sent back to the capital." "Good." Fong Ling nodded. "What do you think His Majesty will decide?" Xu Ming smiled faintly. "He'll probably order me to be punished. After all, I wiped out the 4 families in Baihe County without presenting evidence at the time. But it shouldn't be too serious. It likely won't cost me my life." "You brat." Fong Ling shook his head. "I've heard some news. A few days ago, word of what you did in Baihe County reached the court, sparking heated discussions." "Oh." Xu Ming looked up, his brows furrowing. "How did it get there so quickly? Do you even need to ask? There must be spies in Baihe County." Fong Ling rolled his eyes at Xu Ming. "During that court session, Wang Kim from the censorate accused you of reckless slaughter and disregarding the laws of Wu Kingdom. But Wei Sun, that old eunuch, had already received the news and defended you. Then, Yu Ping'an stepped forward and revealed how his leg was broken by the eldest son of the Li family." "Xu Ming." Fong Ling placed another piece on the board. "Someone is watching you. The moment you do something, especially if it can be interpreted negatively, the news reaches the capital at lightning speed, and they try to bring you down. This person has considerable influence, at least within the court, and isn't afraid to spend resources. Just look at this incident in Baihe County. They immediately had Wang can step forward to impeach you. That alone speaks volumes. But His Majesty isn't a fool. How did Wang get your news so quickly? Even a fool could deduce that someone fed it to him and urged him to act. After this, Wang will likely be reassigned or even forced into retirement. His Majesty is probably already investigating who's behind Wang Can. But even if he finds out, it might not lead anywhere because there won't be any evidence. Most likely, it's one of the vassal princes in Wu Kingdom. Didn't you say before that someone wanted you dead? It's probably one of those princes." Xu Ming chuckled and shook his head. "Because I'm a future son-in-law of the emperor?" "Exactly. Because you're the future imperial son-in-law." Fong Ling nodded. "They didn't expect to completely ruin you through this incident, but they at least hoped to drag you into a storm of criticism. What they didn't anticipate was Yu Ping'an stepping forward. A Xiaocai having his leg broken is an insult to all officials who rose through the imperial examination. And the military officials? They're undoubtedly furious. They've long disliked the cultivators, and this incident only adds fuel to their anger. Still, this time you killed too many people. His Majesty will definitely scold you verbally," Fong Ling said. "As for the sect behind Li Hui, it will probably be completely crushed. However, can you find evidence of the crimes committed by the eldest sons of the Sun, Shao, and Zhang families? That will be very difficult. The sects behind them have likely covered up their tracks through various means. If you can't find evidence, but killed them anyway, you'll have to give them an explanation. According to the rules between the Wu Kingdom Court and the Cultivation sects, they have the right to seek revenge against you anytime. The only consolation is that those sent to kill you can exceed your cultivation level by more than one realm. I advise you to return to the capital. If you continue wandering outside, you'll face one assassination attempt after another." Xu Ming shook his head. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Fong. But if I go back now, wouldn't I be mocked by the world? Wouldn't I become a coward? As long as they're only one realm above me, I'm confident I can handle them. Kid, don't think you're invincible. The number of geniuses in this world far exceeds your imagination," Fong Ling said seriously, staring at Xu Ming. Xu Ming only smiled faintly and said nothing further. Fine. I've done my part to advise you. You're on your own now." Fong Ling shook his head and dropped the subject. "When do you plan to leave Baihe County?" "There's nothing left for me to do here. I'll leave tomorrow," Xu Ming replied. "Do you have a destination in mind for your next stop?" Fong Ling asked. Xu Ming nodded. "I'm heading to fulfill an old promise. Even though she has probably forgotten me by now, I can't go back on my word. White Deer Academy? Fong Ling asked with a teasing smile. Xu Ming looked confused. Why White Deer Academy? Oh, not White Deer Academy. Then it must be the Tianxian sect. Fong Ling stroked his beard, stood up, and patted Xu Ming on the shoulder. Well, that's fine too. Although that Miss Qin probably doesn't recognize you anymore, or has even forgotten about you. Since you two are worlds apart as mortal and cultivator, it's still worth going to see her. It'll help you resolve this lingering attachment. When you return, you can marry our princess properly. Xu Ming smiled helplessly. I didn't break off the engagement because of Qing Wan. Sure. Fong Ling clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward his room. I'm going to rest for a while. I won't see you off tomorrow. Come visit this old man again when you have time. Xu Ming stood up and bowed deeply to Fong Ling. Take care, sir. Fong Ling stopped walking, nodded without turning back, and said, Come back alive. Yes. After leaving Fong Ling's countryside retreat, Xu Ming returned to the county office to pack his belongings. He didn't have much to take with him, just a small bundle. His pet, White Goose, seemed very happy upon hearing that they would leave tomorrow. Sir, the county magistrate is looking for you. A young servant came to deliver a message later that evening. Understand, Xu Ming replied. He tied up his bundle, picked up the White Goose, and headed to Su-Panda's courtyard. As soon as he stepped inside, the smell of delicious food greeted him. Su-Panda emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of squirrel fish. He grinned and said, Fifth brother, come and eat. All right. Xu Ming sat down at the table. Su-Panda quickly removed his apron and poured a cup of wine for his younger brother. Did you cook all this yourself, third brother? Xu Ming asked with a smile. Hey, Su-Panda scratched his head sheepishly. It doesn't taste great, so forgive me if it's not up to your standards. Su-Panda raised his cup. Third brother drinks to send off fifth brother. Thank you, third brother, Xu Ming replied, clinking his cup with Su-Panda's before downing the drink in one gulp. Fifth brother, aren't you going to wait for the imperial edict? Su-Panda asked. No need, Xu Ming shook his head. When the edict arrives, it'll only be to reprimand me. Since that's the case, I might as well leave before it gets here. Su-Panda frowned. Don't worry, fifth brother. I'll hold the line for you at the court. If they want to come for you, they'll have to get through me first. That won't be necessary. Xu Ming smiled. Instead, third brother, you must be careful in your own career, especially when you eventually get to the capital. Keep your wits about you near His Majesty. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. The Emperor's intentions are unpredictable. Su-Panda nodded. I'll remember that. Also, don't get too close to Mr. Xiao, Xu Ming continued. His end may not be a good one. Su-Panda opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately closed it and nodded silently. Enough of this. Let's not talk about such matters anymore. Let's eat and drink. Xu Ming changed the subject with a smile. Who knows when I'll get to taste third brother's cooking again after this. Su-Panda chuckled. Fifth brother must be heading to the Tianxian sect, right? Xu Ming nodded. You guessed it, third brother. But, fifth brother, what if Qingwan doesn't recognize you anymore? Wouldn't that make the trip pointless? Su-Panda asked, looking at his younger brother with concern. Over the years, Su-Panda had learned quite a bit about cultivators. Many of them had people they admired in the mortal world, but once they embarked on the path of immortality, those affections often became nothing more than fleeting memories. Not to mention, fifth brother and Qin Xinhuan had been separated since they were 6 or 8 years old. So many years had passed. How could she possibly remember him? Xu Ming smiled faintly. Third brother, you're overthinking it. I'm simply fulfilling my promise. If Qingwan has forgotten me, then so be it. The next morning, Xu Ming, who had already packed his luggage, was ready to leave Baihe County. As Xu Ming and Tianxian Goose stepped out of the courtyard, they saw Su-Panda waiting for them outside. Third brother, you're up so early, Xu Ming said with a smile. I'm here to see you off. Fifth brother, Su-Panda replied, his round belly giving him the air of a good-natured general. His smile was as honest and warm as it had been in their childhood. I'll walk you to the city gates. All right. Xu Ming agreed without hesitation. The two brothers chatted as they made their way toward the county office. After today, Xu would have to rely on himself to navigate the challenges in Baihe County. Fortunately, after Xu Ming's decisive actions against the county's four prominent clans, most of the troublemakers in Baihe County had been dealt with, some captured, some eliminated, and the rest silenced. As a result, Xu now held complete control over Baihe County. Moreover, the recent events had firmly established his authority and earned him the respect and admiration of the people. Moving forward, managing the county would be much easier for him. Fifth brother, what do you think we should do about the remnants of the four clans? Xu asked for Xu Ming's opinion. Back then, while Xu Ming had been ruthless toward the wicked members of the four clans, he had spared the innocent. The children, those without evidence against them, and those genuinely uninvolved. Xu Ming shook his head. For the young and innocent, provide them with some silver so they can live decently until they can stand on their own. As for those who might have committed crimes but lack sufficient evidence, you can detain them temporarily. If they're found innocent after investigation, release them. The wealth seized from the four clans should naturally go to the county office. I trust third brother has a plan for its use. Xu Ming believed Xu wouldn't embezzle the funds. Instead, he would likely use them to compensate the people oppressed by the four clans over the years, perhaps establish schools, repair roads, or undertake similar efforts for the community. Xu glanced at his younger brother. Aren't you worried that sparing those people might lead them to seek revenge against you in the future? Xu Ming smiled faintly. If they come seeking revenge, let them come. For now, they're innocent. But if they decide to pick up a blade against me in the future, they should be ready to face the consequences. Xu stared at his younger brother for a moment before laughing. Fair enough. The two brothers exited the county office. As they stepped through the gates, they saw a large group of townsfolk kneeling outside. Thank you, Lord Wenwooking, Minister of Letter and Arms, for clearing my name. Thank you, Lord Wenwooking. If it weren't for you, my daughter would not rest in peace. Thank you, Lord Wenwooking, for standing up for us. The voices of gratitude echoed outside the county office. Xu Ming turned to Xu puzzled. Xu smiled. Don't look at me like that. Ever since that day, you've become a hero in the hearts of Baihe County's people. A few days ago, I merely mentioned that you'd be leaving. I didn't expect the townsfolk to gather here of their own accord. Xu Ming stepped forward and helped an elderly woman to her feet. Please, everyone rise. This is simply what your county magistrate and I should do. Lord Xu, you're too modest. Many officials don't even fulfill their basic duties. Without you, we wouldn't know what to do, the elderly woman said as she stepped forward. Today, knowing that you're leaving, we've come to see you off and offer a small token of our gratitude. Seeing the sincerity in the eyes of the people of Baihe County, Xu Ming felt a subtle stir in his heart. He bowed deeply to them. The crowd was startled by his gesture and hastily knelt again, leaving Xu Ming momentarily at a loss for what to do. Firecrackers went off along the streets as Xu Ming and Xu walked out of Baihe County, surrounded by the grateful townsfolk. Just as they passed through the city gates, they saw two dignified officials galloping toward them on white horses. If Xu Ming wasn't mistaken, those were white dragon horses from Wudu, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a single day and specifically used to deliver imperial decrees. Whoa! The two officials reined in their horses. They clearly recognized Xu Ming and Xu After all, the portraits of the top 3 candidates in the imperial examination have been widely circulated in Wudu. However, they seemed surprised by the large crowd of Baihe County residents following behind the two brothers. Xu Ming received the imperial decree. The two officials dismounted and took out the golden imperial edict. Xu Ming, here to receive the decree. Xu Ming stepped forward, bowing respectfully. The townsfolk behind him were momentarily stunned. An imperial decree? After a moment of confusion, someone in the crowd reminded them of protocol. Those with scholarly titles bent at the waist in respect, while those without knelt to the ground. The official began reading aloud. By the emperor's command, beloved Minister Xu Ming, in a single day, Wielding the water dragon token, you slew nearly 100 members of the Sun, Shao, Li, and Zhang families in Baihe County, shaking the court. However, I have reviewed your memorial and understand that the 4 families committed heinous crimes. Your actions were for the welfare of Baihe County's people. Nonetheless, you mistakenly killed the eldest sons of the Shao, Zhang, and Sun families, for whom there is no concrete evidence of guilt. The Thundermark sect, Mountain Moving sect, and Spring sect have raised complaints. You are to resolve the matter personally. In the future, I hope you will not act on impulse and will think carefully before taking action. This decree ends. Your servant, Xu Ming, accepts the decree. Xu Ming straightened and accepted the imperial edict. The decree's contents were more or less what he had expected. The emperor was merely going through the motions. The death of Li Hui from the Li family was well-deserved, and the sect behind the Li family would likely face annihilation. As for the sons of the other 3 families, Xu Ming had indeed failed to gather sufficient evidence. The emperor's phrase, resolve the matter personally, essentially meant, if those 3 sects come after you, you're on your own. However, the final line, I hope you will not act on impulse and will think carefully before taking action, was a clear warning. Those sects won't dare to break the rules to kill you, so handle them properly. One of the officials stepped forward and conveyed a message, saying, Grand Eunuch Wei asked me to pass along a word. This time, you truly acted recklessly. Xu Ming smiled faintly. The so-called message from Grand Eunuch Wei was really the emperor's words, simply delivered under the guise of Wei's son. It was indeed a bit impulsive, Xu Ming admitted. He turned to look at the people of Baihe County behind him. But if I were to do it again, I think I'd still make the same choice. Master, in a humble countryside courtyard in Baihe County, a woman approached her husband. On the official records of Wu Kingdom, Lady Fong was already 60 years old. Yet she looked no older than 30. Although she wasn't a breathtaking beauty, she had a charm that was undeniably captivating. With the passage of time, her elegance had matured, giving her an aura of timeless allure. Fong Ling responded with a nod, scattering feed for the chickens as he spoke. Xu Ming has left. Yes, master. The top scholar left today. Many of Baihe County's townsfolk escorted him out of the city for 5 miles, Lady Fong said with a smile. The last time the townspeople sent someone off like this, it was for you. The people are simple at heart. Treat them well, and they'll lift you up like no other, Fong Ling chuckled. That young man left in such a hurry. Perhaps he was worried about being scolded by the emperor? Well, it seems the imperial decree didn't catch up to him after all. Not quite, Lady Fong replied, stifling a laugh. As it turns out, the decree arrived just as he was leaving the city. Fortunately, they say the emperor merely chastised him a bit and didn't impose any real punishment. That's to be expected, Fong Ling said, tossing another handful of millet to the chickens. It's mostly because the crimes of those 3 sect disciples couldn't be proven. Otherwise, this incident might have been seen as Xu Ming earning merit. Now, with the imperial decree framing it as a conflict among cultivators and unrelated to the court, those 3 sects will likely pursue Xu Ming for the sake of their reputation. But Xu Ming has great fortune and resilience. He won't die. Letting him endure a bit of hardship might even do him good. Fong Ling left unsaid what he suspected, that the emperor had likely dispatched people to secretly protect Xu Ming. Handing his bowl to his wife, Fong Ling said, Shinner, I'll go rest for a while. Wake me in half an hour. Of course, master, Lady Fong nodded. Fong Ling retreated to his room for a nap, while Lady Fong continued feeding the chickens in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Fong Wan and Fong Qianqian, exhausted from playing with the cats and dogs, had dozed off under the eaves, each clutching a kitten. Lady Fong smiled fondly and carried her grandson and granddaughter back to their room. But just as she gently closed the door to the children's room, her expression suddenly tensed. At the same time, the window in Fong Ling's room flew open with a loud bang. A shadowy figure in black appeared at Fong Ling's bedside, a dagger thrusting straight for his heart. In that split second, a fluffy tail coiled tightly around the intruder's wrist. Immortal, dressed in a black gown, turned her head curiously toward the source of the tail. Lady Fong now stood with a pair of white fox ears protruding from her head, her crimson eyes gleaming like translucent rubies. Behind her, three tails swayed elegantly in the air. With a powerful tug, Lady Fong yanked Mo toward her, and another tail shot forward like a sharp blade, aiming straight for Mo's heart. The tail pierced through Mo's chest, but a sly smile curled at the corners of Mo's lips. In an instant, Mo dissolved into hundreds of black butterflies, scattering in all directions. Lady Fong's eyes narrowed. She whirled around, her razor-sharp claws slashing toward the space behind her. Clang! The sound of claws clashing with a dagger echoed through the air. Mo flipped gracefully, landing steadily on the ground. Well, she said, her tone laced with amusement as she examined Lady Fong. Who would have thought that the wife of Wu Kingdom's prime minister is actually a white fox demon from the Kingdom of Demons? Truly fascinating. Lady Fong didn't bother responding. The four tails swaying behind her grew longer and sharper, thrusting toward Mo once more. Unfortunately, her strike missed again. Mo vanished from the room in an instant. Lady Fong flared her nostrils slightly, sensing the surroundings. Once she confirmed that the assassin had left, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Walking over to her husband's bedside, she grasped his hand gently. Fong Ling was still deep in slumber, as if no commotion could ever wake him. Honestly, why is everyone so hard to kill these days? Outside the quiet courtyard, Mo patted down her black dress, shaking off imaginary dust. That Xu Ming is already difficult enough to kill, she murmured. And now this old man has a fox demon by his side? A woman from the Southern Demon Kingdom married to the Prime Minister of Wu Kingdom. How peculiar. She chuckled lightly, a glint of mischief in her eyes. If the world were to learn of this, I wonder how they'd react. But then she shrugged dismissively. Not my problem. Whoever wants to kill Fong Ling can deal with him. My target is Xu Ming. Speaking of which, where has my little prey run off to now? Mo pulled out a compass. The needle spun wildly before settling, pointing northward. Heading in that direction means Mo mused, her lips curling into a smile. Ah, the Tianxin sect. Tianxin sect, Dang Tian Mountain. On the towering mountain, outer disciples were undergoing selection trials for the inner sect. Passing these trials meant becoming an inner disciple, a position vastly superior to that of an outer disciple. The benefits and status were worlds apart. This time, the one overseeing the selection was a young woman. Standing gracefully atop the peak, she wore an elegant azure silk blouse paired with a flowing skirt adorned with floral patterns. A sheer blue shawl draped over her shoulders, accentuating her slender frame and delicate complexion. Her skin was smooth as jade, her fragrance subtle yet enchanting. With a gentle sway of her hips and light steps, her movements exuded an ethereal beauty. Her almond-shaped eyes shimmered like rippling spring water, while her peach blossom-shaped pupils radiated charm. The slight upward tilt at the corners of her eyes seemed to capture the essence of all earthly splendor. Her ebony hair cascaded over her shoulders, a single intricate gold hairpin studded with amethyst resting atop her head. A delicate tassel dangled from the pin, brushing lightly against her dark locks. Her rosy lips and fine, jade-like fingers made her beauty almost surreal. She toyed absent-mindedly with her hair, her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. "Junior Sister Qingwan, would you like a few Tianxuan fruits?" A young man approached her, smiling warmly. This was Xia Donghua, the son of the Tianxian sect's leader. Qin Qingwan glanced at him, her eyes curving into a soft smile. "Thank you, senior brother, but I'll have to decline. I've been cultivating my spiritual energy lately, so it's best I avoid such richly infused fruits." "Ah, I see," Xia Donghua replied, stepping beside her. "By the way, Qingwan, I remember you like the blood Taurus flowers, right? Recently, I discovered a field of them on a plain east of the sect. Would you like to visit?" "Senior brother, I'm not particularly fond of blood Taurus," Qin Qingwan said politely, shaking her head with a gentle smile. "You're not?" Xia Donghua blinked, surprised. But I heard Elder Wang Xian say you take care of the blood Taurus flower bed in the Valley of 1,000 Blossoms every day. That's true, Qin Xingwan said, her smile deepening. I don't especially like blood Taurus flowers, but I do enjoy watching them bloom. The Ascension Mountain of the Tianxian sect, also known as the Tao-seeking mountain or heart-questioning mountain, holds great significance. Legend has it that this mountain was carried over from the southern demon territories, heavenly mountain range by the sect's founding ancestor when the Tianxian sect was established. When cultivators set foot on this mountain, the path they have chosen to cultivate is put to the test, and their Tao hearts are repeatedly questioned. The higher one climbs, the firmer their Tao heart is proven to be. Among the younger generation, only Qin Xingwan has ever reached the summit of Ascension Mountain, doing so without a moment's hesitation. In contrast, the outer disciples participating in the inner sect selection pale in comparison. These outer disciples are chosen through a competition within the outer sect. According to the sect's rules, reaching halfway up the mountain qualifies them to pass the selection and officially become inner sect disciples. However, Qin Xingwan believes that less than 1/10 of these outer disciples will make it this time. As Elder Qin put it, this is the worst batch of outer disciples I have ever seen. But then again, he said the same thing last time. As expected, out of the 300 disciples climbing Ascension Mountain, only 25 managed to reach halfway up. The highest climber fell short of the summit by nearly 50 zhang. Regardless, the inner sect trials had finally concluded. Before Xia Donghua and the others could invite Qin Xingwan to visit the neighboring Watching Sea Peak, she hurriedly flew back to her home at the Valley of 1,000 Blossoms. When Qin Xingwan returned, she found her master waiting for her amidst a sea of flowers. "Master," Qin Xingwan stepped forward and bowed. "Why have you come?" "There's something I need to discuss with you," Wang Xian said slowly. Qin Xingwan tilted her head curiously. "What is it, master?" Wang Xian extended a hand and ruffled her hair. "Xingwan, you've reached the late stage of the Sea Observation Realm. I've had you suppress your breakthrough into the Dragon Gate realm for 2 reasons. First, to prepare for the trial in the rootless secret realm. Second, to ensure that when you leap over the Dragon Gate, it will stand higher. Now, it's time for you to descend the mountain." "Descend the mountain?" Qin Xingwan froze for a moment before her beautiful peach blossom eyes lit up with joy brighter than the sea of flowers around her. "Master, does this mean I can return to Wudu?" Wang Xian shook his head with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "I'm sending you down the mountain, but not to return to Wudu." "Oh." Qin Xingwan's peach blossom eyes dimmed with disappointment. "Then why am I going down the mountain, master?" Wang Xian looked into her eyes. "Didn't I just explain? You've reached the required cultivation level and have nearly mastered the Tianxian heart method, but your experience of the world is too shallow. This descent is both a training exercise and a mission to retrieve a treasure." "Another treasure hunt?" Qin Xingwan felt a bit bored at the thought. She recalled her first task upon joining the Tianxian sect years ago, retrieving a treasure. In the end, she acquired a Tao Heart Lotus, which her master had her consume. Yet, she hadn't noticed any difference since then. "What kind of treasure this time, master?" Qin Xingwan asked. "This time, even I do not know what the treasure is," Wang Xian replied. "But I have divined that an extraordinary item will emerge in Baiwa City, located in Qingyang County on the border of Wu Kingdom. Baiwa City lies at the boundary between Wu Kingdom and the Southern Demon Kingdom. It's likely that other sects have also divined this and sent their cultivators there. This mission will involve the personal disciple of White Crane Peak's master, the sect leader's son, and the Sword Peak master's son accompanying you. You will set off tomorrow. Prepare yourself well, and remember to be cautious during this journey." "Understood," Qin Xingwan responded with a bow. After assigning the task, Wang Xian said no more. He spent some time discussing her recent insights into Tao techniques before leaving. Once her master departed, Qin Xingwan began preparing for her journey. Qin Xingwan quickly strode forward, her long legs beneath her dress, carrying her to the flower garden in front of the small wooden house. Squatting down beside the patch of blood-red Taurus flowers that were still in bud, she gently caressed them and murmured, "Hurry up and bloom. Okay? It will be perfect if you waited until I return to blossom. Once you bloom again, I'll finally be able to see Brother Ming." As if the blood Taurus flowers understood her words, they swayed gently in the breeze, nodding slightly. Speaking of which, after all these years, does Brother Ming still remember the promise he made to me? I wonder if he has someone he likes now. She mused, resting her fair chin on her hand and pouting softly. The young girl, nearing the prime of her youth at 16, felt a tinge of melancholy. "Move faster, you dead dog. I'm already moving as fast as I can." "Fast? My foot. You take a few steps and then rest. At this pace, it'll take us half a year to find the princess." "Oh, come on, don't rush. We've already locked onto the princess's direction. Finding her is only a matter of time. Humans have a saying, haste makes waste." "Shut up." The one-legged fiery bird perched atop the large black dog jabbed it forcefully with its beak. The black dog yelped in pain, baring its teeth, but didn't retaliate. Feeling wronged, it could only quicken its pace in silence. "Honestly, I really don't want to go back to Wu Kingdom." The black dog sighed as it trudged forward. "Last time I was there, I almost got killed by the Wu Emperor and turned into dog meat hot pot. And you still have the nerve to bring that up. Not only did you fail the mission, but you also wasted a void shard. When we returned, the Prime Minister scolded you so harshly it was unbearable." The fiery bird by Fong snapped in irritation. "Think about it, though. At least we discovered the eternal spirit root, right?" The black dog chuckled slyly. "That counts as making up for it, doesn't it? That was pure luck on your part." Bai Fong turned its head away in disdain. "Still, I have to admit, Wu Kingdom really has been blessed in recent years. First, they're the innate sacred physique and the innate sword bone, and now the eternal spirit root. It's not surprising," the black dog said with a smirk. "Wu Kingdom borders the southern demon kingdom, and its geographical location is terrible. The heavenly Tao compensates for such things. Since Wu Kingdom has a bad location, it naturally receives some blessings to balance things out. Enough of that. We have two main objectives this time." Bai Fong declared, its tone sharp. "First, find a princess and awaken her memories. Second, eliminate that Xu Ming and extract his eternal spirit root. If we fail this time, dead dog, you know what the consequences will be." Bai Fong fixed the black dog with a piercing gaze. The usually frivolous black dog dropped its playful demeanor, nodding solemnly. "You don't need to remind me. I already know." "Boss, 5 pounds of braised beef, a pot of green ant wine, and a plate of stewed tofu skin." At the foot of Huangqingfeng Mountain in Qingyang County, a man sat down in a small tavern. The man was quite handsome, his refined and scholarly face exuding an air of determination. Yet, his entire being carried the aura of a learned scholar. In simple terms, the man combined the elegance of a scholar with the rugged vitality of a warrior. Whether a woman preferred tough men or refined scholars, he possessed an irresistible charm to both. However, what was unusual was the fact that the man was accompanied by a large white goose. This white goose stayed close by his side and appeared surprisingly intelligent. Strangely enough, despite being a goose, it carried a certain delicate and handsome air. On closer inspection, one could even notice that the goose had long eyelashes. Those lashes were unexpectedly elegant. The more you looked, the more you realized this white goose was oddly good-looking. "Sir, your dishes are ready. Please enjoy. Let me know if you need anything," the waiter said as he placed the food on the table. Just as the goose was about to dig in, the man, Xu Ming, grabbed its wing and smiled at the waiter. "Waiter, this beef doesn't look very fresh. How about you try a piece first?" The waiter paused for a moment before laughing. "Sir, what are you talking about? This beef was slaughtered just this morning. It's as fresh as it gets." "Fresh just because it's from this morning? I think you should try it yourself." Xu Ming smiled. "What's the matter, waiter? Don't you dare taste your own braised beef. Sir, you jest. Of course I dare. Then go ahead and try it. You'll see if I'm wrong. Xu Ming handed the waiter a pair of chopsticks. All right then, I'll have a taste. But don't make me pay for it. The waiter smiled as he took the chopsticks, picking up a piece of braised beef and bringing it to his mouth. But just as the waiter was about to take a bite, a flash of cold steel glinted from his sleeve. The waiter pulled out a dagger and lunged it towards Xu Ming's chest. Goose! Fuck! The white goose flapped its wings in shock, preparing to kick the waiter. But Xu Ming had already struck, delivering a punch straight to the waiter's chest. The force of his mountain-shattering strike reduced the waiter to a mist of blood. Attack! The other customers in the tavern, realizing their ambush had been discovered, drew their weapons and charged at Xu Ming. Half an incense stick's time later, the tavern fell into silence. The assassins were utterly annihilated, some with their spirits shattered, some with their skulls crushed by Xu Ming's fists. Others had their throats sliced open by the wind blades conjured by the goose's flapping wings, their blood soaking the dirt floor. Goose, goose, goose. What a nuisance. Can't even enjoy a peaceful meal anymore. The white goose honked a few times, clearly annoyed. Since leaving Baihe County, Xu Ming and the goose had been ambushed more than 10 times in just over half a month. At first, the cultivators from the Thundermark sect and the mountain-moving sect at least had the decency to declare, "I'm here to take your head." But after those cultivators were slaughtered by Xu Ming, they switched tactics to stealth and assassination. Now, they'd even stooped to poisoning attempts. Those 3 sects not only failed to regain their dignity, but also lost at least 40 Sea Observation Realm cultivators to us. They can't even send their Golden Core elders after us. They must be fuming right now, so resorting to such lowly tricks is only to be expected. Xu Ming washed his hands, then went to the tavern's kitchen and found some untouched braised beef and wine that hadn't been poisoned. However, the smell of blood in the place was too overwhelming, so Xu Ming took the Tianxin goose and walked some distance ahead before sitting on a rock to enjoy their meal. Goose, goose, goose. How did you know they'd poison the food? Tianxin goose grabbed a piece of beef with its beak, tossed it into the air, and caught it in its mouth. I didn't actually know they'd poison the food. I just thought the tables and utensils here looked a bit too new, so I tested him. I didn't expect it to actually work. Xu Ming took a sip of the wine and had to admit, it tasted pretty good. Tianxin goose rolled its eyes at him. Goose, goose, goose? Aren't we supposed to head straight to Tianxin's sect to meet Qingwan? Why are we taking a detour? Where are we going now? No rush. Let's visit the border town of Qingyang County first, then head to Tianxin's sect. We've got time. Xu Ming let out a satisfied burp and glanced at Tianxin goose. By the way, you've been spiritually awakened for a while now, and you've long refined the horizontal bone in your throat. Why can't you speak human language yet? Goose, goose, goose. I don't know either. At the mention of this, Tianxin goose visibly drooped, looking dejected. It puzzled itself as well. It had clearly refined its throat's horizontal bone long ago, and should have been able to speak, yet all it could say was goose, goose, goose. It's all right. Seeing the goose's downcast look, Xu Ming comforted it. When we get to Tianxin's sect, we'll see if Qingwan can ask her master to help you figure out. Tianxin goose snorted and turned its head. Goose, goose, goose. And you think Qingwan will help? She's probably already forgotten about us. Xu Ming spread his hands. If that's the case, there's nothing we can do. You'll just have to keep honking forever. Goose. Tianxin goose was furious. It flew behind Xu Ming and repeatedly smacked the back of his head with its wings. After filling their stomachs, Xu Ming and Tianxin goose continued on their way toward the border town in Qingyang County. The town, Baiwa City, sat on the border between the Wu Kingdom and the Southern Demon Kingdom. Though it was technically part of Wu Kingdom's territory, it was essentially no man's land. Qingyang County couldn't establish an official government there, and the Southern Demon Kingdom didn't claim control either. Yet, neither side was willing to admit the town belonged to the other, so both had unilaterally included it on their maps. In truth, the town served as a buffer zone between the two powers. 3 days later, Xu Ming and Tianxin goose arrived at Baiwa City. There were no guards at the city gate. Xu Ming and Tianxian Goose walked straight in. But the moment Xu Ming stepped into the city, a surge of demonic energy rushed toward him. Yet, the streets were filled with bustling humans going about their lives. Xu Ming closed his eyes, then reopened them, his pupils now glowing with Tao patterns that revealed the truth behind illusions. Scanning the scene before him, his brows furrowed tightly. What is going on in this city? The Tao pattern eyes surfaced in Xu Ming's pupils. With the power of the Tao pattern eyes, Xu Ming could pierce through all illusions. In this town called Baiwa City, the people walking along the streets were, in fact, all monsters. Not a single human among them. And these monsters weren't those that had cultivated to the point of taking human form. Instead, it seemed as though some kind of illusion technique had been used to make others perceive them as human, while in reality, they all retained their beastly appearances. What is going on here? Xu Ming murmured to himself, his mind swirling with doubts. Could it be that all these monsters were adept at illusion techniques? Xu Ming, don't you think these people look a little odd? Tianxian Goose rubbed its head with a wing. Though it couldn't see their true forms, its instincts told it something was off about these people. They do seem strange. Xu Ming nodded, but didn't reveal the truth of what he saw to Tianxian Goose. Let's leave the city for now, Xu Ming said to the goose. Something wasn't right here, and Xu Ming decided it was best to leave without alarming anyone, pretending he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Goose! Tianxian Goose cocked its head, confused about why Xu Ming wanted to leave the city right after entering it. Still, it couldn't shake the feeling that this place wasn't right. Together, they made their way toward the city gates. But as they walked, they soon realized something was very wrong. The city gates, clearly within sight, somehow remained unreachable no matter how far they walked. No matter how they moved forward, they always ended up back where they started. Tianxian Goose looked at Xu Ming, its expression tinged with nervousness. Don't panic. We've likely stumbled into some sort of barrier. This isn't something our enemies could have done. After all, even their sect masters are only at the nascent soul realm. Unless one of them came here personally, they wouldn't be capable of creating something like this. And since Golden Core realm cultivators fear the Wu Kingdom's might and wouldn't dare attack me, let alone a nascent soul realm master, this can't be their doing. Since we're already here, we might as well stay and figure out what's going on. Xu Ming's words were meant to reassure Tianxian Goose, though inwardly, he couldn't help but remain cautious. He wasn't particularly worried about the three sects seeking revenge on him, but he was wary of other unknown forces. After all, someone had been powerful enough to send the Black Lotus sect's Sanus after him. Tianxian Goose swallowed nervously and nodded in agreement. But just as it turned to follow Xu Ming, it suddenly let out a loud goose. The goose darted behind Xu Ming, wrapping its wings tightly around his leg. Peeking out from behind him, it shivered violently. Xu Ming frowned deeply. This time, even without activating the Tao pattern eyes, Xu Ming saw what they revealed. Dog demons walked upright, strutting with pride. Cat demons, dressed in human clothes, beckoned customers into brothels. Snake demons slithered through the streets, their tails coiled around fans as they swayed back and forth. A bull demon operated a noodle stall, slicing meat into bowls of noodles, meat of an origin that one wouldn't dare guess. These demons clearly possessed a high level of intelligence, yet none had transformed into human form. It was bizarre, truly bizarre. For anyone with a penchant for anthropomorphic creatures, this place would be paradise. Tianxian Goose stretched its neck, peeking out from behind Xu Ming. Xu Ming, did you see that? Xu Ming nodded. I saw it. Tianxian Goose gulped. What the heck is going on here? Xu Ming shook his head. I don't know. Tianxian Goose swallowed nervously. So what do we do now? Xu Ming chuckled. What else can we do? We'll take things as they come. Unless you can find a way out. Do you have a better idea? Tianxian Goose. Let's go. We'll find a place to eat. Stop being so jumpy. You're a demon too, aren't you? Look at that chicken demon over there. Technically, you could call them your relative. Xu Ming teased. Annoyed, Tianxian Goose smacked Xu Ming on the back of the head with its wing. I'm a goose. Thank you very much. All right, you're a goose. Xu Ming didn't argue further and headed deeper into the town. He stopped in front of a tavern. The tavern's proprietress was a sheep demon. She milked herself, mixed the milk with some other unknown liquids, and served it to her customers. They paid her with ordinary silver coins. Amitba, kind benefactor, would you care to form a virtuous bond? A voice called out from behind Xu Ming. Turning around, he saw a tiger standing upright, dressed in a monk's robes and holding a monk's staff. Xu Ming stared at the tiger, then fished a few silver fragments from his pocket and tossed them into the iron alms bowl the tiger held. Are you a monk? The tiger in the monk's robe smiled. Why wouldn't I be a monk? Can demons become monks? Xu Ming pressed, directly pointing out the tiger's demonic nature. Although this town was bizarre, with demons openly roaming its streets without hostility toward him, Xu Ming suspected this place's demons were different from those elsewhere. Why wouldn't demons be monks? The tiger laughed. A monk wears robes, I wear robes. A monk carries a staff, I carry a staff. A monk abstains from killing. I've been a vegetarian for years. A monk recites scriptures. I recite scriptures too. Now tell me, am I a monk or not? Xu Ming blinked, momentarily stunned. The tiger had a point. You, human, don't seem to have much wisdom. You're not suited to be a monk, the tiger said, shaking his head with a hint of disappointment. Then he sighed and walked off, continuing to seek alms. Xu Ming continued forward. He arrived at a temple, where many demons entered to burn incense and worship Buddha, mimicking human customs. The difference was on the main hall's high platform sat a toad dressed in golden robes, its demeanor solemn and dignified. The enormous toad's bulging eyes scanned the crowd as demons came and went. Goose, goose, goose? What kind of Buddha is this? Tianxin Goose was dumbfounded, its worldview thoroughly shaken. This toad, naturally, is the toad Buddha, the golden-clad toad said with a laugh. The other demons acted as if they hadn't heard anything and continued their worship. Xu Ming stepped forward and offered a polite bow. Sitting in a golden body on a high platform, aren't you afraid the Buddhist sects will hold you accountable? Hold me accountable? The golden toad croaked loudly. People ask me to catch bugs, and I oblige. They ask me to guard against mosquitoes at night, and I send my descendants to help. When they pray for healing, I aid in curing their illnesses. The deeds of Buddha, I perform just the same. In fact, compared to some Buddhas, I'm far more responsive. Now tell me, am I Buddha, or are they? Xu Ming thought that the toad Buddha made a lot of sense with its words. After replying to Xu Ming, the toad Buddha closed its eyes again and continued listening to the prayers of other demons. At this moment, Xu Ming was finally certain that this town was not a trap set for him. The thick demonic aura emanating from the toad Buddha was something Xu Ming had never encountered before, and it carried a hint of Buddhist serenity. If the toad Buddha intended to harm him, Xu Ming wasn't even sure he could leave the main hall alive. Moreover, with so many demons around, Xu Ming wouldn't stand a chance against them all. There was no reason to go through such trouble just to target him. After leaving the temple, Xu Ming encountered a wild chicken perched on a phoenix tree, standing tall and proud. Xu Ming asked, "What are you doing?" The wild chicken replied, "The phoenix rests on the phoenix tree. I'm resting here." Xu Ming asked again, "Are you a phoenix?" The wild chicken lifted its head arrogantly and said, "The phoenix is a bird. I'm also a bird. The phoenix has wings. I also have wings. Why am I not a phoenix?" Xu Ming. Such incidents were countless in this small town. A snake coiled itself on an eave, spitting and hissing constantly, thinking it was a true dragon. A pack of wolves took over the county office, dressed in magistrates' robes, claiming to be officials. The wolf magistrate's subordinates, a group of old dogs, silently patrolled the streets, seemingly serious in their duties. A plump fox wearing silk robes acted like a merchant, engaging in heated arguments over a single copper coin during transactions. This place resembled a human city, yet not a single human was present. However, The atmosphere everywhere bore a distinctly human flavor. Xu Ming found an inn to stay in. Later, a monkey with a small flower pinned to its head knocked on Xu Ming's door, asking if Xu Ming needed any special services. When Xu Ming opened the door, the monkey, named Little Flower, brightened upon seeing him. She immediately stated that Xu Ming was her type and that she would offer him a discount. Xu Ming, however, refused. Still, he gave her some money and invited her in. Naturally, Xu Ming wasn't interested in any special services. Other than some people from his previous life on Blue Star, no normal person would have taste that heavy. Xu Ming wanted to ask her about the strange nature of this town. You want to know about this place, young master? Little Flower, holding a handkerchief, looked puzzled by Xu Ming's question. This is just how this town is. Is it so strange? On the contrary, you humans show up occasionally and then vanish suddenly. Vanish suddenly? Xu Ming became more confused. Yes, Little Flower replied, batting her eyelashes at Xu Ming. Every now and then, humans come in. But after a short period, maybe 3 months, or at most a year or 2, they suddenly disappear, as if they were never here. Those people always had the same confused expression as you, claiming they came from the outside world and asking us how to leave. But how would we know? We've lived here for generations. Little Flower shrugged helplessly. Xu Ming frowned slightly. But I did hear my great-grandmother say that when she was young, there used to be many humans here. Over time, they gradually disappeared, leaving only us behind, Little Flower added. Your great-grandmother? Where is she now? Xu Ming asked. My great-grandmother passed away over 200 years ago, Little Flower answered coyly, as if anticipating Xu Ming's question. Xu Ming carefully processed what Little Flower had said. First, this place seemed isolated from the world, likely sealed within a boundary that allowed entry but no exit. Secondly, this city was not like this more than 200 years ago. Back then, it was connected to the outside world. The issue lies in this more than 200 years ago. If Baiwa City had been like this 200 years ago, no matter how remote it might be, Xu Ming would surely have heard about such a place. A city like this would have been extremely famous, attracting numerous cultivators to investigate it. But Xu Ming had never heard of Baiwa City being this way. Could it be? Suddenly, a bold yet reasonable idea formed in Xu Ming's mind. Could the flow of time in this place be different from that of the outside world? Could it be that Baiwa City only became like this in the past year or 2, but for those inside, a couple of years outside translates to over 200 years here? And honestly, Xu Ming was quite concerned about what Little Flower had said. Humans vanish within 3 months at the shortest, a year or 2 at the longest. Xu Ming didn't believe for a second that the humans who disappeared had returned to the outside world. If they had made it back, the strange nature of Baiwa City would have surely spread through their stories. Therefore, those who vanished most likely truly disappeared. Young master, do you really not need me to serve you? I wouldn't even charge you, Little Flower said softly, stepping closer as she saw Xu Ming deep in thought. Startled, Xu Ming quickly stood up. No need, truly. Thank you, Miss Little Flower, for your insights. Honestly, young master, you really are so oblivious to affection. Little Flower sighed as she stood up with an air of grievance. She walked out of the room, muttering with regret, such a handsome young master, but what a pity. He's probably going to disappear soon, too. Goose, goose, goose. What do we do now? The Tianxian goose asked Xu Ming. Since ancient times, life has always been accompanied by death, caused by effect and entry by exit. There must be a way out. We just need to find it, Xu Ming said, his gaze landing on the bag on the table. Inside the bag were the ashes of Shun Sheng. Once again, Xu Ming recalled Shun Sheng's dying words. Shun Sheng had lived in Baiwa City of Qingyang County for many years and had even entrusted his ashes to Xu Ming, an enemy, hoping they would be returned to the city. This place might have an extraordinary connection to Shun Sheng. Xu Ming's fingers tapped the table unconsciously as he thought aloud. Tomorrow, we'll head to the other side of Baiwa City and see if anyone there recognizes Shun Sheng. At the same time, 3 men and 1 woman entered Baiwa City. As soon as they stepped into the city, They all stopped in their tracks. What's going on? Wasn't just daytime? Why did it suddenly turn dark? Asked Xia Donghua, the son of the sect master of the Tianxian sect, frowning. There's a huge demonic aura here, another man commented. The lone woman among them began chanting a spell, sending golden runes flying toward the four directions of the city. After a long while, she opened her eyes, frowned deeply, and shook her head. We can't get out. Early in the morning, Xu Ming and the Tianxian goose left the inn and headed in the opposite direction within White Marsh City. Excuse me, do you know a man named Xinsheng? Excuse me, do you know a man named Xinsheng? He's about my height and has a build similar to mine. As he walked, Xu Ming asked passersby. After a while, Xu Ming realized how foolish it was to ask like this, so he decided to draw a portrait based on his memory and use it to inquire about Xinsheng. Xu Ming's drawing skills were mediocre, and given how long it had been, the sketch resembled Xinsheng by only about 60 or 70%. Still, none of the people he asked knew who Xinsheng was. The only one who claimed to know Xinsheng turned out to be a black widow spider. Its real intent was to lure Xu Ming into its web and do unspeakable things with him. When Xu Ming realized this, he gave the spider a thorough beating. What a joke. Did it think his tastes were that extreme? He didn't even consider the monkey, let alone a spider. And black widows eat their mates. Who could handle that? After walking for half a day and asking over 100 people, Xu Ming found no clues about Xinsheng. By noon, Xu Ming took the Tianxian goose to a noodle stand for lunch. The owner of the stand was a massive lizard, resembling one of the largest lizard species back on Blue Star. What was it called again? Xu Ming couldn't quite recall. Looking at the chunks of meat in his bowl, Xu Ming felt a bit uneasy. Could it be human flesh? To be sure, he discreetly used his Dao pattern eye to peek into the kitchen. It turned out to be genuine beef, marbled with fat and perfectly legitimate. And to his surprise, the taste was excellent. Boss, you're using beef here. Doesn't the old ox across the street have any objections? Xu Ming asked while settling the bill. Across from the noodle stand was a clothing store run by a yellow ox. What's there to object to? The lizard boss rolled his eyes. Beasts and demons are two entirely different things. Animals that haven't gained sentience aren't even the same species as us demons. There's no way that ox would hold a grudge against me over some brainless beast. Of course, if you really want to talk about it, sure, the ox selling clothes might not like the fact that I make beef noodles and beef offal soup. But so what? It can't beat me. If it really ticks me off, I'll make soup with its ox whip. Xu Ming. He hadn't expected the boss to be this bold. By the way, you haven't been in Baiwa City for long, have you? The lizard boss asked. That's right, Xu Ming nodded. I just arrived yesterday. No wonder. The lizard boss tapped his pipe and blew out a puff of smoke. It's been about 50 years since a human last came in. Kid, you'd better be careful. There are still plenty of demons in Baiwa City who love the taste of human flesh. Don't end up as someone's dish. Thank you for the warning, Xu Ming said with a bow. Then he suddenly realized the boss seemed quite old. You mentioned it's been 50 years since anyone came in. If I may ask, how old are you? The lizard boss chuckled. I'm 200 years old. Around here, folks give me some respect and call me Lizard Brother Lang. Do you happen to know a man named Xinsheng? Xu Ming asked, pulling out his sketch. He looks roughly like this. Since this lizard boss was 200 years old, perhaps he might have heard of Xinsheng. Let me take a look. Lizard Brother Lang leaned in to examine the sketch. This guy does look a bit familiar. Xinsheng, Xinsheng, Xinsheng. Lizard Brother Lang muttered the name under his breath. Oh, I remember now. He tapped his pipe against the counter. That couple. Xu Ming's heart leaped with excitement. He hadn't expected to actually find a lead. Lizard Brother Lang, could you tell me more? Xu Ming placed a few silver coins on the table. Without a word, the lizard pocketed the coins. There's not much to tell. It must have been about 100 years ago, or maybe longer. Back then, I wasn't running this beef offal stand. I was working as a bricklayer at a courtyard in the northern part of the city. At that time, a couple moved in next door to me. The man was as skinny as you, but his wife? She was quite a looker. They were looking for a way out of the city, but I figured there was no way they'd find one. Still, They were good people, especially the wife. She'd often make pastries and share them with the neighbors. Then, about a year later, they claimed they'd found a way out. Something about setting up a formation on the night of a full moon, I didn't really understand it. But before the full moon even came, they disappeared. I don't know if they actually left or if they just vanished like the others. Lizard Brother Lang, could you tell me where they lived at the time? Xu Ming asked. At this point, Xu Ming was certain. The flow of time in this place was vastly different from the outside world. Shunsheng wasn't even 30 years old, yet Lizard Brother Lang said he had met him over a century ago. The only explanation was that time in Baiwa City moved 100 times faster than in the outside world. That's no problem. Just so you know, though, it's been over 100 years. That place has long since been taken over by someone else. But if you want to go, just say you're a friend of mine, Lizard Brother Lang. Lizard Brother Lang pointed with his pipe. Keep going straight until you see a big banyan tree. Turn right there, then take the first left. Walk straight for about half a mile, and you'll find it. Xu Ming clasped his hands in thanks. Much appreciated. As Xu Ming headed toward the courtyard where Shan Shang had supposedly lived 100 years ago, the city gates of Baiwa City opened to let in waves of new arrivals. Among them were both human cultivators and demons, all dispatched by their sects to complete missions and vie for the mysterious treasure rumored to be in Baiwa City. The city's residents were baffled. They hadn't seen any outsiders in 50 years, and now, all of a sudden, so many had arrived. Outside Baiwa City, a black dog and a Baifong stood staring at the city walls, looking rather dejected. Stupid dog, it's all your fault for being so slow. Xu Ming has already entered the city. Our cultivation levels are too high to follow him in. What now? Baifong grumbled, hopping up and down on one foot while stomping on the black dog's head. Don't rush, the black dog replied, its head nodding with each stomp. They'll have to come out eventually. But I have to say, the black dog looked at the city encircled by a massive barrier. This is the first time I've seen such a large treasure. This is Baiwa City. Why doesn't it look like what we imagined? Why is it filled with monsters? Junior brother, what are you doing? Don't act rashly. On this particular day in Baiwa City, about 200 or 300 cultivators entered the city one after another. They had all been sent by their sects on a mission to search for treasure. In their minds, Baiwa City was supposed to be a no-man's land on the frontier. However, to their astonishment, the city turned out to be completely different. The entire place was inhabited by monsters. None of them had taken human forms, but all of them were intelligent. Even more surprising, these monsters mimicked human behaviors to an uncanny degree. They moved about with such semblance of normalcy that, if not for their appearances, one might mistake them for humans. Sensing that something was amiss, a few sect disciples decided to return to their sects and report this discovery to their masters. Yet, they quickly realized that they were unable to leave. They were trapped in a barrier that isolated them from the outside world, so much so that even their communication swords could not get through. For a moment, Baiwa City buzzed with activity due to the arrival of these hundreds of cultivators. Some of them, already disdainful of the demon race, grew even more agitated when they realized they were trapped. In their frustration, they tried capturing some of the demons to interrogate them. The outcome? Those cultivators were brutally beaten by the city's residents. Particularly fearsome were the patrol officers, upright, walking old dogs. Despite not having taken human forms, these dogs were as powerful as mid-stage Sea Observation Realm cultivators. Many of the sect disciples were either imprisoned or killed on the spot. Some unfortunate ones were even tricked by pig butchers, only to end up being cooked into dishes. In retaliation, some sect disciples killed the pig butchers, but this only escalated tensions. Soon, both the humans and demons in the city grew wary of each other. The newcomers, especially, became exceedingly cautious and refrained from acting recklessly. Fortunately, apart from the strange residents, Baiwa City operated much like any ordinary town. Its atmosphere was unexpectedly normal. Many of the outsiders attempted to subtly inquire about the rumored treasure from the local residents. However, all of their efforts proved fruitless. Before long, they came to understand one crucial fact. This place was isolated from the outside world. Most of the people here were aware of the world beyond, but had never ventured out. As for whether Biwa City held any treasures, every resident they asked dismissed the notion. Some even rolled their eyes at the outsiders, sarcastically remarking, "If there were truly any treasures, we would have taken them for ourselves. Why would we leave them for you outsiders?" The cultivators begrudgingly admitted that the locals had a point. While the city was bustling with tension and activity, Xu Ming and the white goose had already arrived at the courtyard mentioned by Brother Lizard Lang. Xu Ming knocked on the courtyard door. Before long, a two-legged fox appeared. This fox was entirely pink, adorned with a flower on its head, dressed in a colorful skirt, and had long, delicate eyelashes. Its appearance was strikingly elegant. "Oh, a human gentleman? How rare, how rare. What brings you here, sir?" the pink fox asked with a smile. "Ah, sorry to bother you. I heard this place was once inhabited by a human couple, and I came to take a look. Brother Lizard Lang mentioned it to me," Xu Ming replied, mentioning Brother Lizard's name. "Oh, Brother Lizard Lang? Of course, you're welcome. But you should know, sir, I've only lived here for 2 years, and the courtyard has had quite a few owners before me," the pink fox explained. "That's fine," Xu Ming said with a smile. "Then please come in." "Thank you." Xu Ming stepped into the courtyard. The yard wasn't large. It was a modest 2-part courtyard. It was impeccably clean, showing how diligent the pink fox was in maintaining it. "Would it be convenient for me to take a look inside the rooms?" Xu Ming asked. Though the host was a fox, and a female one at that, it felt somewhat impolite for him to intrude into her private quarters. Well, the pink fox seemed hesitant at first, but seeing how handsome the human man was, she found it hard to refuse. "My rooms are a bit messy, but if you don't mind, you're welcome to take a look," she finally nodded. "Thank you," Xu Ming said, bowing politely. Watching Xu Ming's graceful demeanor, the pink fox couldn't help but wag her tail slightly. She led Xu Ming to look through 2 guest rooms. One had been repurposed into a storage room, while the other belonged to her younger sister, who was currently away at work. Finally, the pink fox took Xu Ming to her own bedroom. The room was decorated almost indistinguishably from that of an ordinary human woman. There was a bed, a table with 2 chairs, and a vanity table holding a bronze mirror and some rouge. To be honest, Xu Ming was quite curious. How did a fox with a furry face even apply makeup? After spending about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn inspecting the rooms, Xu Ming used his Dao pattern eyes to scan for hidden compartments or anomalies. However, he couldn't find anything unusual. Biwa City had existed for over 100 years, and this courtyard had likely changed owners countless times. Xu Ming began to doubt that this place held any useful clues. "Goose? What's this?" Just as Xu Ming was about to bid farewell to the pink fox, the Tianxian goose walked over to a brick near the base of a doorframe. There was a thin groove etched into it. "This might just be erosion from water," Xu Ming commented. He had already scanned the entire room with his Dao pattern eyes and found nothing in the groove. "Honk, honk, honk. But Xu Ming, I feel like there's something off about this groove," the goose said. "What's off about it?" Xu Ming asked. The goose rubbed its head, then released a wind blade at the groove. The moment the blade touched it, it vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Xu Ming began to pay closer attention. Kneeling down, he directed a small flame of spiritual energy into the groove. The fire was immediately extinguished. It seemed the groove possessed some kind of restrictive enchantment. Xu Ming realized that his Dao pattern eyes, which relied on spiritual energy, had not yet fully evolved. If this groove was protected by a minor formation that isolated spiritual energy, it made sense that he couldn't see inside. Suddenly, a memory of Shun Shung's words echoed in his mind. "If you could grant me one last request, please take my ashes back to Qingyang County." Xu Ming untied his bundle and took out a small urn containing Shun Shung's ashes. He poured the ashes into the groove, filling it completely. As Xu Ming carefully poured the ashes into the groove, a peculiar formation appeared around it, spreading outward like a spiderweb. Strange, incomprehensible runes began to flicker on the formation, their light alternating between bright and dim. Moments later, the runes shattered like glass, crumbling into frost-like shards. Meanwhile, the ashes in the groove began to solidify into delicate, snowflake-like shapes. A gust of wind swept through. The barrier on the groove dissipated entirely, and through his Dao-pattern eyes, Xu Ming saw a box hidden inside. He pressed the switch next to the groove. As the mechanism clicked open, Xu Ming retrieved the box. Examining it closely, Xu Ming noted that it was crafted from phoenix wood, a material renowned for its millennium-long durability and value surpassing gold. Strange engravings adorned the box, forming a small formation that blocked spiritual perception. Opening the box, he found a letter and a rolled-up parchment, both remarkably well-preserved. "Miss, we'll be taking this item with us. I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention this to anyone," Xu Ming said to the pink fox without immediately examining the contents. His request for discretion was also, in part, to protect her. The pink fox nodded. "I understand." She was well aware that this item was no ordinary object and had no intention of causing trouble for herself by speaking of it. "Then we'll take our leave. Please accept this small token of gratitude," Xu Ming said, offering her a gold ingot. The pink fox was startled by the sight of the gold and hurriedly tried to decline. "There's no need to refuse," Xu Ming reassured her. "If it weren't for you allowing me in, I wouldn't have been able to retrieve my friend's belongings." The pink fox's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Xu Ming twice. "If the young master truly wishes to repay me, perhaps you could tell me about the world outside someday?" "I'm afraid I won't have the time for now," Xu Ming replied. "But when I do, I'll be sure to tell you. For now, please accept this as a token of my gratitude." "Very well, then. I'll accept it as a keepsake from you," the pink fox said with a charming smile that quickened Xu Ming's heartbeat. In his mind, Xu Ming quickly repeated to himself, "I am not a furry enthusiast. I am not a furry enthusiast." Just as Xu Ming left the pink fox's courtyard, a sudden, thunderous boom came from the southern part of the city, shaking the very ground. The pink fox's fur stood on end in fright. "Miss, it's best if you stay indoors," Xu Ming advised before hurrying toward the source of the commotion with the Tianxin goose. When they arrived, the scene was already packed with a crowd of onlookers. It was so congested that Xu Ming even spotted a weasel cracking sunflower seeds while gesturing animatedly. A moment later, he saw more human cultivators flying in from above. Why are so many human cultivators showing up all of a sudden? Xu Ming wondered. "Excuse me, let me through. Who's pushing me?" "Huh, what a handsome young man," an old eagle remarked in surprise. "Sir, please don't touch my behind," a cowgirl said. "My apologies, it was unintentional," Xu Ming said as he maneuvered through the crowd. Eventually, he managed to make his way to the front, where he saw a rhino pummeling a human cultivator mercilessly. The man was bloodied and bruised, unable to fight back at all. Nearby, another cultivator was being flung around by an elephant using its trunk, tossed from side to side like a rag doll. His situation was equally dire. Behind the rhino and the elephant stood two cat demons, visibly frightened. Assaulting animals like these, are these men really that desperate for it? Someone muttered in the crowd. Desperate for it? Even if they were starving, they wouldn't target two untransformed cats, would they? Another replied. They fell for a honey trap. I happened to hear the explanation earlier. Apparently, two cats wandered into their room, and somehow, they started taking their clothes off. Then, two burly guys burst in, someone in the crowd explained. So, with extortion, should we help them? After all, they're fellow humans. I'm not going. That rhino and elephant are as strong as late-stage sea observation realm cultivators. Helping would just get me killed, another replied. The human cultivators nearby, Xu Ming began chatting among themselves. Listening to their conversation, Xu Ming pieced together the events. Those two fellows had indeed fallen for a honey trap. Watching the situation unfold, Xu Ming felt things were going downhill quickly. If this continued, the two cultivators wouldn't just suffer severe injuries. Their cultivation foundations might even be permanently damaged. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be disciples of the White Deer Academy. Xu Ming thought for a moment before stepping forward. It wasn't because he had some overwhelming sense of justice or a desire to meddle in others' affairs. Rather, he had a good impression of the White Deer Academy. His first mentor, Xiao Machi, had come from there. Moreover, he wanted to understand why so many human cultivators had suddenly appeared in Baiwa City. "Could you both stop, please?" Xu Ming asked the rhino and elephant politely, stepping forward. "Junior sister, let's move faster. Who knows what's happening over there?" Xia Donghua, the Tianxian sect leader's son, said hurriedly. "Instead of joining the commotion, we'd be better off searching for treasures and figuring out how to leave this place," replied Duguqiu, son of the Sword Peak Master, with a disdainful glance at Xia Donghua. Despite his words, he quickened his pace. "Or it could be that some treasure has appeared, causing a fight," suggested Qishong, a direct disciple of the White Crane Peak. The woman walking alongside them remained silent, her face serene and her expression unreadable. Before long, the group reached the scene. Due to the size of the crowd, they couldn't get close, so they climbed to the third floor of a nearby tea house. From the railing, they saw two scholars in White Deer Academy robe being beaten mercilessly by a rhino and an elephant. None of the human cultivators in the crowd dared to intervene. They simply watched, relieved that it wasn't them being attacked. Before the group could figure out what had happened, a young man in a green robe stepped out from the crowd. Bowing politely to the rhino and elephant, he appeared to be trying to mediate. "That man, he's got guts," Qishong remarked. Xia Donghua shook his head. Regardless of what happened, the rhino and elephant are emanating demonic energy on par with late-stage sea observation realm cultivators. Intervening is reckless. Duguqiu squinted. "He's probably going to throw his life away. What do you think, Qingwan?" "Qingwan." Xia Donghua turned to address Qin Qingwan. However, Qin Qingwan was clutching the railing, her gaze fixed on the scholar-like man below. Her eyes followed his every movement, unable to look away. Qin Qingwan's gaze fixated on the man, her beautiful peach blossom eyes blinking steadily. The more she looked at him, the more familiar he seemed, and the faster her heart raced. On this man, Qin Qingwan caught glimpses of her Mingjid's shadow, but she didn't dare to be certain. It had been almost 10 years since she last saw her Mingjid. When she left, Mingjid was only 6.5 years old. At that time, her Mingjid wasn't even as tall as the table in their courtyard. But this man was approximately 5 feet and 2 inches tall now. Besides, this man only vaguely resembled Mingjid. On closer inspection, there were many differences. Mingjid had a rounder face as a child, while this man's features were sharp and defined. And finally, would Mingjid even be here? Wasn't he supposed to be in Wudu? Qin Qingwan was puzzled. She felt as if she was looking at someone who both was and wasn't Mingjid. "Qingwan? Qingwan." Xia Donghua called her name twice. Qin Qingwan snapped back to her senses. "Do you know that man?" Xia Donghua asked curiously. Qin Qingwan stared at the man dressed in a green robe. "He looks like someone I know, but not quite." "Qingwan, you'd better hope he isn't someone you know," Qishong said with a chuckle. "That guy may seem heroic, but he looks more like a reckless brute. With the way things are now, he can't even protect himself and still manages to bring unnecessary trouble." Before Qishong could finish saying trouble, his voice cut off abruptly. The rhino charged at the man in the green robe. Standing between the rhino and the elephant, Xu Ming hadn't expected the rhino to be so impulsive. He had only greeted it casually, without saying anything provocative. But the rhino charged directly at him. However, Xu Ming stood his ground, assumed a boxing stance, and threw a punch. His fist struck the rhino's head, forcing both of them to retreat 5 meters. He's a martial artist? How does this martial artist have such a powerful physique? Who is this martial artist? He managed to knock back a late-stage sea observation realm rhino demon. After Xu Ming repelled the rhino, everyone, humans and demons alike, began to take him more seriously. This martial artist was clearly no ordinary man. Qin Qingwan gripped the wooden railing in front of her, her hands tightening slightly. She didn't recognize the technique he used, but she knew that her Ming-I've was a martial artist. In her heart, the likelihood of this man being her Ming-I've increased a little. The rhino shook its head. Kid, not bad. Xu Ming kept one hand behind his back and shielded the two disciples from the White Deer Academy. No need for such hostility, is there? Oomph. The elephant snorted coldly. They harassed my two cousins, and we're letting it slide. 100 taels of silver, and we'll let them go. Outrageous. One of the White Deer Academy disciples, clutching his chest, struggled to his feet. Brother Invincible and I were in our room at the inn, minding our own business, when those two cats barged in. They stripped without a word. And now you're accusing us of misconduct? Where's the justice in that? Exactly. Invincible, the other disciple, stood up as well. Even if we starve or jump from the inn, we won't give you a single coin. Fine. Then I'll crush you both and take the money from your corpses. The elephant and the rhino charged at Xu Ming again. Invincible hurriedly pulled Xu Ming aside. Brother, this has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly. If you can escape Iowa City and return to White Deer Academy, tell the dean, I did not harass those female cats. That's right, added the other disciple, Miao Feng, standing up as well. I only like human women. Brother, you must clear my name. Xu Ming's brow twitched slightly. He thought to himself, are your priorities messed up? Instead of asking me to deliver a message to avenge you, you're more concerned about proving your preferences? Just as the two White Deer Academy disciples prepared for a desperate fight against the elephant and the rhino, Xu Ming pushed them aside. With a mountain-shattering punch, he struck. Boom! The powerful martial aura, combined with Xu Ming's tremendous fist strength, landed squarely on the rhino's head, sending it flying 10 meters into the air and crashing through a storefront. Impressive! The elephant lifted its front leg and stomped down towards Xu Ming. Xu Ming launched a punch upward, flipping the elephant onto its back. Without hesitation, he followed with a kick, sending the elephant crashing into the rhino. Both demons lay unconscious. Witnessing this, the two White Deer Academy disciples drew sharp breaths. These weren't ordinary animals. They had experienced the raw strength of the rhino and elephant firsthand, and had easily surpassed martial artists of the heroic soul realm. But this man had subdued them with just 2 punches. There were no fancy techniques in his moves. Everything was a pure clash of raw power. How could this man be so strong? Was he a descendant of an ancient beast? Nearby, the Tianxian goose flapped its wings and landed on the unconscious rhino and elephant, proudly stepping on them and lifting its head in triumph, as if to say, that's what you get for being arrogant. Xu Ming glanced at the 2 cat demons, who were now paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground, the floor beneath them soaked. That goose. Is it Xiaobai? Upon seeing the Tianxian goose, Qin Qingwan's peach blossom eyes immediately lit up. It must be. Even though Xiaobai has grown larger, I remember the flower-shaped birthmark on its forehead. That's Xiaobai. Qin Qingwan's gaze shifted from Xiaobai to the man in the green robe. Clutching her chest tightly, her eyes filled with a warmth softer than the spring breeze. If that goose is Xiaobai, then he must be. Junior sister. Before Xia Donghua and the others could react, Qin Qingwan had already jumped over the railing. The crowd on the street had dispersed. Xu Ming, having shown mercy, let the defeated go, while the 2 White Deer Academy disciples bowed in gratitude. They invited Xu Ming to a meal, and he didn't refuse, intending to ask them some questions. But just as Xu Ming turned his head, a young woman suddenly appeared in front of him. She wore a light purple dress, hands clasped behind her back, a gentle smile on her face. She leaned forward slightly, looking up at him. Seeing the overly beautiful girl before him, Xu Ming instinctively took a step back. Miss, you are? Qin Qingwan paused for a moment. Then her eyes curved into crescents. Take a guess. In the Tianxian sect's Wanhua, Thousand Flower, Valley, Wang Xian walked step by step through the sea of flowers. As requested by her disciple, Wang Xian watered the field of blood Taurus flowers daily. However, as she approached the young woman's wooden cabin today, she suddenly stopped. Hundreds of blood Taurus flowers had bloomed in perfect order, swaying gently in the wind. Looking at the stunningly beautiful young woman before him, Xu Ming felt utterly confused. He genuinely couldn't figure out who she was. Who are you? Have we met before? It wasn't that Xu Ming hadn't considered the possibility that she might be Qin Qingwan, Zhu Sisi, or Su Xuanhua. But Su Xuanhua was usually cold and aloof. She would never say something as playful as guess. As for Zhu Sisi or Qin Qingwan, she doesn't look like either of them. Besides, wasn't Qin Qingwan supposed to be in seclusion? Xu Ming distinctly remembered Madame Qin, saying Qingwan still had about a year left in her retreat. So it was understandable that he didn't recognize her. Qin Qingwan had changed completely compared to when she was 6. Back then, she was a little girl with a hint of baby fat and wasn't even as tall as a table. But now, the young woman before him stood about 167 centimeters tall. Her figure was slender yet curvaceous in all the right places. Her beauty, so dazzling it felt almost otherworldly. The saying, "a girl changes drastically at 18, truly wasn't an exaggeration. Not to mention the difference between a 6-year-old child and a young woman in her prime. It was a gap so vast that even her parents might not recognize her. "Miss, have we met before?" Xu Ming asked. When he still didn't recognize her, Qin Qingwan pouted her lips slightly, her expression both playful and adorable. "Honk, honk, honk. Xu Ming, do you know this beauty?" The white goose waddled over, swaying its hips as it approached the young woman. To be fair, this girl was truly stunning. The goose thought to itself, "Will I be this beautiful after I take human form someday?" Reflecting briefly, the goose realized this was only the 3rd time it had seen someone so breathtakingly gorgeous. The first was that terrifying woman named Wang Xian. The second was the princess of Wu Kingdom. And now, this girl, whose beauty seemed almost excessive, was the 3rd. But her style was entirely unique. Her allure was so captivating that just one glance felt like she could steal someone's soul. Yet there was also a hint of cuteness and mischief about her. "I don't believe we've met." Xu Ming shook his head, looking at Qin Qingwan. "Miss, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else?" "I haven't mistaken you for anyone. I'm—" Qin Qingwan straightened her waist and was about to reveal her identity. But halfway through her sentence, her peach blossom eyes darted around as if a thought had struck her. "Let's not talk about who I am for now. Are you Xu Ming, the one from Wudu?" Qin Qingwan asked with a smile. "I am." Xu Ming nodded, a little surprised that she had gotten it right. "May I know your name, miss?" A sly smile played at the corner of Qin Qingwan's lips. "My name is He Qingqing. I'm from Tianxin sect and a junior sister to Qin Qingwan. Surely you haven't forgotten who Qin Qingwan is." Qin Qingwan lied about her name, but as she spoke the last sentence, her heart raced nervously. She made a decision. If this guy had forgotten about her, she would definitely be furious. "I didn't expect you to be Qingwan's junior sister. My apologies for the lack of courtesy." Xu Ming cupped his hands in a polite bow. He didn't know the name He Qingqing. There was indeed someone by that name in Tianxin sect, ranked 13th on the beauty list and often mentioned by others. "May I ask how you know about me?" Xu Ming asked curiously. With her hands clasped behind her back, Qin Qingwan replied, "I'm very close to senior sister Qin. She often tells me stories from her childhood and mentioned a friend of hers who had a very intelligent white goose. I saw that you always have a big white goose with you, so I thought I'd come and ask. Turns out, you really are young Master Su," Qin Qingwan said with a smile. "Just now, when I asked you to guess, it was only to tease you a little. I hope you won't mind." "Not at all," Xu Ming chuckled. "How has Qingwan been doing in the sect?" "She's doing well," Qin Qingwan replied with a nod. "She spends her days either cultivating, sleeping, or tending to flowers. Everything's great, except that she doesn't have many people to keep her company." "That's good to hear," Xu Ming said, nodding again. Looking at her Ming-Gij and his clueless demeanor, Qin Qingwan felt an urge to bite him. "You big idiot. Why didn't you ask what kind of flowers Qingwan is raising?" Oh, and by the way, she continued, Qingwan is incredibly beautiful now. There are quite a few people in the sect who admire her. Xu Ming smiled faintly. That's to be expected. After all, she's ranked in the top 10 of the beauty list. Huh, aren't you worried? Qingwan blinked her peach blossom eyes, her gaze playful. There are so many people pursuing her, all kinds of men, taller and more handsome than you. Aren't you afraid one of them might steal away your childhood friend? What's there to worry about? Su Ming shook his head. Qingwan and I are just friends. You big blockhead. Big blockhead. Big blockhead. In her heart, Qingwan was already pounding her fists against him, her chest rising and falling in frustration. Who's just friend with you? Junior sister. Just as Qingwan was about to continue testing Su Ming, the three Tianxian sect disciples, Xia Donghua and the others, approached. My senior brothers are calling me. I must go now. Farewell, young Master Su. For now, Qingwan wasn't ready to reveal her true identity. She hadn't had enough fun teasing him yet. For example, have you thought about senior sister Qing these past years? Or, you don't have a special someone, do you? And perhaps even, what's going on between you and that Zhu Cece from Qi Kingdom? When Emperor Wu offered you a marriage alliance, you refused. Was it because of me or her? Take care, Mississippi. Su Ming bowed politely. Where might you be staying, young Master Su? I've heard you're unparalleled in poetry. If I have free time, may I come visit and chat with you? Perhaps discuss some verses? Before leaving, Qingwan asked Su Ming about his lodging. I'm staying at the Tongfu Inn. You're welcome to visit any time, miss, Su Ming replied. All right, Qingwan said with a sweet smile before turning to leave. Watching the young woman walk away with her fellow Tianxian sect disciples, Su Ming couldn't help but fall into thought, a hint of doubt stirring in his heart. Junior sister, do you know that man? Xia Donghua asked Qingwan, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She seemed overly friendly with the man. He doesn't know me, so I don't know him either, Qingwan replied, pouting slightly, as if sulking. She then lifted her fair chin and let out a soft hum. But soon, her face blossomed into a sweet smile. By the way, starting today, the three of you must call me He Qing. Why? Qishang asked, puzzled. Why is Junior Sister Qing using Junior Sister He's name? A mischievous smile curled Qingwan's lips as she glanced back, her eyes locking onto the tall, steadfast figure of Su Ming. Because I want to see how long it takes for that big idiot to recognize me. Brother Su's reputation truly precedes him. I never imagined we'd have the honor of meeting you here. That poem of yours, Butterfly Love Flower, a gift to Zhu Cece, is simply magnificent. It's hard to believe it was written when you were only 8 years old, and especially your letter of rejection to the marriage proposal. I've read it over and over again. It's so eloquent, heartfelt, and moving. I must admit, I feel utterly inadequate in comparison. Today, you've even saved our lives. Such a favor, the two of us will never forget. A toast to you, Brother Su. A toast indeed. At a bustling tavern, two scholars from White Deer Academy, Miao Feng and Yuan Shi, were treating Su Ming to a meal. Though both appeared battered and bruised, their scholarly elegance remained undiminished. Their injuries weren't too severe. After 2 or 3 days of rest, they had mostly recovered. You're too kind, Su Ming said, raising his cup in return. My mentor hailed from your esteemed academy, so I've always felt a certain bond with White Deer Academy. Seeing the two of you in distress, how could I stand idly by? Otherwise, I'd have no face to meet my teacher. May I ask who your teacher is? Yuan Shi inquired. Xiao Machi, Mr. Xiao, Su Ming replied. Ah, Mr. Xiao. Miao Feng immediately straightened up. He's one of the 3 people I admire most in our academy. Is Mr. Xiao so renowned at White Deer Academy? Su Ming was genuinely surprised. He had always thought Xiao Machi was just an ordinary scholar at the academy, perhaps with a little recognition, but nothing extraordinary. Of course, Yuan Shi exclaimed after taking a sip of wine. Mr. Xiao is famously known as a man of great character and charm. Stories about him still circulate in the academy to this day. If we were to recount them all, we'd be here for an entire day and night. It seems Mr. Xiao was quite the romantic figure, Xu Ming chuckled. By the way, what brings the two of you to Baiwa City? And why are so many cultivators gathered here? Yuan Shi and Miao Feng exchanged glances before looking back at Xu Ming. You don't know? Know what? Xu Ming was even more confused. Baiwa City is about to witness the emergence of a rare treasure, Yuan Shi explained. We're here seeking this opportunity. A rare treasure. Xu Ming was taken aback. What kind of treasure? Miao Feng chuckled. We don't know either, and likely no one else does. Not long ago, one of the Academy's elders divined that a rare treasure would appear in Baiwa City. He seemed quite concerned about it, and sent the two of us here. Judging by the influx of cultivators, most are here for the same reason. But if Brother Su didn't know about the treasure, why have you come to Baiwa City? Xu Ming shook his head and quickly made up an excuse. I was planning to travel the world before the opening of the rootless secret realm and happened to wander here by accident. Yuan Shi paused for a moment, then laughed. I can't tell if your luck is good or bad, Brother Su. If such a treasure is about to emerge, and so many people are here, it must be significant. Why are disciples coming instead of sect elders? Xu Ming asked, eager to learn more. Miao Feng smiled. Brother Su, since you practice martial arts, you might not be familiar with the cultivation world. In cultivation, everything follows the principle of balance and reciprocity. The more precious a heavenly treasure, the stronger the guardian beasts around it. That's not a perfect analogy, but it conveys the idea. When a treasure appears, the heavenly Tao sets restrictions around it, limiting the level of cultivators who can approach. This prevents unnecessary destruction and chaos in the surrounding area. However, the correlation between the treasure's value and the level restriction has always been a mystery. Of course, if someone reaches the Ascension Realm, they can ignore most of the Heavenly Tao's rules. But which Ascension Realm Elder would bother making a move for just a few treasures? And according to our Academy's Elder, the highest cultivation realm allowed near this treasure is the Sea Observation Realm, Yuan Shi added. Both of us happen to be free and are considered capable in this realm, so we decided to come. I see. Xu Ming nodded. In truth, he was wondering if Shen Sheng and his wife had also come to Baiwa City in search of this treasure. But if that were the case, wouldn't cultivators have swarmed in already? Why would it only be happening now? Miao Feng sighed. But now, instead of finding the treasure, we can't even leave. I have no idea what's going on with this Baiwa City. Seeing the forlorn expressions on Miao Feng and Yuan Shi's faces, Xu Ming didn't say much and simply continued sipping his wine. Half an hour later, Miao Feng, Yuan Shi, and Xu Ming said their goodbyes, exchanging addresses in case they needed each other's help in the future. After returning to the inn, Xu Ming's mind was once again greeted with a notification. You have defeated the Scroll Rhino, Late Sea Observation Realm, and the Scroll Elephant, Late Sea Observation Realm. Strength plus 30, Intimidation plus 20. Strength referred to physical power, while Intimidation allowed him to instill fear in others through his aura. These were fairly ordinary attribute points, so Xu Ming didn't pay much attention to them. But what did the term scroll mean? Curious, Xu Ming opened the box left behind by Shen Sheng and took out the letter inside. The Tianxian goose craned its neck to read along with him. If you are reading this letter, it means I am already dead. I do not know who you are, but if you have found this letter, it means I trusted you in life. When my wife and I first arrived in Baiwa City, it was an ordinary border town. It was mostly populated by humans, though there were a fair number of demons. However, most demons and humans maintained a live-and-let-live relationship. But one day, inexplicably, the blazing sun in the sky fell from the heavens. I thought I would be burned to ashes. When I awoke, I discovered that everything around me was untouched. The only thing that had changed was the appearance of a blood-red moon in the sky. Soon, my wife and I realized that Baiwa City had been sealed within a barrier. We couldn't leave. Fortunately, my wife is a direct disciple of the Heavenly Array sect and has considerable knowledge of formations. We began searching for a way to break the barrier while settling down in the city. Until one day, until one day, Strange rays of light began to spread across the entirety of Biwa City. From that moment on, none of the demons in the city could maintain their human forms, regardless of their cultivation level. Even newly enlightened demons within the city could only remain in their original forms and could not transform. If it had only been this, it wouldn't have been too bad. The humans and demons in Biwa City were all focused on finding a way out together. But something happened that no one expected. One day, as I was walking down the street, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping a human cultivator. At first, the cultivator had no idea what was happening. But after just 10 breaths of time, they vanished without a trace, and without the slightest sign of pain. No one knew whether this cultivator had escaped Biwa City or disappeared entirely in the truest sense. After that, the human cultivators in Biwa City began to vanish daily. Some disappeared while eating, others in their sleep. There was no pattern, no warning. The only common factor was the white light that appeared just before each disappearance. My wife and I redoubled our efforts to study the formations surrounding Biwa City. Finally, we uncovered a critical truth. Biwa City is not a formation, but a world. Yet Biwa City is unlike an ordinary small world. It exists in a state between a small world and a formation. It has its own laws, but hasn't fully developed into a complete world. We discovered that Biwa City is gradually evolving. Its laws are constantly improving. Perhaps it won't be long before Biwa City transforms into an actual small world. So, we decided to refer to it as a small world for now. As we studied the laws of this small world, my wife detected that someone was manipulating Biwa City. The transformation of Biwa City into what it is now may very well have been intentional. But to possess the means to create a small world and even establish its laws, one would need to surpass the Ascension realm. Only someone at a realm beyond Ascension could achieve such a feat. But here's the problem. Does anyone truly exist at those legendary, long-lost realms beyond Ascension? Even if someone had reached such realms, why would they do this? What is their purpose? What do they want from Biwa City? My wife and I were left with too many unanswered questions. Thankfully, we had seen Biwa City before its transformation. My wife, a genius beyond compare, studied the flow of spiritual energy and the geographical features of Biwa City before and after its transformation. After countless attempts, she finally managed to create a formation. As long as nothing goes wrong, this formation should allow us to leave this place. However, the formation must be activated on a full moon night to work at its full potential. According to my wife's calculations, the next full moon is exactly 100 days away. Both of us knew that either of us could vanish before then. As time passed, the number of human cultivators in Biwa City dwindled until only my wife and I remained. We both understood that if the white light appeared again, it would claim one of us next. To prepare for the worst, I placed a record of everything that happened in Biwa City, as well as the formation my wife created, into this box. I entrusted a butterfly spirit girl from the neighboring house to fulfill one request. If anything happened to my wife and me, she would cremate us and bury our ashes beneath the banyan tree in our courtyard. The box was to be hidden beneath a floorboard near the doorstep. If in the future someone were to enter this secret realm and find what we left behind, perhaps it might help them escape Biwa City. If the formation we devised succeeds and we manage to leave Biwa City, then this letter and the formation diagram would no longer be necessary. The butterfly spirit girl will destroy them, as the formation contains many secret techniques from my wife's sect that cannot be shared. However, we will inform the Wu Kingdom and the Tianxian sect about the secret realm so they can investigate its origins. So, the fact that you're now reading this letter means we are no longer here. I hope you can live well and find your way out of this place. The letter ended there. Xu Ming read it twice more to ensure he hadn't missed any details. Goose, 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 Xu Ming, I think something's not right, the Tianxian goose said to Xu Ming. It is indeed odd, Xu Ming nodded. Tell me your thoughts first. Goose, 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 goose. Look, if they intended to leave the map for later seekers to help them escape, why would they bury their ashes under the banyan tree and hide the box in a separate location. How much luck would it take for someone to find this? The Tianxin goose found it rather unreasonable. Xu Ming chuckled. It's not that simple. First, if Shun Sheng and his wife had left the box lying around casually, it would have been lost long ago, let alone survive for over 100 years in this world. Second, do you know why so many ruins and ancient tombs are filled with deadly traps, yet also contain treasures and legacies left by their creators? It's because these setups are meant to screen people. The creators of these ruins or tombs want to find exceptional individuals to inherit their legacy, not someone mediocre. Otherwise, their inheritance would be wasted. And they already stated it, didn't they? The parchment contains secret techniques that cannot be made public. Not just anyone can be allowed to see it. Xu Ming opened the parchment and examined the formation. See? The formation they created is indeed extraordinary. While not overly complex, it's intricate, with countless interlocking details. A single misstep during its construction would cause the entire formation to fail. I'm certain Shun Sheng and his wife must have left many clues scattered throughout Baiwa City, along with various tests. Only those skilled in formations, who investigate carefully and pass the trials, would eventually reach their courtyard. If someone can't even find this box, they likely wouldn't have the ability to construct the formation successfully. Goose, 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 Xu Ming, can you construct this formation? The goose asked. Absolutely not. Xu Ming replied without hesitation. The goose was speechless. Don't look at me like that. Xu Ming spread his hands. I'm not omnipotent. I can only understand the formation's design. Remember, we already knew Shun Sheng's name, which led us directly to his courtyard. Then, you were lucky enough to notice that inconspicuous groove, and that's how we found the formation they left behind. So, what do we do now? The goose asked. What else can we do? We need to find a few people skilled in formations and see if they can help construct it, Xu Ming replied matter-of-factly. Besides, haven't you noticed another odd detail? What detail? The goose tilted its head. You? Xu Ming sighed. I'm at Xinsheng on Shunan Mountain. By that logic, he and his wife should have already left this secret realm. If they managed to escape, their first priority should have been to notify the Wu Kingdom or the Tianxin sect. But there's been no word from Wu, and the Tianxin sect only arrived today, which means they had no prior knowledge either. If I'm not mistaken, something must have gone wrong when they tried to activate the formation. This incident left them no time to write down the sequence of events. Xu Ming frowned as he stared at the magic array depicted on the parchment. This place is full of mysteries. What worries me more is what Shun Sheng mentioned. Could this all be the result of someone deliberately manipulating events from behind the scenes? And if so, what is their purpose? The Tianxin goose patted Xu Ming on the shoulder. Goose, goose, goose? Xu Ming, could it be that you're overthinking? I certainly hope that's the case. Xu Ming stood up. Let's go. We should find those two disciples from White Deer Academy. I've heard that the academy doesn't just focus on studies. Every scholar there must also learn formation techniques. They'll surely know more about this than I do. The Tianxin goose nodded and followed Xu Ming out of the inn. However, just as Xu Ming stepped out of the inn's door, a beam of white light descended from the sky, landing somewhere in the northern part of Baiwa City. A white light. Xu Ming's heart sank as he recalled the contents of the letter he had read earlier. Without hesitation, he flew toward the direction of the light. Inside the inn, a stunningly beautiful young woman was taking out outfit after outfit from her storage ring. The young woman chose a flowing gauzy long dress and pinned her hair up with a hair ornament. This should look pretty good, right? Qin Xingwan twirled in front of the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Just as she was about to leave for Tongfu Inn to meet Xu Ming, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Junior sister, what's going on? The sudden beam of white light prompted Xia Donghua and his two companions to step out of the inn as well. Let's go take a look, Qin Xingwan said, her brows furrowed as an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped her heart. She headed toward the direction of the light. At the same time, every cultivator in Baiwa City who witnessed the white light rushed toward its source. Many were filled with excitement, wondering if a rare treasure had appeared. But when they arrived at the source of the light, they realized they were wrong. One after another, the beams of white light fell on human cultivators. These cultivators showed no signs of resistance or pain. In fact, they didn't even have time to react before they disappeared within 10 breaths of time. No, wait. Save me. What in the world is this? Some cultivators who arrived at the scene thought they had a chance to seize a treasure, only to find themselves engulfed by the white light as well. The light descended intermittently, without any discernible pattern, continuing for the duration of a single incense stick. Xu Ming frowned deeply as he watched the events unfold before him. By the time the white light ceased, Xu Ming estimated that, in the span of an incense stick, 30 people had vanished without a trace due to the unrelenting beams of light. What on earth is going on? What kind of sorcery have you used? Give me back my junior brother. Some cultivators, having lost their fellow disciples, flew into a rage and drew their weapons, venting their anger on the nearby demon clans. They believed it was the demons' doing. However, other cultivators quickly stepped in to mediate. The demon clans in Biwa City were not weak, especially the powerful old dog squad responsible for maintaining order in the city. If a conflict truly broke out, it would undoubtedly end poorly for them. Everyone, please remain calm and allow me to speak. At that moment, Xia Donghua, the son of the Tianxian sect's leader, stepped into the center of the street. He looked around and bowed respectfully to the crowd. My name is Xia Donghua, and my father is the leader of Tianxian sect. Some cultivators were initially puzzled about who he was, but as soon as he mentioned Tianxian sect leader, most of them immediately took him seriously. This was the Tianxian sect, one of the 4 great sanctuaries and 5 major sects in the human realm. Its status was exceedingly prestigious. Everyone here has witnessed it. This Biwa city is filled with unknowns. That white light, just now, was clearly targeting human cultivators. We have no idea where the disappeared cultivators have gone, nor do we know when the white light will strike again. However, we must prepare ourselves. Though I may not be highly skilled, I propose establishing an alliance among the cultivators here. We can support each other, share information, and work together to find a way out. If anyone is willing, you can come to the Misty Rain Inn, and we'll discuss our plans together. As soon as Xia Donghua finished speaking, the surrounding cultivators began to murmur among themselves. Brother Xiao's idea is brilliant. My Chaotian sect is willing to ally with the Tianxian sect. Indeed, we should unite instead of remaining scattered like loose sand. My Luoha sect is willing to join the alliance. My Qingyu sect agrees. I'm in too. Once the first sect expressed its willingness, other sects quickly followed suit. Firstly, the name of the Tianxian sect carried significant weight, not to mention Xia Donghua was the son of its leader. Secondly, in the face of danger, banding together often brought a sense of security. However, in Xu Ming's view, the prerequisite for this kind of alliance was that everyone would need to be united and trustworthy. Yet, every person here had come for the sake of a rare treasure, each harboring their own motives. Just based on this alone, this alliance was unlikely to amount to much. Let's go, Xu Ming said to the big white goose, turning to leave as he prepared to seek out the 2 disciples from White Deer Academy to discuss the matter. But before Xu Ming could take more than a few steps, a young woman blocked his path. Her long eyelashes fluttered lightly as she spoke. We meet again. May I ask what Miss Qingqing needs? Xu Ming asked. Qingqingwan's tone was light and cheerful. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to invite you to join this alliance. Though, to be honest, I don't think this alliance will be of much use. Seeing her so candid, Xu Ming couldn't help but smile. If even you think it's useless, why should I join? Well, even if the alliance is useless, the young woman clasped her hands behind her back, taking a step closer. Her faintly curved lips seemed to encapsulate the beauty of the entire world. I can protect you. What did you just say? Xu Ming looked at the young woman in front of him, momentarily unable to process her words, even wondering if he had misheard. I said I can protect you. Qin Xingwan replied, her eyes curving into crescents. You're a friend of senior sister Qin, which makes you my friend too. Isn't it natural for me to protect you? If something happens to you and I return to the sect, senior sister Qin definitely won't let me off the hook. Xu Ming. Hey, what's with that expression? Qin put her hands on her hips. Don't underestimate me. I'm really strong, you know. I wasn't underestimating you. Xu Ming's gaze met the young woman's eyes. Her peach blossom-shaped eyes seemed to speak, as though a field of peach blossoms was blooming, petals dancing in the wind. The longer he looked, the more familiar she felt. As long as you're not looking down on me, Su Gongzi, young master, that's fine. But don't stare at me like that. It's making me shy. Qin Xinhuan lowered her delicate head, her long, curved eyelashes fluttering gently, like butterflies dancing among flowers. I appreciate your kindness, miss, but wouldn't this cause trouble for you? Xu Ming expressed his willingness to ally with her, but also hinted at hesitation. Of course not. Qin Xinhuan, hearing that he didn't seem entirely opposed, patted Xu Ming's shoulder. Here, take this. What's this? Xu Ming took the jade token from her. This is a communication artifact used by our Tianxian sect. As long as you're within 100 miles, you can inject spiritual energy into it and visualize the person you want to contact. It'll send your message to them. Even if you're not a cultivator, you can think of me and have your big white goose inject the spiritual energy instead. Qin Xinhuan explained cheerfully. This is too valuable, miss, Xu Ming said, attempting to return the jade token. But Qin Xinhuan pushed the token back into his hand. Don't worry about it. It's not that valuable. Just keep it. Then it's settled. If anything comes up, contact me. And if I reach out to you, you must come quickly, okay? With that, Qin Xinhuan waved at Xu Ming and turned to leave, skipping away. Goose, goose, goose. Xu Ming, does this pretty girl like you? Tianxian Goose asked. No way. Xu Ming shook his head. He knew he was somewhat handsome, comparable to Takashi Kaneshiro, but in the cultivation world, there were plenty of people even more attractive than him. For someone like her, who was ranked among the top beauties, the number of admirers chasing her must be endless. Surely, some of them had better looks than him. To think that he Qingqing would fall for him at first sight seemed highly improbable. Her friendliness toward him didn't feel as simple as just being a friend of her senior sister Qin either. Speaking of which, is this person really he Qingqing? Goose, 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 goose. I don't think she likes you either. Maybe she's just naturally friendly. Tianxian Goose quipped. Xu Ming may have some good looks, but that young lady was so stunning that, based purely on appearance, Xu Ming was barely worthy of licking her shoes. Goose, goose, goose? But why did you agree to ally with her? That's not like you. Tianxian Goose tilted its head. Xu Ming shook his head. I have a suspicion. A suspicion? Xiao Bai, don't you think this girl named He Qingqing resembles someone? Xu Ming looked at the goose. Resembles who? Tianxian Goose tilted its head again. She looks like Qinghuan, Xu Ming said. Tianxian Goose thought for a moment. That's impossible, right? Isn't Qinghuan in seclusion? Besides, have you ever even seen what Qinghuan looks like as an adult? The last time you saw her, she was only 6 years old. That said, if we're talking about personality, she does seem a bit similar. Both are lively and cheerful. And their eyes, both are beautiful, like gemstones, Tianxian Goose said thoughtfully. As it spoke, the goose seemed to realize something, lifting its head to look at Xu Ming. You don't actually think this He Qingqing is Qinghuan, do you? Xu Ming shook his head with a smile. I never said that, but it's not impossible either. Retracting his gaze from the young woman, Xu Ming turned and said, Let's go find those 2 scholars from White Deer Academy. Goose, all right. The big white goose waddled behind Xu Ming, swaying its tail as they headed toward the Blessing Inn. Upon asking the innkeeper about the 2 scholars, the innkeeper, hearing that they were Xu Ming's friends, had no reservations and told him their room number. When Xu Ming finally saw Invincible and Miaofeng, the 2 of them still seemed dazed, clearly unaware of what had happened. Did you 2 just wake up? Xu Ming asked with a smile, glancing at the time. It was already close to evening. Forgive us, Brother Xu, Invincible and Miaofeng said as they cupped their hands. We took some pills to heal our injuries and fell asleep. It helps the spiritual energy circulate better with rest. I see. After inquiring about their injuries and explaining the events in the city, Xu Ming set up a barrier to block spiritual sense and sound. Seeing Xu Ming create a barrier, both Yuwensi and Miao Feng were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected Xu Ming to be a cultivator. Judging by the spiritual energy he used to set up the barrier, it seemed he was at the Furnace Foundation realm, not yet at the Cave Mansion realm. Brother Xu, since you can cultivate, why not walk the path of a cultivator? With your talents, entering White Deer Academy to study and cultivate righteous energy would be a sure thing. Yuwensi couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with regret for Xu Ming. In Yuwensi's view, while Xu Ming's strength as a martial artist was impressive, martial arts was ultimately a dead end. Even at its peak, it would only grant 300 to 400 years of life, far less than a Cave Mansion realm cultivator. Given Xu Ming's talent, he could easily walk the path of Confucianism and become a saint. Xu Ming smiled, understanding what Yuwensi meant. Thank you for your concern, Brother Yu, but I still wish to pursue the path of martial arts. Of course, I'll also walk the path of cultivation. Miao Feng frowned slightly, voicing his concern. Brother Xu, I know you are extraordinarily gifted, but no one in history has ever successfully pursued both martial arts and cultivation. A person's energy is limited. Brother Yu and I both feel that the path of Confucianism and sainthood would be best for you. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll reconsider, Xu Ming said firmly, his resolve evident. Seeing Xu Ming's stubbornness, Yuwensi wanted to say more, but Miao Feng stopped him with a glance and shook his head. Yuwensi could only sigh and let it go. Everyone had their own path to walk. Xu Ming wouldn't listen to reason now, but when he experienced the hardships of balancing both martial arts and cultivation, he would understand how exhausting it could be. Back to the point, Xu Ming said, changing the subject. I came to see you too because I need your help with something. Miao Feng nodded. Whatever Brother Xu needs, if it's within our power, we'll do our utmost to assist. Yuwensi also nodded in agreement. Then I won't hold back. Xu Ming looked at the two of them. How familiar are you with formations? Formations? Miao Feng paused, then broke into a bright, confident smile. To be honest, Brother Xu, while we may lag behind others in many aspects, when it comes to formations, Brother Yuwensi and I are considered the second and third best among our peers at White Deer Academy. No one dares to claim the top spot. That makes things easier. Xu Ming felt a weight lifted from his heart. Confucian scholars were usually humble. For them to speak with such confidence meant they truly believed in their abilities. There's an array I'd like the two of you to take a look at. Xu Ming took out a sheepskin scroll from his bag and spread it on the table. Miao Feng and Yuwensi both stood up and began examining it intently. The more they studied it, the more serious their expressions became, occasionally exclaiming, "Brilliant," or "truly ingenious." Seeing them engrossed in decoding the formation, Xu Ming was in no hurry. He simply sat by the side, sipping his tea. After about half an hour, Miao Feng and Yuwensi finally looked away from the scroll. They clasped their hands together and bowed slightly. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Brother Xu. This formation falls into the category of breakthrough arrays. It's a spatial technique, and the laws governing its operation bear a striking resemblance to those of Baiwa City. Could it be that this formation is... Exactly. Xu Ming set down his teacup. This array might help us escape Baiwa City. Miao Feng and Yuwensi exchanged a glance. What do you two think of the array? Xu Ming asked. Remarkable. Miao Feng gave high praise. I don't know who created this formation, but they must be a genius of formations. Their thought process is extraordinary, and their design is meticulous. It's simply astonishing. Perhaps this formation truly can help us leave Baiwa City. Miao Feng did not ask Xu Ming where the array came from. Such questions served no purpose. Everyone had their own secrets. The creative approach of this array bears some resemblance to the style of the Heavenly Array sect, Yuwensi said, thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Could it be that the creator of this array was a disciple of the Heavenly Array sect? Xu Ming asked. The Heavenly Array sect? Miaofeng's expression carried a hint of regret. Brother Xu may not know this, but the Heavenly Array sect, though only a nascent soul-level sect, with its highest cultivator being at the nascent soul realm, was uniquely devoted to the study of formations. The founder of the Heavenly Array sect was an unparalleled genius. Any cultivator specializing in formations would undoubtedly know their name. Aware of its lack of strength and shallow foundations, the Heavenly Array sect always adopted a conciliatory approach in its dealings with other sects and factions. But one day, for reasons unknown, the Heavenly Array sect was annihilated overnight. The sect master of the Heavenly Array sect detonated the sect's protective formation. Most of their formation manuals were reduced to ashes, leaving only scattered fragments of the sect's formation designs circulating in the world, offering glimpses into the sect master's unparalleled methodology. Many believe that if the Heavenly Array sect's master hadn't been so eager to establish a sect, and instead allied with an existing sect to focus on cultivation, they might have eventually transcended through their mastery of formations and attained the realm of an immortal. That is truly a great pity. Xu Ming sighed, feeling a tinge of regret for such a remarkable individual. Can the two of you recreate this formation? Well, Invincible hesitated, looking slightly troubled. To be honest, if it's just the two of us, we aren't capable of fully constructing this array. We need the help of another person, someone with expertise in formations on par with ours. Not only that, Miaofeng added, but this formation master also has to be a woman. A woman? Xu Ming was puzzled. Miaofeng nodded. This array needs to be activated on a full moon night. We'll require a woman who is at least at the sea observation realm, possesses exceptionally pure spiritual energy, and can control her energy with meticulous precision. Xu Ming fell silent. Wait, didn't Brother Xu just mention that the son of the Tianxian sect's leader has formed an alliance? In that case, why not ask for their help? Invincible suggested. This way, we could also help others leave this place together. No way. Miaofeng immediately rejected Invincible's proposal. If we want to save others, we can build this array first, and when we're about to leave, use some method to notify the others so they can also escape through the array. But we absolutely cannot hand over this formation to them. The human heart is complex. Who knows what thoughts might arise if this array falls into their hands? Moreover, how would Brother Xu explain the origins of this array? Would they even believe your explanation? At that point, they might even suspect that everything happening in Baiwa City is your doing, Miaofeng said, his voice tinged with caution. Hearing this, Invincible immediately stood up and cupped his hands in apology. Brother Xu, my apologies. I didn't think it through. It's fine, Xu Ming said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Xu Ming shared Miaofeng's perspective. He was no saint and didn't feel responsible for everyone in the city. If the formation succeeded, he could spread the news across the city when leaving. Whatever happened to Baiwa City after his departure was none of his concern. Rubbing his chin in thought, Xu Ming recalled a potential candidate and asked, "What do Tianxian sect cultivators think of formations?" Miaofeng chuckled. The Tianxian sect proficiency in formations is on par with our White Deer Academy, though the focus differs. That said, they would certainly be capable of helping construct this formation. Xu Ming nodded. Understood. I know a disciple of the Tianxian sect. I'll discuss this with her. By the way, do either of you know He Qingqing from the Tianxian sect? He Qingqing? Miaofeng paused, then glanced at Invincible with a knowing smile. I don't know her, but this guy surely does. He's probably been pining for her day and night. Miaofeng, what nonsense are you talking about? Invincible scratched his head awkwardly. White Deer Academy once sent disciples to visit the Tianxian sect, and I had the chance to meet her. That's all. But why are you asking about her, Brother Xu? It's nothing, Xu Ming replied with a faint smile. Just that I'll need your company tomorrow, Brother Yuan. The morning after the burst of white light, the inn where the Tianxian sect resided was already packed with people. Yesterday, under the leadership of Xia Donghua, the son of the Tianxian sect's leader, the human cultivators in Baiwa City had formed an alliance. Naturally, Xia Donghua became the leader of this alliance. While Xia Donghua might not have been the strongest among them, his background was undoubtedly the most prominent of all the human cultivators in Baiwa City. Following the formation of the Human Alliance, the outsider demon cultivators in Baiwa City also banded together. After all, Baiwa City was situated at the border between the Wu Kingdom and the Southern Demon Kingdom, so it wasn't unusual for demon cultivators to visit in search of treasures. However, the demons from Baiwa City felt no sense of kinship with those from outside. To the residents of Baiwa City, whether human or demon, outsiders were simply outsiders. Inside the inn, Xia Donghua was speaking eloquently, assigning tasks, and instructing everyone to gather information. One of his key plans was to lead an assault on the Golden Toad residing in the temple of Baiwa City. Although the Golden Toad's cultivation was incredibly high, likely in the late Dragon Gate realm, Xia Donghua believed that, with their numbers and the many treasures at their disposal, they might stand a chance. Even if they couldn't take down the Golden Toad, they aimed to seize control of the county office. In Xia Donghua's eyes, these two places held significant strategic value and could serve as a breakthrough point. However, the other cultivators in the alliance were hesitant. Neither the Golden Toad in the temple nor the Jackal and his veteran dog constables in the county office were easy opponents. Even if they succeeded in killing them, at what cost? Heavy casualties were inevitable. It didn't matter if others died, but what if it was them who perished? As a result, this so-called human alliance meeting made little progress, with most participants merely going through the motions. Sitting on a chair, Qin Qingwan yawned. She took out a jade token, infused it with spiritual energy, and began writing on it. Meanwhile, Xu Ming, who was meditating in the inn, suddenly felt the jade token in his pocket heat up. Still, he ignored it. Xu Ming always meditated for the duration of one incense stick every morning, a practice called clearing the mind. It was crucial for cultivating mental clarity and improving his state of mind. The jade token grew hotter, even beginning to vibrate slightly. When the time was almost up, Xu Ming finally opened his eyes, retrieved the jade token, and saw lines of text appearing. "What are you doing? Why didn't you come to the Human Alliance meeting today? Don't tell me you're still sleeping. Lazybones, wake up, wake up. The early bird catches the worm. Aren't you warriors supposed to be the most disciplined? Are you ignoring me on purpose? If you don't reply by the count of 3, I'm going to get mad. 3, 2, reply to me. Reply to me. I'm giving you one last chance, or I'll really be mad." Seeing the words appear on the token, Xu Ming chuckled, infused some spiritual energy into it, and replied, "Apologies, I was meditating earlier and didn't notice." Just as Xu Ming was about to put the token down after replying, it heated up again, and a response came immediately. "Oh, I see. Sorry. I thought you were sleeping in. I didn't disturb you, did I?" Xu Ming replied, "No. Qin Qingwan. That's good. Qin Qingwan. Are you planning to come to the Alliance meeting?" "Xu Ming, forget it. Even if I go, I won't be of much use." "Xu Ming, by the way, is Missy available today?" Qin Qingwan's eyes blinked curiously. What?" "Xu Ming, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with." Qin Qingwan, "Of course, no problem. Should I come to you, or will you come to me?" Just as Xu Ming was about to reply, Qin Qingwan sent another message through the jade token. "Qin Qingwan, I'll come find you right now. Wait for me. It's decided." "Xu Ming." After getting out of bed, Xu Ming woke the large white goose sleeping on the table. He quickly freshened up, then went downstairs and ordered some food and drinks. He also sent the goose to fetch the 2 disciples from White Deer Academy. Qin Qingwan arrived at the inn before the White Deer Academy disciples. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Xu Ming and walked over, her long legs moving gracefully beneath her skirt. "So, tell me, what do you need my help with?" Qin Qingwan asked with a bright smile, as if she was genuinely happy to be of assistance. "No rush, Missy. I'm waiting for 2 friends to arrive. Once they're here, I'll explain everything," Xu Ming replied, pouring her a cup of wine. "All right then." Qin Qingwan pouted slightly. How mysterious. Xu Ming simply smiled in response to her teasing. Not long after, The white goose returned, bringing Invincible and Miao Feng to the Tongfu Inn. Brother Su, Invincible and Miao Feng greeted Xu Ming with a respectful bow. When they saw the young woman sitting across from Xu Ming, both paused for a moment. Who is this lady? How is she so stunning? Allow me to introduce everyone. Xu Ming stood up and gestured. These two gentlemen are from White Deer Academy, Invincible and Miao Feng. And this is Miss He Qingqing from the Tianxian sect. Greetings, Miss He, Invincible and Miao Feng said, bowing politely to Qin Qingwan. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Qin Qingwan replied with a graceful nod. Miao Feng glanced at Invincible, his expression clearly saying, "Ah, I see now. So this is why you've been pining for Miss He Qingqing. She's absolutely stunning." Invincible, however, frowned slightly, looking genuinely confused. Wait a minute. You're supposed to be He Qingqing? I haven't seen Miss He in a year, but there's no way she could have changed this much. No offense, but the He Qingqing I remember wasn't nearly this beautiful. Greetings to you both. Qin Qingwan stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Miss He. Invincible and Miao Feng returned the gesture simultaneously. As Invincible looked at the woman before him and heard Xu Ming's introduction, saying this was He Qingqing, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had met He Qingqing just last year. How could Missy possibly look like this now? Even if she'd undergone some body refinement, it was impossible for her appearance to change this drastically. Moreover, this young lady was clearly more beautiful than the He Qingqing he knew. Invincible didn't expose her identity right away, deciding instead to mention it to Brother Su later. Take a seat, everyone, Xu Ming said to them, setting up a barrier to prevent divine senses from probing. To outsiders, it appeared as though Xu Ming and the others were simply sitting at the dining table, eating and drinking. But it was all an illusion. As she watched Xu Ming set up the formation, Qin Qingwan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Xu Ming, is he a cultivator too? When did he learn to cultivate? Wasn't his spiritual root severed? But soon, her astonishment turned into joy. As long as Xu Ming could cultivate, everything would be fine. She would do her best to help him find as many heavenly treasures as possible. Even if she had to force-feed him pills, she was determined to push him to the nascent soul realm. That way, he could have a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Miss He, can I trust you? Xu Ming looked directly into Qin Qingwan's eyes, his tone gentle. Of course you can, Qin Qingwan smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. You can trust me completely, young Master Su. I swear on my Tao. Good. Xu Ming retrieved a scroll made of sheepskin from his bag and handed it to Qin Qingwan. What is this? Qin Qingwan accepted the scroll and opened it, revealing a complex and intricate formation. This formation can help us leave this place, Xu Ming stated directly, without any pretense. Qin Qingwan was momentarily stunned as she heard his words. Her eyes blinked in disbelief. If anyone else had said this, she wouldn't have believed them. But this was Xu Ming. She looked at the formation on the sheepskin scroll again. The more she examined it, the more she marveled at the genius behind its creation. Perhaps this formation really could help them escape Baiwa City. I think I now understand why you came to find me. Qin Qingwan smiled as she closed the scroll. This formation requires 3 people proficient in formations to operate, and one of them must be a female cultivator to provide the yin energy needed to balance the formation. I can help you, Qin Qingwan offered straightforwardly. Hearing her agreement, Xu Ming, Invincible, and Miao Feng all breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, miss, Xu Ming said, bowing slightly. There's no need to thank me. In fact, I should thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have known how to leave this place. Qin Qingwan shook her head. But can I ask you to let my fellow sect brothers use this formation too? Qin Qingwan explained, I can't stand by and do nothing when it comes to my fellow disciples from Tianxian sect, no matter what. Xu Ming nodded. When the formation is complete, and we're about to leave, you may share the details with whomever you wish, Miss He. Hearing this, Qin Qingwan's eyes blinked lightly, and then she smiled brightly. All right, tomorrow, I'll go buy some things to set up the formation. Why don't you come with me? Qin Qingwan said with a smile as she looked at Xu Ming. I don't see a problem with that, Xu Ming nodded, agreeing to her request. Then it's settled. See you tomorrow. Qin Xingwan walked out of the inn with light and cheerful steps. After she left, Miaofeng punched Yu Wenci in the arm. No wonder you can't stop thinking about her. That He Qingqing is truly stunning. But honestly, I think you should give up. She's out of your league. Yu Wenci blushed and shook his head. No, that's not it. This person isn't He Qingqing. What? Miaofeng froze in surprise. Xu Ming frowned and looked at Yu Wenci. Brother Yu Wenci, what do you mean? She's not He Qingqing. Definitely not. Yu Wenci shook his head firmly. It's only been a year since I last saw Miss He. Even if my memory was hazy, it wouldn't be so bad that I couldn't recognize her. This young lady is far more beautiful than He Qingqing and doesn't resemble her at all. She's not He Qingqing? Then who is she? Is there anyone else in Tianxian's sect who could be more beautiful than He Qingqing? Miaofeng didn't finish saying the word beautiful before his voice abruptly stopped. T/N in Chinese. In that moment, the answer became clear to everyone. He Qingqing was ranked 13th on the beauty rankings. If someone could surpass He Qingqing in grace and beauty, it could only be. Why would that fairy Qin lie to Brother Su and claim to be He Qingqing? Yu Wenci asked in confusion. Who knows? Fairy Qin is known for her mischievous and unpredictable nature. She must have her reasons, Miaofeng replied, shaking his head. Still, I must say, as the 5th-ranked beauty, she truly lives up to her reputation. Coming to Biwa City and seeing Fairy Qin in person, even without finding any treasures, is already worth the trip. What do you think, Brother Su? Yu Wenci turned to Xu Ming. Beautiful women were always a topic of interest among men, no matter the time or place. Miaofeng also looked at Xu Ming, curious about his opinion of Fairy Qin. He often felt Xu Ming was too mature for his age. She's indeed beautiful, Xu Ming smiled, nodding as he glanced in the direction Qin Xingwan had left. It's amazing how much someone can change as they grow older. Yu Wenci was intrigued. Brother Su, have you met Fairy Qin before? Oh, of course. You're from the Su family, and Fairy Qin is from the Qin family. It makes sense you'd have met. But it seems like Fairy Qin didn't recognize you. Miaofeng chuckled. Don't be too upset, Brother Su. I've heard Fairy Qin entered Tianxian's sect at the age of 6. It's been many years since then. It's normal if she doesn't remember. Xu Ming smiled and said, That's true. After sharing a few drinks, Xu Ming and Yu Wenci left to study the details of the formation setup. Later that night, Xu Ming returned to his room with the Tianxian goose, Xiaobai. Xu Ming, was that really Qingwan? How did she become so beautiful? Xiaobai flapped its wings excitedly, hitting Xu Ming on the back of the head. She is beautiful, Xu Ming chuckled. But why did Qingwan lie to us and pretend to be He Qingqing? Xiaobai asked, confused. Who knows? Xu Ming said, though in his heart, he already knew the answer. That girl, no matter how much she grows, she's still as clever and mischievous as she was when she was a child. He gazed out the window, a faint smile on his lips. But honestly, I don't mind it this way, he murmured. This outfit won't do. It looks a bit too frivolous. This one isn't right either. The color is too flashy. This one doesn't work either. Why does it look so old-fashioned? When did I even buy this dress? It's way too pink. This outfit does show off my figure, but isn't it a bit too intentional? Inside a room at an inn on East Street of Biwa City, a young girl had pulled the curtains shut and was pulling out outfit after outfit from her storage pouch, trying them on in front of a water mirror conjured by a spell. Normally, she would just pick a clean outfit and wear it without much thought. But today, she had already spent more than half an hour deliberating, still unable to decide which one to wear. Forget it, there's no time left. This one will do. In the end, she settled on a pale red smoke-like flowing gown, the signature color of Blood Taurus. The gown was predominantly red, with a slender sash cinching her waist, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. Though she was only 16 years old, her curves rivaled those of women in their 20s. When she matured a bit more, her figure would undoubtedly become even more striking, exuding a natural allure of vitality. Her glossy, Jet black hair was tied back with a red ribbon, lending her a fresh yet elegant air. Few women could pull off an entirely red ensemble, but on her, the outfit exuded a classical beauty, especially those captivating peach blossom eyes, with their slightly upturned corners resembling a cat's tail. This red gown seemed as if it was made just for her. "I'm so beautiful," the girl said to herself, utterly satisfied with the reflection in the mirror. For once, she spoke an honest truth. She put away the rest of the clothes strewn across the bed, pushed open the door, and walked out. Just then, Xiu, who was passing by, caught sight of Qin Xingwan. His expression froze, and it took him a long moment to snap out of it. Qin Xingwan was already stunning on an ordinary day, the dream girl of countless disciples in Tianxian sect. But today, with her extra effort in dressing up, she seemed almost otherworldly. Even Xiu, who harbored no romantic feelings and lived only for the sword, felt his heart skip a beat. "Good morning, senior brother Qin Xingwan greeted him with a bright smile, her good mood evident. And when a girl was in a good mood, she seemed even more radiant. "Good morning, junior sister. You're up quite early." Xiu hurriedly averted his gaze from her face. If he kept looking, he feared his sword heart might waver. "Yes, I have something to take care of." Qin Xingwan nodded. "Senior brother, I'll take my leave now." "Be careful out there, junior sister," Xiu said. Qin Xingwan thanked him, then descended the stairs and left the inn. "No wonder Master always says women can slow a swordsman's draw," Xiu muttered, shaking his head as he watched her graceful figure disappear through the inn's doors. He quickly banished the image of her from his mind. Downstairs, Xiu ordered a simple bowl of plain noodles and began eating breakfast. Like many other cultivators, though he had already reached the stage where he no longer needed to eat, he still maintained the habit of having 3 meals a day. Otherwise, he always felt like something was missing. Before long, Xia Donghua and another companion came downstairs and sat across from Xiu. Xingwan isn't coming down for breakfast?" Xia Donghua asked. Qin Xingwan always joined them for breakfast, so her absence today surprised him. Xiu shook his head. "Junior sister Qin has gone out." "Gone out? What for?" Xia Donghua asked. "Who knows?" Xiu shrugged. Then, with a deliberate tone, he added, "But I must say, junior sister Qin looked stunning today. Too bad you won't get to see her, senior brother Xia." Xia Donghua. As Qin Xingwan walked down the street, nearly everyone, whether human cultivators or demon cultivators, cast their gaze toward her. However, such attention, whether from humans or demons, was nothing new to Qin Xingwan. She had grown accustomed to these stares from a young age. Arriving at the Tongfu Inn, she approached the innkeeper and asked where Xu Ming was staying. "3rd floor, last room down the hallway," the bored demon innkeeper said, staring dumbfoundedly at this stunning beauty. "Miss, you are?" "I'm his Dao companion." Qin Xingwan playfully stuck out her tongue, then lifted the hem of her skirt and happily ran upstairs. Reaching Xu Ming's door, just as Qin Xingwan was about to knock, the door swung open. Her fair, delicate hand froze midair. Standing there in her red dress, the young girl immediately captured Xu Ming's full attention. His eyes stayed locked on her, unblinking, for what felt like an eternity. "If you keep staring at me like that, I'll get shy, you know." Qin Xingwan's lips curved into a smile as she stood straight before Xu Ming, her slender waist taut, and her chest rising and falling as the red gown hugged her figure. She boldly let him look at her all he wanted. "This dress really does look good on me, doesn't it?" Her heart was both delighted and proud. But soon, a hint of dissatisfaction crept into her thoughts. "This guy is so shameless. Do you stare at every pretty girl like this without blinking?" Her words snapped Xu Ming out of his daze. He quickly bowed and apologized. "My apologies, Miss He. You look exceptionally beautiful today. Forgive my rudeness." Qin Xingwan clasped her hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly to look up at Xu Ming. "Only exceptionally beautiful. Is that all?" "Xu Ming." "Ha ha." Qin Xingwan covered her mouth as she chuckled, her laugh crisp and melodic like silver bells. "All right, I'll stop teasing you. Let's go. Accompany me to buy some materials." She spun around and joyfully skipped down the stairs. Xu Ming shook his head with a smile and followed her. Behind him, the white goose let out a loud honk and waddled after them. The white goose, in fact, wanted very much to reveal itself to Qin Xingwan. But seeing Xu Ming pretend not to know her true identity, the goose decided to hold back as well. "What kind of materials do you need, Missy?" Xu Ming asked the girl walking beside him. "Let me think." Qin Xingwan tilted her head, her expression adorably thoughtful. Watching her, Xu Ming could only sigh inwardly. This little troublemaker. She wanted to buy materials for setting up a formation, but she didn't even know what she needed. "Who does that?" "Sweet candied hawthorns. Fresh candied hawthorns." Not far ahead, a crocodile demon carrying a large bundle of sugar-coated hawthorn skewers walked down the street, calling out to attract customers. Qin Xingwan's eyes lit up instantly. She pointed at the crocodile and exclaimed, "Xu Ming, I want one of those." Xu Ming blinked in surprise, but quickly nodded. "All right." Qin Xingwan and a big white goose each held a skewer of candied hawthorn as they walked down the street, eating as they went. Every time Qin Xingwan bit into a hawthorn, her beautiful peach blossom eyes would squint from the sourness, and her fair, slender neck would shrink slightly, just like when she was a child. It was at moments like these that Xu Ming would find traces of the familiar little girl in this now gracefully grown young woman. "Is it good?" Xu Ming asked. "Of course." Qin Xingwan nodded, then held her skewer of candied hawthorn up to his mouth. "Do you want to try?" "Xu Ming, this girl, you've already eaten it, and now you're offering it to me? As a man? Thank you for your kindness, Miss He, but I'm not a big fan of sour things," Xu Ming replied, shaking his head, deliberately ignoring the intimacy in her gesture. "Fine, your loss." Qin Xingwan quickly pulled back the skewer, her cheeks tinged pink. "I wasn't going to let you eat it anyway." Xu Ming changed the subject. "Miss He, what connection does this candied hawthorn have to the array materials you're planning to buy?" "Everything, of course." Qin Xingwan hummed and raised her chin proudly. "You see, I have this trait. When I'm in a good mood, I have better control over my spiritual power, and my thinking becomes clearer. Surely you don't want me to fail the array because of a bad mood, right, young Master Su?" "Xu Ming, what? Am I wrong?" Qin Xingwan asked. "You're right." Xu Ming nodded. "From when we were kids, everything you said was always right." Satisfied by his answer, Qin Xingwan continued walking. "By the way, young Master Su, do you know what Senior Sister Qin's favorite food is?" Xu Ming nodded. "If I remember correctly, it's the candied hawthorn you're holding." Hearing his accurate response, Qin Xingwan felt a wave of joy but didn't show it. "Oh, so Senior Sister Qin likes candied hawthorn too." "She sure does," Xu Ming replied with a smile. "When she was little, even though she had cavities, she still insisted on eating candied hawthorn. I used to sneak it to her. Once Madame Qin caught us. She quickly handed me the skewer and claimed it was mine, but she hadn't even wiped the hawthorn residue off her lips." Qin Xingwan's cheeks flushed as she muttered, "Why do you remember everything from when we were kids so clearly?" Xu Ming glanced at the girl beside him. "Because everything someone does can be worth remembering." "Ugh, so corny. I'm going to tell Senior Sister Qin what you said." Qin Xingwan's face turned even redder as she hurriedly walked ahead to avoid letting Xu Ming see her expression. The big white goose glanced at Xu Ming. Xu Ming looked back at the goose. "What?" "The big white goose. Honk. You're so cheesy, it's unbearable." "Xu Ming." What Xu Ming actually meant was, "I don't have many friends, so everything they do, I remember." But somehow, his words had come out differently. As he debated whether to explain himself to Qin Xingwan, she suddenly came back, tugging on the corner of his robe with one hand while pointing at a pastry shop in the distance with the other. "Young Master Su, I want to eat that." "All right." Xu Ming didn't refuse. As for explaining himself earlier, forget it. She seemed pretty happy anyway. For the next half hour, Xu Ming accompanied Qin Xingwan as they visited shop after shop, indulging in treats. This wasn't about buying array materials at all. It was clearly just a food street tour. You know, when I was a kid, I had a dream, Qin said cheerfully. I wanted to walk down an entire street, eating whatever I wanted, free of anyone's rules. That dream should be easy enough to achieve, right? Xu Ming asked. Not as easy as you'd think, Qin replied, her long legs striding forward beneath her flowing dress. Back then, my family was really strict. I wasn't allowed to wander too far, and I definitely wasn't allowed to eat random street food. Xu Ming, and when you grew up? When I grew up, Qin stopped walking and spun around on her left foot, arms outstretched. Her skirt flared slightly, like a blooming blood-red lotus. I still never went on a food tour. Xu Ming, because you were busy cultivating? Qin, that's part of the reason, but it's not the main one. Xu Ming, then what's the main reason? I'm not telling you. Qin turned away again, skipping forward with a smile. Idiot, she thought to herself, sneaking a glance at Xu Ming behind her. Can't you guess? It's because, in my dream, you were there too. Bang, bang, roar, roar. Outside the city of Baiwa, deep within the mountain, lay a hollowed-out molten heart cavern. Inside this vast lava cavern, the walls were lined with hundreds, if not thousands, of cages. Each cage contained a bound magical beast, their limbs shackled by heavy chains. The beasts struggled ceaselessly, trying in vain to break free of their restraints. At the center of the cavern stood a massive lava platform connected by 8 stone bridges. Below the platform, molten lava formed a churning, seething sea, its heat and fury unrelenting. Beams of light shot out from a magic array in the center. Several cloaked cultivators worked quickly, manipulating the array to extract one after another of the missing cultivators from Baiwa City. These cultivators appeared translucent, as if caught between having physical bodies and being mere souls. One of the cloaked cultivators walked forward, grabbed one of the extracted figures, and tossed them onto the array in the center of the platform. At a signal from the leading cloaked figure, several of the magical beasts in the wall cages were released. The cloaked cultivators dragged one of the beasts to the array. Aha! Roar! As the array activated, both the human cultivator and the magical beast let out agonized screams. The translucent human and the beast began to fuse. Their bloodlines intertwined, their bones joined together. Their flesh first disintegrated, then merged. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the human and the beast simultaneously burst into a cloud of blood mist. Next, the leader of the cloaked cultivators said impassively. The failure of the fusion didn't bother him. One pair of human and beast after another was thrown into the array. 10 pairs. 20 pairs. Each attempt ended in failure, leaving only annihilation. The cavern echoed with screams of agony, the sound reverberating endlessly in the oppressive heat. Monsters! You'll pay for this. You animals. You! Across the platform, a woman who had witnessed everything screamed hoarsely, her voice raw, her eyes bloodshot. The lead cultivator walked over to her and grabbed her hair, forcing her to meet his gaze. Don't say that, he said coldly. This array, you created it. By noon, the sun was already high in the sky over Baiwa City. Xu Ming raised his head, gazing at the blazing sun above, his expression contemplative. What's on your mind? Qin asked curiously as she observed his profile. Nothing much, Xu Ming replied, shaking his head. I was just wondering, if Baiwa City is its own self-contained world, how would its sun differ from the one outside? Who knows, maybe the sun here is smaller? Qin mused thoughtfully. All right, enough of that. It's already midday, let's go eat. Xu Ming brought his gaze back to her. But haven't you been eating this whole time? Qin pouted. That was just snacks. Now it's time for a proper meal. Xu Ming, is there really a difference? Qin, of course. Snacks and meals go into completely different stomachs. Xu Ming, you're sure this won't make you gain weight? Of course not. Qin playfully raised her small fist and gave Xu Ming's shoulder a light tap. I'm an immortal fairy, you know. Immortal fairies don't get fat. Xu Ming chuckled. This is the first time I've seen someone call themselves an immortal fairy. So what? Are you saying I'm not pretty? Qin Shi Huang's eyes curved into a smile. All right, let's not talk about this. Qin Shi Huang grabbed Xu Ming's sleeve. Come on, come on. There's a restaurant up ahead that looks pretty good. Let's try it out. Before Xu Ming could protest, she was already pulling him forward. Watching her dragging him along, Xu Ming couldn't help but think back to their childhood, when Qin Shi Huang would tug him along just like this to go play. Come play, my good sir. Don't be shy, sir. Have some fun. Sir, don't go. As Qin Shi Huang and Xu Ming walked past Baiwa City's brothel district, they were greeted by the sight of cats, snakes, and lizards standing at the doors, soliciting customers. These animals were in their original forms, not shape-shifted into human appearances. Aside from their ability to stand upright, they bore no resemblance to people at all. And yet, Xu Ming saw a human man walking out of one of the brothels. He couldn't help but doubt his eyes. Was this guy that desperate? Do all men like going to brothels? Qin Shi Huang asked, noticing Xu Ming's gaze. Miss He, don't make baseless accusations. Xu Ming hurriedly defended himself. I'm not interested in animals. At least, not in unshape-shifted beasts. Qin Shi Huang raised an eyebrow with a sly smile. So you're saying you're interested in human brothels? Xu Ming. Qin Shi Huang. Have you ever been to a brothel? Xu Ming. I haven't. Really? Qin Shi Huang stared at him intently. Xu Ming nodded. Really? Qin Shi Huang scrutinized his eyes carefully, as if trying to discern any hint of dishonesty. Finally, she straightened up and lifted her chin proudly. All right, I'll believe you for now. Actually, brothels aren't that great. Qin Shi Huang began, launching into a lecture. My master said that brothels only corrode a person's body and mind. They're of no benefit to the Tao. Only by resisting temptation can we stay true to our path. Xu Ming smiled. Then what advice would the lady have for me to resist temptation? Of course I have a way, Qin Shi Huang replied smugly. Oh, Xu Ming's curiosity was piqued. Qin Shi Huang's lips curled into a sly smile. The next time you feel like going to a brothel, just think of me. None of them are as beautiful as I am, so why would you still want to go? Xu Ming. Seeing Xu Ming's silence, Qin Shi Huang pouted. What's with that expression? Did I say something wrong? Xu Ming chuckled and shook his head. No, you didn't. Humph, good that you know better. Qin Shi Huang turned around, striding forward with her long legs. Outside Baiwa City, a one-legged firebird and a black dog lay atop a mountain peak, gazing toward Baiwa City in the distance. From their vantage point, Baiwa City appeared as nothing more than endless walls enclosing barren land. Inside the city, there wasn't a single sign of life. No buildings, no people, just a desolate wasteland. This meant one thing. Baiwa City had already begun isolating itself from the outside world, forming a small, independent realm. What do we do now? We can't just sit here and wait forever, the Firebird by Fong said, stretching out its wing to pat the black dog. I don't know either. The black dog sighed helplessly. All we can do is wait. But have you noticed something strange? Bai Fong shot the black dog a glare. You're talking about someone trying to refine that mystical artifact, right? It's obvious they haven't succeeded yet. Huh? The black dog let out a sly chuckle. Those people trying to refine the artifact must be nearby. If we intercept them and snatch it for ourselves, wouldn't that be perfect? Bai Fong blinked. You know, that actually makes sense. The black dog grinned. Then let's move out. We'll search every inch of the area within a dozen miles. With that, Bai Fong took to the skies, while the black dog activated its supernatural abilities, sniffing through the forest below as they began a thorough search. Meanwhile, in the forest, a hopping zombie made its way through the woods, leaping up a mountain slope. If Li Han and his companions were here, they'd immediately recognize the zombie as the one that had chased them for most of the day. After Shun Sheng's death, the zombie had stopped attacking and vanished without a trace, until now. RRRGH. The zombie growled lowly as it hopped toward a patch of shrubs. It parted the shrubbery to reveal a small formation. The zombie pricked its finger letting a few drops of green corpse blood fall onto the formation. As the array activated, the zombie disappeared from where it stood. When its vision cleared, the zombie found itself inside a mountain cavern. Taking out a small blue orb from its tattered robes, the Jianshi crushed it, scattering the powder over its body. The powder concealed its aura and rendered its body transparent. Cautiously, it began hopping forward. The molten core cavern was mostly empty, with only a few beasts in the wall-bound cages struggling against their chains and roaring incessantly. The zombie spotted a woman shackled in chains and quickly hopped over to her. RRRGH, the zombie growled softly. The woman lifted her head. Xiao Tiao, is that you? RRRGH, the zombie replied, growling again. The woman pressed her lips tightly together. The Biwa scroll is nearly complete. Take the pendant from around my neck and deliver it to the cultivators inside Biwa City. As for who to give it to and whether they can succeed, that will be left to fate. Go now, RRRGH. The zombie grabbed the pendant hanging from her neck, yanking it free before quickly hopping back toward the cavern exit. When Xu Ming and Qin Xinhuan finished their lunch, it was already 2 p.m. Qin Xinhuan had originally wanted to spend more time with Xu Ming and then visit White Moon Pool in Biwa City. She had heard from the locals that, in the evening, the White Moon Pool glows as bright as the moon and is as beautiful as a painting. However, her jade token lit up with a message from her sect senior, Xia Donghua, urging her to return immediately for an important human alliance meeting. Qin Xinhuan felt rather unhappy about it. She hadn't had enough fun yet, but she couldn't skip the meeting. Well, it's fine. There's plenty of time in the future, and I really do need to go back and prepare the formation, she thought to herself, trying to convince herself to leave. Xu Ming, I have to go back now. Without even realizing it, she had stopped calling him Su Gongzi, young Master Su, and was now simply calling him Xu Ming. All right, let's part ways here. I'll leave the formation's preparations to you, Xu Ming said, cupping his hands in a polite gesture. That's it, Qin Xinhuan asked. Xu Ming looked at her, confused. Qin Xinhuan took a step closer to him. You just going to leave like this? Aren't you going to see me off? Xu Ming hesitated. Shall I escort you back to the inn? Let's go. Without any reservation, Qin Xinhuan happily took the lead, walking ahead. Watching her cheerful demeanor, Xu Ming couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Junior sister, you're finally back. The Human Alliance meeting is about to begin, and it's incredibly important this time. Just as Xu Ming escorted Qin Xinhuan to the inn where she was staying, a man stepped out. Xu Ming recognized him. It was Xia Donghua, the son of the head of Tianxian sect, a classic second-generation cultivator. And who might this gentleman be? Xia Donghua asked, his gaze falling on Xu Ming with a faint frown, a trace of vigilance rising in his heart. Earlier that morning, he had heard from someone that his junior sister had gone out dressed up beautifully, which was rare. And now, she was returning with a man. What's more, no matter how outgoing and friendly Qin Xinhuan's personality was, she always maintained a certain distance from men. But with this man, they were standing so close that their shoulders were nearly touching. In Xia Donghua's memory, this was absolutely unprecedented. Xu Ming of the Wu Kingdom, Xu Ming said, cupping his hands politely. Xu Ming, Xia Donghua murmured, the name sounding vaguely familiar to him. Could you be the Xu Ming who wrote Butterfly Loves Flowers and the resignation letter? Xia Donghua suddenly remembered. That's me, Xu Ming replied, a little surprised at how well known he was. It made sense for people from White Deer Academy to know him, as he had gained fame through his writings, and White Deer Academy collected outstanding literary works. But for someone from Tianxian sect to recognize him was unexpected. It's an honor to meet you, Brother Su. My name is Xia Donghua, son of Xia Hai, the head of Tianxian sect, Xia Donghua said, returning the courtesy. An honor to meet you too, Xu Ming replied politely, though in truth, he had never heard of Xia Hai before. Junior sister, what business do you have with Brother Su? Xia Donghua asked, still unsure of their relationship. I had some matters to discuss with Xu Ming today, Qin said nonchalantly. She then turned to Xu Ming with a smile. All right, you've escorted me this far. You can head back now. I'll come find you tomorrow. And don't forget to reply to my messages. All right, Xu Ming nodded. He then cupped his hands towards Xia Donghua. Brother Xia, I'll take my leave now. Why don't you stay a little longer, Su Gongzi? Our Baiwa City Human Alliance meeting is about to start. Would you like to join us and listen in? Xia Donghua asked. He felt uneasy. It wasn't just here in Baiwa City, back at Tianxian sect. He had tried several times to invite his junior sister to go out with him, only to be rejected every single time. Yet now, his junior sister was taking the initiative to meet another man. There's no need. Before Xu Ming could respond, Qin Xingwan answered for him. Xu Ming, you should head back and rest. If anything comes up, I'll talk to you about it tomorrow. You're joking, right? If Xu Ming stayed at the inn, what if others greeted him and accidentally revealed her true identity? I was thinking the same, Xu Ming said with a nod. If you need my help with anything, just let me know. I'll assist however I can. Though Xu Ming said this, whether or not he would actually help depended on the situation. Such polite formalities were understood on both sides. All right then, safe travels, Brother Xu, Xia Donghua said, though a trace of displeasure lingered in his heart. He felt that Xu Ming wasn't giving him enough respect. After Xu Ming turned and left, Xia Donghua wanted to get closer to Qin Xingwan, ask where she had gone today, and perhaps probe into her relationship with Xu Ming. However, before he could speak, Qin Xingwan smiled and tactfully created some distance, heading straight into the inn. The entire inn had once again been booked out by human cultivators. Everyone's expressions were grim. In the past 2 days, more beams of light had descended upon Baiwa City, and over 10 human cultivators had vanished without a trace. No one knew whether they were alive or dead. No one could say if they would be the next to disappear. Qin Xingwan scanned the room briefly before finding an empty seat and sitting down. Even though Xia Donghua was still concerned about Qin Xingwan's relationship with Xu Ming, he knew there were more pressing matters to address. He stepped to the front of the room, and the low hum of murmurs gradually died down as all eyes turned to him. Xia Donghua addressed the gathering. I know what's on everyone's mind. Over the past 2 days, more human cultivators have gone missing, and the same is happening to the demon clan. None of us know if we'll be next. But today, I've gathered you all here because I've found a way out. As his words fell, everyone's eyes lit up with hope. Xia Donghua looked around at the crowd and continued. This afternoon, 2 cultivators from the Tianxian sect informed me that Baiwa City's focal point of spiritual energy is located at the Toad Temple within the city. Moreover, there's said to be a hidden treasure in the Toad Temple. Even if we set aside the treasure, as long as we break through the Toad Temple and set up a spirit stone void formation inside, we'll be able to leave this cursed place. So, if you want to leave this place, or if you're after back at the inn, Xu Ming sat down and began to meditate, observing himself inwardly. For the past few days, Xu Ming had felt a strange sensation, as if something inside him was about to break free. At noon, he had mentioned this to Qin Xingwan, who had happily told him, "You're about to break through." However, she advised him not to rush. For cultivators, the cave mansion realm was the first major threshold. If the first breakthrough failed, the consequences could be disastrous. At worst, the soul could scatter and the body perish. At best, one would forever lose the chance to enter the cave mansion realm, with their cultivation stagnating for life. Qin Xingwan had invited Xu Ming to Tianxian sect, offering to help him with his breakthrough. While Xu Ming didn't refuse, he hadn't agreed either. He was reluctant to rely on Qin Xingwan for help. Otherwise, he'd feel like he was freeloading off her. As the hour of Shun passed its midpoint, Xu Ming slowly opened his eyes, his clothes soaked with sweat. After a bath in the inn's bathhouse, Xu Ming returned to his room, only to see the jade token Qin Xingwan had given him glowing faintly. Qin Xingwan, Xu Ming, they're planning to attack the Toad Temple tonight. What do you think? Toad Temple? A golden toad immediately came to Xu Ming's mind. Infusing the jade token with spiritual energy, he asked, "Why are they attacking the Toad Temple?" Qin Xingwan, Because two cultivators from Tianyin sect said it's Baiwa City's focal point of spiritual energy. It might even be the city's exit. Plus, there's a treasure. Xu Ming found the Tianyin sect cultivators' theory somewhat reasonable. According to the laws of nature, the more powerful the treasure, the more formidable the guardian. That golden toad was the most powerful being in Baiwa City, never leaving the temple even once. So, it wasn't impossible for Baiwa City's treasure to be there. However, Xu Ming didn't believe the temple was the city's exit. Xu Ming, are all the human cultivators going? Qin Wan, pretty much. And not just the human cultivators. Even the demon cultivators have heard and will probably join in. Xu Ming chuckled and shook his head, replying, it's true they want to leave, but their main goal is to seize the treasure. Qin Wan, exactly. Anyone can see that Baiwa City ended up like this because of that treasure. If that treasure can create its own world, it's already beyond everyone's imagination. We cultivators are meant to challenge others and defy the heavens. Getting that treasure would be an extraordinary opportunity. Qin Wan, so, are you going tonight? Xu Ming, are you going tonight? Qin Wan, if you go, I'll go. Xu Ming, why? Big dummy. Qin Wan muttered to herself in her room, pouting as she lightly tapped the jade token, as if she were tapping Xu Ming's forehead. Qin Wan, if you go, of course I have to go protect you. What if something happens to you? Xu Ming chuckled. You seem pretty confident in your own strength. Qin Wan, of course. Let me tell you, I'm super strong. Xu Ming, I'm definitely not going. But can you really skip it? This human alliance meeting is led by your Tianxian sect. After all, Qin Wan, don't bring that up. It just makes me mad. I think attacking that golden toad is completely unreliable. It's like walking into death. But what can I do? My senior brothers insist on going. Like you said, do you think they just want to leave? No, they're after Baiwa City's treasure. And even if the treasure isn't there, so what? That golden toad's cassock and the staff next to it have already made some people drool. All right, then, Xu Ming said, deciding not to say more. But I'm not going tonight. I'm not interested in that treasure. He was being honest. To Xu Ming, his cheat ability was already the greatest treasure. That didn't mean he was entirely indifferent to worldly matters. Rather, he believed the risks of going to the Toad Temple for the treasure were far too great. However, if Qin decided to go, he'd have to go along to protect her. Qin responded quickly, then I won't go either. But tonight definitely won't be peaceful. I'll come find you later. Might as well scout for the best spot to set up the formation. Xu Ming replied, all right, but there's no need for you to come over. I'll grab you Infancy and Meow phone, and we'll come to you. Deal, she said. After putting away the jade token, Xu Ming left the inn to gather Infancy and Meow phone. The 3 men and 1 goose arrived at the inn where Qin Wan was staying, only to find her waiting outside. Let's go, she said, her eyes lighting up when she saw Xu Ming. She walked over cheerfully and took her place beside him. Infancy and Meow Feng instinctively stepped aside, exchanging a glance filled with unspoken questions. Wasn't the relationship between Xu Ming and this Qin fairy getting a little close? Junior sister, where are you going? Just as they were about to leave, Xia Donghua emerged from the inn. Qin Wan turned back to him, her voice calm but firm. Where I go shouldn't concern senior brother, should it? Xia Donghua frowned. But junior sister, tonight we're acting together. If you're not there, we'll lose a major force. And if we manage to open a passage to the outside, how will you leave? Qin Wan shook her head. Senior brother, I never supported this plan in the first place. That golden toad is far more than a simple peak Dragon Gate realm beast. You all insist on going, but as for me not being able to leave, that's my own concern. It has nothing to do with you, does it? If I recall correctly, before leaving Tianxian sect, the elders told us that while we're part of the same sect, when opinions differ, we are free to follow our own hearts. I haven't misremembered those words, have I? Xia Donghua was left speechless. Take care tonight, senior brother. I won't join the commotion, Qin Wan said with a soft smile, cutting off any further argument. Without waiting for his response, She grabbed Xu Ming's arm and walked away. Are you sure this is okay? Won't the sect hold you accountable? If it's because of me, there's no need to go this far. I can go with you to the Toad Temple, Xu Ming said as they walked. It's really fine, trust me. The sect won't blame me. Qin said with a shake of her head. Let's stop talking about that. Let's hurry and find the best place for the formation. What if tonight turns out to be a blood moon? If it really is a blood moon tonight, huh? Yuwensi's words trailed off abruptly, his voice suddenly trembling. Brother Xu, look, the sky. Brother Xu, look, the sky. Yuwensi pointed toward the heavens, his voice trembling slightly. Xu Ming and the others lifted their heads. The citizens of Baiwa City and the human cultivators also began to raise their heads one after another. In the somewhat dim sky above, the white clouds parted, revealing a faintly visible moon hanging in the heavens. However, this moon was different from the usual. It carried a faint red hue. Though the red wasn't very pronounced yet due to the lingering daylight, as the sky darkened, the moon's ominous tint grew increasingly apparent. They had no doubt that tonight, the sky would host a crimson moon as red as blood. Blood moon. The same two words simultaneously sprang to the minds of Xu Ming and his companions. Xu Ming looked at the three of them and said, I didn't expect the blood moon to appear today. Can you guys set up that formation in time? Miao Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Brother Yuwensi and I studied it for an entire afternoon. While we didn't fully grasp its intricacies, we should be able to manage the basics. Xu Ming, that's the wrong question to ask. Qin Xingwan raised her elegant face, smiling at Xu Ming. Even if we're not fully prepared, does it matter? Do we even have a choice right now? Xu Ming froze for a moment before nodding with a smile. You're right. We have no choice. Let's get moving. Time is of the essence. Yes, the three responded solemnly. Xu Ming had been wondering when he might encounter the blood moon. Unexpectedly, it had arrived today. Now, whether they were prepared or not was irrelevant. Even if they weren't ready, they had to attempt it tonight. Who knew when the next blood moon would appear? For all they knew, the white pillar of light might descend upon them tomorrow, erasing their existence before they even understood how they died. Yuwensi took out a tool resembling a dragon-seeking ruler from his storage pouch. As Miao Feng spoke in professional jargon about the formation, Yuwensi infused the ruler with spiritual energy. Half an hour later, the sky had grown dark. As expected, the crimson blood moon stood out starkly against the night sky. Here, this is the spot, Yuwensi said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and stomping firmly on the ground. Miao Feng nodded. I think this is the place, too. What's your opinion, Missy? Although everyone knew Qin Xingwan's true identity, Xu Ming hadn't brought it up, so both Miao Feng and Yuwensi pretended not to know. Qin Xingwan agreed, it matches my thoughts as well. Yuwensi put away the dragon-seeking ruler and glanced at the blood moon above. No time to waste. Let's begin. Miao Feng bowed to Xu Ming. Brother Xu, we'll trouble you to protect us. Xu Ming nodded. You three focus on your task. Leave everything else to me. Understood. Miao Feng unfurled a sheepskin scroll and tossed it onto the ground, chanting an incantation. The scroll trembled continuously as the formation etched onto it began to manifest. The sheepskin gradually disappeared, replaced by the formation inscribed on the ground. Xu Ming stepped aside as the trio brought out formation flags and started arranging them methodically. The formation harnessed the natural laws of heaven and earth, gathering and circulating spiritual energy. It felt as though the principles of the universe were being broken apart and reshaped to their will. Watching all this, Xu Ming made a mental note to study formations seriously once he left Baiwa City. First, mastering more skills never hurt. Second, a prepared formation master could potentially defeat an opponent an entire realm higher through sheer cunning. Even if he didn't aim to master it, at the very least, he wanted to ensure he wouldn't be left helpless when facing formation masters in the future. Just as the formation was being methodically set up, Qin Xingwan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, in Baiwa City, the human cultivators had already gathered together and were preparing to head toward the Toad Temple. The demonic cultivators who had come from outside the city also got word of the situation and quickly assembled. If the temple truly was the gateway to Baiwa City, then whoever controlled the temple would hold the lifeblood of the entire city. Even if it wasn't the gateway, the temple was bound to hold treasures. If someone else got there first, they wouldn't even get the scraps. Thus, outside the temple, roughly 500 human cultivators and 400 demon cultivators stood facing off. The tension was palpable. Neither side had entered the temple yet, but they seemed on the verge of clashing. What's the meaning of this? Xia Donghua glared at a man in a white robe standing among the demonic cultivators. Xia Donghua knew this demon. He was the third prince of the White Serpent Kingdom, currently ranked 7th on the Qinyan list. We could ask you the same question. What are all of you doing here at the temple in the middle of the night? The White Serpent Kingdom's third prince, Shiyu, replied with a faint smile. Xia Donghua's expression grew tense. Let's stop beating around the bush. Since you're here too, let's agree to a truce. At least until we kill the golden toad, we shouldn't be dragging each other down. What do you think? If we end up slaughtering each other first, forget about seizing any treasures. We won't even make it out of Baiwa City alive. Xia Donghua understood that any agreement with the other side would be tenuous at best. But there was no other choice. If he backed down now, the other side would seize the initiative. He also believed they'd have the sense to cooperate. If human and demon cultivators started fighting, both sides would suffer, and they'd all just end up as food for the golden toad. The White Serpent Kingdom's third prince snapped his fan shut with a smile. I was thinking the same thing. Let's move. Xia Donghua led the human cultivators into the temple. Let's go, Shiyu said, closing his fan and leading the demonic cultivators toward the temple. Boom! A loud explosion shattered the night silence. The temple gates were blasted open by the combined might of both groups of cultivators. Inside the temple, the monks all opened their eyes. The temple's guardian warrior monks, armed with long staves, charged forward. Amipa, may I ask why all you benefactors are visiting Golden Toad Temple so late at night? The temple's abbot, a yellow frog, clasped his hands in greeting. Xia Donghua stepped forward. If you, abbot, tell us the way out of Baiwa City and hand over your temple's treasures, we will leave peacefully. The abbot furrowed his brow. I have no idea what you're talking about, benefactor. In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Xia Donghua waved his hand. Attack! On the outskirts of Baiwa City, a flying zombie hopped along endlessly. Around the zombie's neck hung a necklace with a gemstone strung on it. The zombie didn't know who to give the necklace to. It had only just entered the city, only to find no one around. But as it continued to hop, its nose twitched. The zombie caught a familiar scent in the air. Standing atop the mountain, Xu Ming looked down from a peak. In the south of Baiwa City, near the direction of the temple, a patch of firelight had appeared. Shortly after, the lights in the homes on the southern side of Baiwa City began to illuminate one by one. It seemed that the humans and demons had officially begun their assault on the Toad Temple. The other residents, hearing the commotion, quickly climbed out of their rooms to join the excitement. As Xu Ming guarded the formation and gazed toward the southern part of Baiwa City, Qin Xingwan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the ground. Are you okay? Xu Ming was startled. He wanted to step forward, but didn't dare enter the formation, fearing he might disrupt it. Qin Xingwan shook her head. It's nothing serious. I just felt a bit uncomfortable from the formation's impact. Brother Xu, the position Miss He is in is the core of the entire formation. We will continue constructing it, but Miss He's soul will bear the brunt of the impact. Could you think of a way to divert her attention? Yuanxi said to Xu Ming. Yuanxi himself was drenched in sweat, clearly burdened heavily by the strain of constructing the formation on his spirit and spiritual energy. Distract her? Xu Ming was confused. Didn't setting up a formation require complete concentration? Wouldn't distracting her make things worse? Seeing Xu Ming's doubts, Miao Feng added, Yuanxi is right. We've already completed the initial setup of the formation. Next, Miss He will serve as the core, acting as a medium to connect her spiritual energy with the formation of this world, fully completing it. I know it might sound contradictory, but at this stage, Missy needs to maintain her focus on the formation while also slightly diverting her attention. This will help reduce the impact of the Tao resonance on her soul. I see. Xu Ming didn't fully grasp the principles they explained, but he trusted that following their instructions would be the right move. You can distract me with this. No need to talk to me directly. From the center of the formation, Qin Xingwan held up a jade token and waved it at Xu Ming. Xu Ming nodded and took out his own jade token, sending her a message. How are you feeling? Qin Xingwan smiled faintly. Is this how you distract me? Do you always start conversations with girls by asking how they're feeling? Xu Ming. Honestly, I'm okay. Qin Xingwan glanced at Xu Ming with a soft smile, speaking as if sharing a secret. A little dizzy, a little scattered, but other than that, nothing too strange. Xu Ming. What does it feel like to be impacted by Tao resonance? Qin Xingwan thought for a moment. It's hard to describe. It's like a flood of thoughts suddenly rushing into my mind, and no matter how hard I try, I just can't control them. Xu Ming, oh, Brother Xu, what do you mean by oh? Qin Xingwan pouted. Is this really how you're helping me distract myself? What do you want to talk about? Xu Ming asked. Qin Xingwan thought for a moment. How about telling me stories from your childhood? My childhood? Yeah, your childhood. Did you have any close friends growing up? Xu Ming. I did. A few of them. Qin Xingwan. Who was your best friend? Xu Ming chuckled inwardly and replied. One was the eldest daughter of the Qin family. That would be your senior sister Qin. Another was my older sister, and the third was my third brother. Qin Xingwan's round eyes sparkled with curiosity, like a little fish that had finally taken the bait. I know your sister. She must be Su Xunhua, right? The pride of the Wanjian sect? I've heard her talent in swordsmanship is almost unparalleled. Xu Ming. That's right. Qin Xingwan. So, who do you think is prettier? Qin Xingwan or your sister? Xu Ming wasn't a fool. Presented with such an obvious correct answer, failing to choose wisely would be an insult to the person asking. I think Xingwan is prettier. Huh. Qin Xingwan was momentarily stunned by his answer, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. Qin Xingwan. I've never met Su Xunhua, but why don't you tell me what makes senior sister Qin prettier than her? That question stumped him. To Xu Ming, their beauty was comparable, just different in style. Su Xunhua had always been cool and aloof, while Qin Xingwan was sweet and charming. They were not the same at all. After thinking seriously for a moment, Xu Ming replied, I think Qin Xingwan is prettier in every way. Qin Xingwan pouted. Are you just saying that to brush me off? Afraid I'll tell senior sister Qin, and she'll come after you for it. Xu Ming, of course not. Why would I need to brush you off? I'm just speaking from the heart. Fine, I'll let it go. Qin Xingwan smiled mischievously. Then why don't you name 10 things that make Qin Xingwan special? Xu Ming, why are we always talking about Xingwan? Qin Xingwan, why not? I'm just trying to keep myself distracted. Besides, why are you avoiding talking about senior sister Qin? Do you not like her? Xu Ming chuckled. Of course I like her. She's one of the top 10 beauties on the beauty list. How could I not? Qin Xingwan's chest rose and fell in frustration. So, you only like her because of her looks? Xu Ming teased. Maybe. Lecherous man. Qin Xingwan huffed. Please call it honesty. Thank you, Xu Ming countered. Qin Xingwan's eyes curved into a sly smile. An honest lecher. Xu Ming. Qin Xingwan. Xu Ming. Xu Ming. Qin Xingwan. If you meet senior sister Qin, what's the first thing you'd say to her? Xu Ming. I'd say, boom. Before Xu Ming could send his reply, a loud explosion erupted from the Toad Temple in Baiwa City. A streak of crimson light shot into the sky, piercing through the nighttime clouds. Xu Ming, the others, and the goose all instinctively looked up. The red light transformed into a massive dragon, circling once in the sky before hurtling toward them. Damn it, what's happening in Baiwa City? Yu Wenxi, drenched in sweat, felt a sense of foreboding. This is bad. The formation is resonating with that red light. Miao Feng's face was grim as the crimson dragon drew closer. "We can't continue. We have to leave. Let's go." Invincible and Miao Feng quickly stepped out of the formation. But Qin Xingwan remained seated, completely still. "Miss He, get out of there!" Xu Ming shouted. Qin Xingwan turned her head to look at him, her peach blossom eyes trembling slightly. At her feet, two blood-red chains extended from the formation, coiling around her tightly like sacrificial bindings. The crimson dragon formed from the streak of red light in the sky drew closer and closer to Qin Xingwan. No one knew what this red dragon was or how it had emerged from within Baiwa City. At the center of the formation, Qin Xingwan's feet were tightly bound by red chains, preventing her from taking even a single step away. "What's happening here?" Xu Ming asked Invincible and Miao Feng, who stood beside him. We don't know either," Invincible replied anxiously, muttering to herself as her mind raced for answers. This formation wasn't supposed to require sacrifice, yet, judging by the current situation, it was evident that the formation had taken Qin Xingwan as its offering. "Don't stay here, leave quickly," Qin Xingwan shouted at Xu Ming. "You all go first." Xu Ming understood that he couldn't blame Invincible and Miao Feng. Seeing their guilt-stricken and helpless expressions, he realized that they, too, had not anticipated such a situation. There was no reason to fault them. "Brother Suyu," before Invincible could finish persuading him, Xu Ming had already stepped forward and entered the formation. Roar! At the same time, the crimson dragon lunged toward the formation. Xu Ming assumed a fighting stance, intense martial qi swirling violently around him. His blood boiled within his veins as he activated a berserk state fueled by his life essence, surrounding himself in a blood-red aura like a fiery cloak. "Xu Ming, get out of here. Don't act recklessly," Qin Xingwan called out anxiously. Although she was touched that Xu Ming stood before her at such a dangerous moment, her emotions were conflicted. After all, you're supposed to standing before He Qingqing, not Qin Xingwan. Could it be that after such a short time together, you're willing to risk your life for a woman already? Fortunately, Xu Ming couldn't read minds. Otherwise, faced with this kind of romantic misunderstanding during a life-and-death moment, he might have coughed up blood in frustration. Honk! A large white goose flapped its wings and flew towards Xu Ming. Being of the demon race, the goose had an innate sense of danger. Its instinct screamed that if Xu Ming faced the crimson dragon head-on, he would undoubtedly be in mortal peril. But the white goose couldn't leave this big fool behind. As the crimson dragon drew nearer, Invincible and Miao Feng, filled with inner conflict, exchanged a glance before flying towards Xu Ming. A kindness repaid 100-fold, let alone the fact that Xu Ming had saved their lives before. This was far more than just a small favor. However, just as they reached midair, a surge of red spiritual energy erupted, blasting the pair and the goose back to the ground. The formation beneath Qin Xingwan's feet glowed even brighter, and the crimson dragon seemed to grow more ferocious, as though imbued with life. "Xu Ming." Qin Xingwan desperately tried everything she could think of to protect Xu Ming, but her body, save for her neck, was completely immobilized. She couldn't even use the magical treasures in her storage pouch. She could only watch helplessly as Xu Ming was about to be consumed by the crimson light. Facing the crimson dragon formed from the light, Xu Ming furrowed his brows, realizing that things were not looking good for him. But he didn't retreat a single step. Instead, he tightened his stance. Mountain-shaking fist shattered the mountain. With a powerful punch, Xu Ming sent a surge of intense martial qi colliding with the crimson dragon. Xu Ming felt as though his body was on the verge of breaking apart. Both his physical form and spirit were teetering on the edge of collapse. Ow! At that moment, a hopping zombie darted towards Xu Ming. When it was about 10 meters away, the hopping zombie ripped the necklace from its neck and flung it in Xu Ming's direction. The orb on the necklace pierced through the formation's barrier and crashed into the crimson light. Just as Xu Ming felt he was about to perish, something crashed directly into him. Instinctively, he reached out to grab it. However, the orb, like a drop of water, dissolved instantly and merged into his body. In the Toad Temple, human cultivators and outsider demons clashed fiercely with the monks inside. Though the monks of the Toad Temple were on par in cultivation with the intruders, the combined numbers of the human cultivators and the outsider demons far outmatched the monks. What puzzled everyone was that each time someone, human or demon, died, their body would explode into a cluster of light, completely annihilated in both body and soul, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. Gradually, the numerical advantage of the attackers pushed the monks into a losing position. Half an hour later, as Xia Donghua's sword pierced through the heart of the Toad Temple's abbot, the last monk fell. Amipa, benefactors, may you tread carefully on your paths, the abbot said, hands pressed together in prayer, before closing his eyes. As the sword was withdrawn from his chest, the abbot's body collapsed and scattered into countless points of light. Move, Xia Donghua commanded gravely. Though many lives had been lost in this assault on the Toad Temple, what did it matter? None of them were his. What worried Xia Donghua was the toll the battle had taken on their strength. With so much energy expended, killing the Toad Demon they sought would likely prove even more difficult. Xia Donghua and the White Snake Kingdom's prince, Shiyu, each led their groups of humans and demons into the main hall. Inside, candles flickered, their wavering flames casting shadows across the golden toad statue at the hall's center. The toad, shaped to mimic a meditating Buddha, should have looked grotesquely out of place. Yet under the moonlight and the glow of the candles, it exuded an air of solemn majesty. Do you understand the law of cause and effect? The 5-meter-tall golden toad asked as it opened its eyes and gazed at them. Hand over the treasure. Surrender the path to the outside world, and I'll spare your life. Xia Donghua said, pointing his sword at the golden toad. You want the treasure? The golden toad smiled as it surveyed the crowd. The White Snake Kingdom prince's eyes lit up. That's right. Hand it to me, and I'll protect you. We're both demons. Demons don't deceive each other. If that's the case, then I shall give it to you, the golden toad replied. Raising its head, it spat toward the sky, releasing a blood-red demon core from its belly. A fierce wind swept through the temple. From every living resident of Biwa City, a thread of blood essence rose from their bodies, spiraling around the demon core. The gathered blood essence formed a scarlet dragon that burst out of the temple. Everyone looked up at the crimson dragon of blood essence. The golden toad's voice echoed in their ears. This dragon is the treasure you seek. Before dawn, whoever claims it will become the master of Biwa City. The crimson dragon shot out of the Toad Temple, streaking across the night sky. Inside the main hall, the golden toad, seated motionless, had closed its eyes, its entire body still, as if it had entered eternal meditation. Xia Donghua glanced at the red dragon in the sky, then back at the golden toad statue before him. He shouted, "Don't be fooled by this creature. If we kill it, all its treasures will be ours. This is just a ploy to make us turn on each other." With that, Xia Donghua drew his sword and leaped forward. His blade, like a cascade of stars falling from the heavens, slashed down upon the golden toad. Clang! The clash of black iron against stone echoed throughout the hall. A ripple of spiritual energy spread from the point of contact between the sword and the statue, slamming into Xia Donghua's chest and sending him crashing to the ground. As Xia Donghua struggled to his feet, trying to rally the others to attack together, a cultivator had already darted into the sky, grabbing the demon core. The moment the cultivator held the core, red blood energy enveloped him instantly. Before their eyes, the spiritual energy of Biwa City converged on the cultivator's body. The very essence and fate of the city poured into him, accompanied by various visions of power and ascension. It left no doubt that this man was becoming the new master of this small world. But just as he was reveling in his newfound strength, another cultivator emerged from the shadows, thrusting a sword into his back. The first cultivator turned around in shock, only to meet a devastating palm strike. A burst of blood sprayed into the air as the first cultivator disintegrated, and the demon core was snatched by the second attacker. Like his predecessor, the new holder of the core began absorbing the city's spiritual energy and fate. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. He knew that if he could kill to claim the treasure, so could others. While the core was making him the master of this world, he needed to survive until dawn, until the first rays of sunlight shone on him. Only then would his dominance be secured. But the others weren't about to let him escape. Like a pack of rabid wolves, they descended on him. The cultivator desperately evaded their attacks, but was met with a relentless barrage of spells and treasures. "Don't kill me. Once I become the master of this world, I can lead you all out of here." His cries for mercy fell on deaf ears. Within minutes, he lay bleeding on the ground, pleading for his life. His pleas ended when a sword sliced through his throat. After his death, the demon core's surface began to peel away, revealing an object beneath it, a treasure orb inscribed with intricate runes. This revelation finally put everyone at ease. After all, how could a mere demon core be considered such a supreme treasure, let alone something capable of granting dominion over the world, an idea far too absurd to believe? Their suspicions had been right all along. Now it was clear that this orb was the key to this small world. For the next half hour, the orb changed hands repeatedly. Each time someone claimed it, they were hunted down by the others. Eventually, some people stopped chasing the orb altogether. What was the point? Even if they managed to seize it, they didn't have the strength to keep it. It would only lead to their deaths. Better to wait until the others exhausted themselves fighting over it. Then they could swoop in and reap the rewards. But of course, no one else was foolish either. Everyone was waiting, biding their time. And so, the standoff continued. Yet as they gazed at the glowing orb hovering in the night sky, the desire in their eyes burned ever brighter. This was no ordinary treasure. It was the key to an entire small world. In this world, how many people could lay claim to their own small world? Once you possess such a domain and refine it, everything within it becomes yours. Whether it's rare treasures or the creatures residing inside, all would serve you. You would become the sovereign of this small world, its Tao master, and this realm would be your Tao field. A single small world is enough to stir even cultivators of the immortal realm, let alone those in the mid-stages of cultivation. In the end, someone could no longer resist and made a move, attempting to seize the treasure orb. Men die for wealth, just as birds die for food. As cultivators, they couldn't stand idly by and watch this opportunity slip through their fingers. The mere thought of missing such a chance would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Once someone acted, the tenuous calm broke. The others, already teetering on the edge of restraint, also surged forward. Chaos erupted again as everyone scrambled to claim the orb. The slaughter in Biwa City continued unabated. With each death, the fallen would dissolve into motes of light, merging into the secret realm itself. It was as if every cultivator who perished became nourishment for Biwa City, thickening its spiritual energy with every death. As the number of casualties grew, the competition for the treasure orb became even more frenzied. Some cultivators began to realize that their minds seemed to be under some kind of influence. The orb appeared to them like a peerless beauty, fresh from her bath, standing alluringly before them. Their throats felt parched. Their only desire was to pounce, to catch even a whiff of her, to take a bite, and they would gladly die for it. Even Xia Donghua, though aware that his will was being swayed, found himself unable to suppress his desire. In the end, he too rushed forward to fight for the orb. Roar! Suddenly, the Crimson Dragon let out a deafening roar, blasting away the cultivators who had surged forward. Its gaze locked onto a specific direction, and it froze for a moment. The next instant, the dragon surged forward with incredible speed, heading straight for that location. The cultivators' hearts sank. Fearing the dragon might escape, they quickly gave chase. But the dragon's speed was far too great. From a distance, they saw the Crimson Dragon descending upon a mountain peak. There, a blood-red array glowed ominously. At the center of the array stood a woman. Roar! The dragon's ferocity intensified, charging straight at her. However, a man in azure robes stepped into the air above the woman, placing himself between her and the oncoming dragon. He faced the dragon without the slightest hint of retreat. No one doubted that this man would be annihilated by the dragon's charge. The man raised his fists, assuming a battle stance. His martial, true energy swirled and coiled around him. The intensity of his blood, energy, and martial aura was so overwhelming that it sent shivers down the spines of all who watched. This man exuded the oppressive presence of a savage beast. With a single punch, he struck out, meeting the crimson dragon head-on. In an instant, the dragon engulfed him completely. Xu Ming watched as the blood-formed crimson dragon in front of him closed the distance. To be honest, Xu Ming didn't think he could stop it. Under the impact of this crimson dragon, he would almost certainly face death. But Xu Ming knew he could not retreat, because behind him stood Qin Wan. He only might not be able to withstand this crimson dragon, but Qin Wan definitely couldn't. If he faced the crimson dragon head-on, he might survive with a slim chance. But if he took one step back, Qin Wan would surely die. Xu Ming threw a punch, his strongest strike at his current level and state. The warrior's true energy clashed with the blood energy surrounding the crimson dragon like two storms colliding. Xu Ming managed to hold off the crimson dragon for barely a second. But only for a second. Xu Ming was swallowed by the crimson dragon. He felt every inch of his skin being destroyed, as though magma was engulfing his entire body. Even the body-tempering training he'd undergone had never been this painful. It wasn't just his body. His soul felt like it was being assaulted by two booming voices shouting hum and huh in his ears, shaking it to the verge of disintegration. Xu Ming's vision began to blur, as if his life was flashing before his eyes. Just as he was on the brink of death, about to be torn apart completely, something happened. A pendant, shaped like a water droplet, suddenly broke through the blood-red dragon aura. Xu Ming instinctively reached out to catch it, but the water droplet pendant sank directly into the palm of his hand, disappearing without a trace. Xu Ming even wondered if he was hallucinating. Yet, the sensations in his body told him it was real. When the water droplet pendant merged into his body, Xu Ming's gaze turned vacant. He appeared to be looking at the crimson dragon in front of him, but his eyes seemed to see beyond it. The overwhelming pressure from the crimson dragon transformed into an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The hostility and rejection vanished entirely, replaced by something akin to meeting an old friend. The blood energy, which had felt like magma, now flowed like a gentle spring breeze. Xu Ming's soul felt as if it were being nourished by the waters of the celestial jade pool. His injuries and condition began to heal rapidly. As if guided by instinct, Xu Ming reached out his hand toward the crimson dragon. In the eyes of everyone present, the blood energy surrounding Xu Ming started converging into a blood-red orb. Eventually, all the blood energy condensed into the orb. Like a toad spitting out its treasure, the orb floated in front of Xu Ming, resembling a blood-red moon in the sky. Then, the crimson orb descended into Xu Ming's palm on its own accord. The formation atop the mountain began to dim, and the chains binding Qin Wan vanished. As Xu Ming accepted this inexplicable crimson orb, hundreds of human and demon cultivators flew in, surrounding him. Xu Ming looked at them calmly. In their eyes, Xu Ming saw greed. These people were not here with good intentions. "May I ask what brings you all here?" Xu Ming said, his voice calm and unafraid despite being encircled by so many cultivators. After all, Xu Ming had joined the Blood Azure battalion at the age of 8 and experienced life and death trials before turning 10. For someone with a history like Xu Ming's, such a scene was nothing out of the ordinary. Faced with Xu Ming's composure and unwavering calmness in the midst of danger, many of the cultivators found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, especially with the righteous aura emanating from him. It made them feel like petty schemers in comparison. "What is Brother Xu doing here, if I may ask?" Xia Donghua stepped forward, his gaze briefly sweeping over Qin Wan and the others lying on the ground. What I'm doing here has nothing to do with any of you, does it? Xu Ming replied. And more importantly, you still haven't answered my question. Why have you surrounded me in such an aggressive manner? With a snap, Xiu opened his folding fan and began fanning himself leisurely. Earlier tonight, I went to the Toad Temple and discovered a rare treasure, the orb in Brother Su's hand. I'd appreciate it if you could hand it over to me. Xu Ming weighed the orb in his hand and smiled. Why should I give it to you? Does this thing belong to you? Xia Donghua quickly interjected. Xu Ming, we risked our lives to acquire that treasure. You didn't contribute anything. It has nothing to do with you, so isn't it wrong for you to just take it for yourself? Xu Ming looked at Xia Donghua as if he were a fool. I almost died because of this orb just now, and now that it's in my hands, you're telling me it has nothing to do with me. Xia Donghua's tone immediately soured, even carrying a hint of threat. Young Master Su, holding on to that item might not bring you any good fortune. Well, I'd like to see what misfortune it could possibly bring, Xu Ming replied, his lips curling into a faint smile, his expression as calm as ever. Xu Ming didn't know what this blood-red orb was, but judging by how everyone was fighting over it, it certainly wasn't something ordinary. Why waste time talking to him? A one-eyed cultivator stepped forward. This man is definitely suspicious. Exactly. Another cultivator joined in. The orb suddenly flew toward him and ended up in his hands. He must have used some kind of trick. This man definitely knows some secret about Baiwa City. Look at the formation on the mountaintop. Its aura is strikingly similar to the blood energy of the orb. Perhaps this man is the mastermind behind everything. The missing cultivators. He might be the one who killed them. Kill him. More and more people began pointing fingers at Xu Ming, their voices filled with accusation and hostility. In truth, Xia Donghua also knew Xu Ming would never hand over the orb. The others understood as well that the formation alone wasn't enough to prove Xu Ming was the mastermind behind the events in Baiwa City, let alone that he was responsible for the missing cultivators. At most, Xu Ming had stumbled upon some clues about Baiwa City, constructed the formation, and accidentally caused it to resonate with the orb. After all, everyone had witnessed Xu Ming's fearless expression when facing the blood-red dragon. And who could have predicted that the toad would spit out a treasure? If Xu Ming had planned all of this, he wouldn't have exposed himself like this, inviting everyone's wrath. Still, certain words had to be spoken, even if they were meaningless. First, to see if Xu Ming would back down. Second, to justify their intent to seize the treasure. Xia Donghua frowned. Brother Su, shouldn't you provide a proper explanation? You're all here to steal the treasure, aren't you? Everyone knows it, so why bother dressing it up with pretenses? Xu Ming chuckled, standing tall and unwavering. If you want it, come and take it. "9 years ago. Husband, are we really going to settle down here?" Walking along the streets of Baiwa City, a delicate-looking woman asked the man beside her. The man, named Shun Sheng, nodded. This will be the place. It's situated on the border between the Wu Kingdom and a small demon kingdom in the southern realm. It's an ungoverned city with no one in control. Here, we can avoid those hunting you, Qiongmon. The woman, Zhao Qiongmon, lowered her head slightly, her expression full of guilt. I'm sorry, husband. If it weren't for me. Don't say such things, Shan Sheng interrupted her. What's done is done. Since we've come to a new place, let's start fresh and live a good life together. All right, Zhao Qiongmon agreed softly. I'll follow whatever you decide. Shun Sheng tightened his grip on his wife's hand. Don't worry. Now that we're here, we can finally live in peace. No one will find us. Zhao Qiongmon nodded firmly. Shun Sheng found a broker in Baiwa City and purchased a small courtyard, just big enough for 2 or 3 people to live in. Having their own home, no longer wandering aimlessly, Zhao Qiongmon's restless heart gradually began to settle. She followed her husband around the city, buying necessities for their new life. With each item they purchased, Zhao Qiongman felt a growing sense of belonging to their little courtyard. Once they had settled in, Zhao Qiongman lived with her husband in Baiwa City. Aside from cultivating, the two would hunt nearby demonic beasts to sell or take on bounty tasks from the city. For cultivators, earning enough for daily expenses was incredibly easy. Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiongman only needed to complete a task or two to cover their costs for 2 or 3 months. Though Baiwa City was an ungoverned city, its order was maintained by a delicate balance, with various factions controlling different areas. These factions included both human and demon clans. While the human and demon factions often clashed, it wasn't unusual for human factions to include demon cultivators or for demon factions to have human members. Given Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiongman's high cultivation levels, the factions treated them with respect. Not only did they avoid causing trouble for the couple, but they occasionally sent gifts, hoping to recruit them. However, Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiongman chose not to join any faction, unwilling to complicate their peaceful life. As time passed, the couple lived a stable life, almost forgetting the dangers they had fled from. Zhao Qiongman's once anxious heart finally found peace. Their neighbors, a family of lizard demons, even laid a clutch of eggs. Zhao Qiongman helped deliver the hatchlings. The lizards named their young rather casually. The first to hatch was called Lizard Dalong, and the second was Lizard Erlang. In Baiwa City, the harmony between humans and demons reached an astonishing level. But one day, Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiongman noticed something strange about the city. The flow of spiritual energy within the city felt different from that outside, and flashes of white light would often streak through the city. The blazing sun in the sky seemed unusually large, as if it might fall at any moment. At night, the moon turned into a blood-red orb, and the demons in the city could no longer maintain their human forms. By the time Shun Sheng and his wife realized that a powerful artifact might have emerged in Baiwa City, the city itself had already formed a massive array, trapping them inside with no means of escape. Left with no other choice, the couple decided to settle down temporarily while searching for a way out. An artifact capable of forming its own boundary was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely the kind of treasure coveted even by cultivators at the 5th realm and above. Although Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiongman had initially wanted to make this place their long-term home, they knew it wouldn't be long before the presence of the artifact attracted the attention of major factions. When that happened, Baiwa City would become a battleground, filled with chaos and danger. Even worse, their enemies might discover their whereabouts. Reluctantly, they acknowledged that they would have to leave. Adding to their concern, the beams of white light descending from the sky caused cultivators in the city to vanish without a trace. Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiongman couldn't determine whether those who disappeared had returned to the outside world or perished, their essence becoming nourishment for Baiwa City itself. This sense of uncertainty gave them yet another reason to leave. Do you think we'll be able to wait until the blood-red full moon rises? One night, after Zhao Qiongman completed the intricate array she had been working on, she leaned exhaustedly against her husband's shoulder, gazing at the starry sky. The night sky was dotted with countless stars, forming a breathtakingly beautiful tapestry. Sometimes, Zhao Qiongman would think, if Baiwa City could remain hidden as a secret realm and never be discovered by outsiders, she and her husband could stay here forever. Who knows? Shun Sheng wrapped an arm around her shoulder, smiling faintly. Perhaps we'll vanish tomorrow. Anything's possible. Do you think if we disappear, someone will find what we've left behind? We'll help them. Zhao Qiongman asked softly. Who can say? Shun Sheng replied uncertainly. These things depend on fate. There are relics and tombs left behind by great cultivators that have remained undiscovered for thousands of years. True, it all comes down to fate, Zhao Qiongman said, turning to smile at her husband. Meeting you has been my greatest fate and my greatest fortune. Shun Sheng kissed her forehead gently. The feeling is mutual. After doing everything they could to prepare, the couple resumed their usual lives, waiting patiently for whatever was to come. And one of the hardest things for anyone to do is to learn how to wait. During this idle time, Zhao Qiongman, using her lifetime of knowledge and insights into the rules governing Baiwa City, extracted a fragment of Tao and condensed it into a single drop of rainwater. She wasn't sure if this creation had any purpose. Perhaps it was just meant to serve as a keepsake. Then, one day, the blood moon didn't appear, but the white light did. The light descended upon Shun Sheng. Zhao Qiongman, however, remained calm and held her husband tightly in her arms. Together, they quietly awaited the unknown. Bathed in the white light, their consciousnesses felt hazy, their minds blank. It was an odd sensation, as if they had been struck unconscious, yet could still sense their own existence. When the white light faded and they regained their senses, they found themselves outside Baiwa City. But before they could feel any joy, they noticed dozens of black-robed cultivators standing nearby. The aura emanating from these individuals was strange, human, yet not entirely human. The leader, in particular, radiated the powerful spiritual energy of a nascent soul realm cultivator. "Who are you?" Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiongman instinctively drew their swords. "We are members of the Black God sect," the leader said, stepping forward with a sinister smile. He gestured to his subordinates. "Don't waste time. Capture them." "Yes, sir." One by one, the cultists of the Black God sect drew closer, like brainwashed puppets. Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiongman fought desperately while trying to escape. Yet, in the end, their efforts proved futile. Surrounded on all sides, they used all their strength, but couldn't break free. "You've got quite the talent for formations," said the leading man in a black robe as he stepped forward. "Judging by your skill and understanding of arrays, could it be that you're a disciple of the heavenly array sect?" Zhao Qiongman pressed her lips tightly together and remained silent. The black-robed man stared straight at her. "I've always admired the disciples of your heavenly array sect. Our leader often praises your sect master as an unparalleled genius. Coincidentally, I'm in need of a formation master. Serve me, and I'll reward you generously. What do you say? Keep dreaming." Shun Sheng stood protectively in front of his wife, glaring fiercely at the man. "Don't think for a second that we'll serve you." The leader of the Black God sect smirked and said to Shun Sheng, "What use is your life, really? You're not the one we need. I'll never serve you either." Zhao Qiongman shouted at the black-robed man. The man tilted his head slightly, staring at her in feigned confusion. "Don't you want revenge for your heavenly array sect? This world is already rotten to the core. Join us, fight alongside the Black God sect, and we'll overthrow this broken world together." "Madmen. All of you are madmen. Let us go." Zhao Qiongman refused angrily. The black-robed man sighed, looking regretful. "In that case, you leave me no choice." He ordered his men to seize Shun Sheng, dragging him forward and pressing a long sword to his neck. "If you don't join us, I'll cut your husband's flesh piece by piece. Our sect branch has an important mission to accomplish, and I'll use any means necessary to ensure your cooperation. Let him go." Zhao Qiongman lunged forward, but was immediately restrained by two cultivators at the man's side. The black-robed man pressed the blade into Shun Sheng's flesh, slicing it open. Blood dripped down the sword. "I'm waiting for your answer." "I act." As Zhao Qiongman hesitated, just beginning to speak, the man's sword slashed across Shun Sheng again, drawing a scream as a piece of flesh fell to the ground. "Stop!" Zhao Qiongman shouted, tears streaming down her face. "Beast! If you've got the guts, just kill me already." Shun Sheng gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring from his forehead in pain. But the black-robed man paid no attention to Shun Sheng, his eyes fixed solely on Zhao Qiongman. "Think carefully before you respond." "I am." Another slash of the sword tore through Shun Sheng's body. Shun Sheng clenched his fists tightly, enduring the pain in silence. He looked at his wife and shook his head vigorously. "I'll do it." Just as the black-robed man was about to strike a third time, Zhao Qiongman finally relented. A wise decision. The man sheathed his sword and fed Shun Sheng 2 pills. I've given your husband 2 pills. One will heal his injuries, and the other is a poison. If you ever betray me, I'll activate the poison." The black-robed man turned away without sparing Zhao Qiuman another glance. He issued orders to his subordinates. "Take them away." The black-robed man led Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiuman deep into a mountain peak. Inside, the entire mountain had been hollowed out, with molten lava flowing below. The surrounding rock walls were teeming with roaring demonic beasts. "What is your view on the concepts of human, demon, and beast?" the black-robed man asked Zhao Qiuman. Zhao Qiuman responded coldly. "Humans are born with innate spirits. Some can cultivate, while others cannot. Demons are animals that have gained intelligence. All demons can cultivate and even take on human form. Beasts are born as they are, unable to gain intelligence, savage and violent, and incapable of transforming into human form." The black-robed man nodded. "And what do you think of the relationship between mortals and cultivators?" Zhao Qiuman replied, "Cultivators are simply mortals who have undergone cultivation. They are one and the same." A smirk appeared on the black-robed man's lips. "Are they really the same?" Zhao Qiuman frowned. "What do you mean?" The black-robed man, his tone patient, explained. "Exactly what I said. While it's true that cultivators come from mortals, do cultivators really treat mortals as equals? From what I've observed, cultivators see mortals as demons see ordinary animals, or as humans see demonic beasts. To cultivators, mortals are no longer beings of the same level. In fact, mortals are nothing more than tools to them. There are cultivators who perform blood sacrifices using mortals. Some use mortals for breeding. If a child is born ordinary, they abandon them. If a child is born with spiritual roots, they take them for training. Cultivators will destroy entire cities or even nations for their own selfish desires. Never, not once, have cultivators truly cared about the lives of mortals." Zhao Qiuman's tone turned sharp. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "It's simple." The black-robed man turned around to face Zhao Qiuman and removed the hood of his cloak. Following his lead, the others around him also removed their hoods. Seeing their faces clearly, Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiuman's eyes widened in shock, their pupils trembling. Some had horns growing from their heads. Some had lizard-like scales covering their cheeks. Some had beast-like pupils. All of them bore features that resembled those of demonic beasts to varying degrees. "We are both ordinary humans and beasts," the black-robed man declared. "Join us. Together, we can change everything in this world. One day, all mortals will rise and trample those so-called celestial beings beneath their feet." Within the heart of the lava cavern, Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiuman had donned the black robes of the Black God sect, officially becoming its members. The sect placed little guard over them. After all, they had no way to escape, especially since Zhao Qiuman was tasked with participating in the construction of an important array for the sect's branch. If Zhao Qiuman dared to slack off or intentionally delay the progress of the array, the Black God sect's cultivators would immediately punish Shun Sheng. This left Zhao Qiuman with no room for error or defiance in her daily tasks. During their time in the Black God sect, Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiuman came to understand the full extent of the sect's plans. The Black God sect sought to fuse mortals with demonic beasts. If successful, mortals could gain the strength of demonic beasts and use them as spiritual roots for cultivation. It was somewhat similar to the spiritual root grafting practiced by the mortal aristocracy. However, spiritual root grafting came at an immense cost. True spiritual roots that could be grafted were exceedingly rare. The so-called spiritual roots were not true roots, but were instead treasures of heaven and earth capable of absorbing spiritual energy. These treasures were implanted into mortals, serving as makeshift spiritual roots. Moreover, the vast majority of mortals who underwent this grafting had extremely limited cultivation potential. Few ever reached the cave mansion realm, and breaking through to the golden core realm was virtually impossible. Typically, those who underwent spiritual root grafting were feudal lords of the great human dynasties or renowned warriors seeking to extend their lifespans. They didn't aim to become true cultivators, but merely desired to live longer. The wealthier and more powerful someone was, the more they feared death. Only they could afford the luxury of artificial spiritual roots. But now the Black God sect was pushing the boundaries of this world. Unlike treasures of heaven and earth, demonic beasts were abundant and everywhere. If the Black God sect's method of fusing humans with demonic beasts, allowing humans to cultivate, proved viable, they would completely upend the existing world order. It was a truly insane idea. Imagine a world where everyone could cultivate. What kind of grand spectacle would that be? But here's the question, would it really be a grand spectacle, or would it be a grand calamity? When humans and demonic beasts are fused, can humans truly retain their rationality? Would they not succumb to beast-like instincts? Even setting aside the worst-case scenarios, assuming there were no adverse side effects to the fusion and everyone could cultivate, would the world's resources be sufficient? Cultivation demands an astronomical amount of resources, with higher realms requiring even more. If everyone could cultivate, could the world truly sustain such a burden? Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiuman doubted it would ever reach the point where everyone could cultivate. In fact, the Black God sect hadn't even resolved the first step of their plan. Though Shen Sheng was not directly involved in the experiments with fusing mortals and demonic beasts, he was kept close to Zhao Qiuman at all times and couldn't leave her side. Zhao Qiuman worked alongside other array masters to refine the fusion arrays. During this time, the couple witnessed the Black God sect's horrifying and depraved actions. The sect's cultivators descended into the mortal world to abduct people. They didn't just target young men and women. They also seized the elderly, children, and even infants. These mortals, along with captured demonic beasts, were thrown into the arrays, where the sect used the array's power and the spiritual energy radiating from a treasure in Baiwa City to force a fusion between them. The process of fusion was excruciatingly painful, and the failure rate was alarmingly high. Out of 100 individuals, at most one might survive the fusion successfully. It was through this that Shun Sheng and Zhao Qiuman finally learned the truth about Baiwa City. Initially, they had believed the treasure causing the strange phenomena in Baiwa City had been brought there by the Black God sect. The truth is the extraordinary treasure of Baiwa City does not belong to the Black God cult. The Black God cult came to Baiwa City merely because it was an unclaimed land. Baiwa City lies at the border between the Southern Demon Kingdom and the Wu Kingdom, with no governing authority. Unexpectedly, the area itself generated a celestial treasure. This treasure is none other than Baiwa City as a whole. According to the Black God cult's calculations, Baiwa City will transform into a secret realm, which will eventually be encapsulated in a medium, a scroll. This phenomenon is not unheard of. 10,000 years ago, in the desolate wilderness, a region was severed by the great Tao, becoming a blessed realm contained within a scroll, eventually claimed by an Ascension realm cultivator. Shun Sheng knew that the Black God cult sub-branch leader had his own ambitions. He wanted to claim the entire scroll for himself, so he kept it secret from the cult's headquarters. Otherwise, such a powerful treasure would have warranted the presence of a Grandmaster-level cultivator to oversee it. During the formation of the Baiwa scroll, it will reject foreign entities, leaving only the native residents of Baiwa City behind. This explains the appearance of those flashes of white light. Although the Black God cult's ultimate goal is to fuse mortals with demonic beasts, the leap is too great. They plan to first identify a common ground between cultivators and demonic beasts, then apply it to mortals, similar to how medical cultivators test drugs on animals before using them on humans. The Black God cult utilized the white light of Baiwa City. They instructed Zhao Qiuman and other formation masters to create a formation that would send cultivators rejected by Baiwa City directly into the lava core cavern. Every day, Zhao Qiuman watched her formation harm one person after another. Her heart was filled with guilt and pain. Shun Sheng knew that he had become leverage for his wife. At times, he even contemplated ending his own life. But even if he died, what good would it do? Would it free his wife from his place? Shun Shung endured, even pretending to cooperate with the Black God cult, as if he had come to terms with their plans. He acted as though he wanted to help them achieve their grand ambitions. This gained the approval of the Black God cult's sub-branch leader. Shun Shung rose from being a lowly prisoner to an official steward within the cult. Due to a shortage of manpower, combined with the suppressive poison limiting Shun Shung's strength and his apparent loyalty, the sub-branch leader finally gave him the antidote after much consideration. 5 days after receiving the antidote, Shun Shung plotted an escape. Taking advantage of the guard's laxity, he fled with his wife. Success seemed within reach when the sub-branch leader of the Black God cult, Qi Hui, blocked their path. Shun Shung and Zhao Qiumon were dragged back to the cavern. Shun Shung, I trusted you, and you betrayed me, Qi Hui said, staring at him coldly. This has nothing to do with my wife. If you must kill someone, kill me. Let her go. Shun Shung clenched his fists tightly. Why do you think you're in any position to bargain with me? Qi Hui asked. Let my husband leave. I will dedicate myself to the Black God cult and work wholeheartedly without a trace of disloyalty. I swear on my Tao. Zhao Qiumon stood protectively before her husband. Qi Hui merely laughed. Negotiation requires leverage. Unfortunately, you two have none. With a wave of his hand, Qi Hui sent Zhao Qiumon flying. As she struggled to rise, she saw Qi Hui gripping her husband's throat. Qi Hui looked at her coldly. The formation is complete, and the headquarters has sent additional formation masters. You've outlived your usefulness. Were it not for your contributions, you'd have already been thrown into the formation for fusion. This situation is your own doing. You have no one to blame but yourselves. What are you trying to do? Zhao Qiumon shouted. Qi Hui tossed out a magical artifact, binding Zhao Qiumon to a pillar. What do you think I'm trying to do? Qi Hui sneered before throwing Shun Shung into the formation. Bring out the bloodbat beast. Yes, sir, a Black God sect disciple replied. The disciple opened a cage, releasing the bound bloodbat beast into the formation. You beast! Let go of my husband. You monster! You beast! Zhao Qiumon struggled desperately, but she could only watch helplessly as her husband was forced to fuse with the demonic beast. Listening to her husband's agonized screams, Zhao Qiumon's eyes welled with blood tears. Well, I didn't expect it to work, and so successfully at that, Qi Hui remarked, clearly impressed, as he observed Shun Shung lying on the ground. Except for a few beastly features on his back, Shun Shung appeared mostly human. The ultimate goal of the Black God sect was not just for every ordinary person to successfully fuse with demonic beasts, but to ensure that after the fusion, no trace of the beast remained. Among the hundreds of successful fusions at this branch of the Black God sect, not a single person had achieved this level of purity. But now, there were two with minimal beastly traits, one of them being Shun Shung. If you have the guts, just kill me. Shun Shung weakly gasped, glaring at Qi Hui from within the formation. Why would I kill you? Qi Hui responded coldly. Our Black God sect is expanding, and we need to stir up some chaos. You'll be sent to carry out missions in the Wu Kingdom. Refuse, and I'll kill your wife instead. The choice is yours. Don't agree to it. Zhao Qiumon shouted to her husband. Husband, I already have too much innocent blood on my hands. I deserve to die. We can't harm more innocents. Let's meet again in the next life. Qi Hui didn't bother stopping her outburst. Instead, he tossed a token onto the ground before Shun Shung. If you agree, pick up this token. If not, you both die here and now. Shun Shung looked at the token on the ground, then at his wife. In the end, he chose to pick up the token. A wise decision, Qi Hui said with a smirk. Retrieving the artifact binding Zhao Qiumon, he walked away with his hands behind his back, his voice echoing in the cavern. Zhao Qiumon scrambled over and hugged her husband tightly. Not long after, once Shun Shung had fully adapted to his fused body, he was assigned a mission. The night before his departure, Zhao Qiumon handed him a storage pouch and a palm-sized coffin. These are my treasures, and I'm giving you Xiao Yao as well. You must take care of yourself, she said softly, looking earnestly at her husband. The Biwa scroll will be complete in 7 or 8 years. By then, many sects will come to fight for it. The Black God sect is playing with fire by doing this. Although the escape formation we used last time has been destroyed, they don't know I set up another one. Do you remember the law orb I made by extracting the laws of Biwa City before we left? When you return, and the sects make their move on Biwa City, we'll find a way to send the orb into the city. This will not only help the trapped cultivators escape, but also earn their gratitude. They might even help us escape in return. But all of this will have to wait until you come back. All right, Shun nodded firmly. You must take care of yourself. I will. Zhao Qiumon hugged her husband tightly. Be careful out there. The next day, Shun departed. Zhao Qiumon stood silently, watching her husband disappear into the distance. Beside her, Hui stood with his hands clasped behind his back. You too, honestly. If you had just joined us fully, nothing would have happened. All our sacrifices are for a better world. I really don't understand why you resist so much. What you're doing goes against heaven and morality. It will never end well for you. Zhao Qiumon retorted coldly. Retribution, Hui chuckled. My father was the master of a sword estate. One day, a cultivator came to our estate. My father treated him with hospitality, but the man lusted after my mother's beauty. He assaulted her, and when my father tried to protect her, the cultivator killed him. He burned the entire estate to the ground. Everyone died in the fire except me. Do you know what happened to that cultivator afterward? Hui turned to face her. Let me tell you, that cultivator later reached the nascent soul realm, founded a sect, and was worshipped as a divine figure by countless cultivators and mortals. Tell me, where is the retribution in that? Zhao Qiumon remained silent. Let's go back, Hui said, turning and walking away. You too. I'd say you're old acquaintances of mine now. By the way, I know you're carrying his child. I didn't tell Shun about it. But now that Shun has fused with a demonic beast, who knows if the child you're carrying is human or beast? By all logic, someone who is fused with a demonic beast should be incapable of reproduction. You two are an exception. I should have reported this to the headquarters, but I chose not to. If you decide not to keep the child, that's your choice. I won't force you. Consider this my last favor to you both, my old friends. The Lava Heart Cave. Zhao Qiumon was waiting for her husband to return. During these days, Zhao Qiumon lived in a constant state of anxiety and fear. She often had dreams where her husband died out there and never came back. These dreams didn't happen just once or twice. They recurred many times. With each dream, the ominous premonition in her heart grew stronger and more suffocating. As time passed, Zhao Qiumon's belly grew larger and larger. Though the branch master of the Black God sect, Hui, delivered spiritual fruits and the flesh of magical beasts to Zhao Qiumon daily to nourish her body, and even refrained from making her maintain the protective formation, she felt no relief. Hui even assigned a personal maid to attend to Zhao Qiumon's daily needs. On the surface, Hui appeared to be a decent man, seemingly possessing some remnants of conscience. But Zhao Qiumon absolutely did not believe he had had a change of heart. She harbored a deep hatred for Hui and felt no gratitude for her current treatment. She knew very well that Hui's kindness was entirely because the child in her womb held immense value. He wanted to see what would become of her child upon birth. Every time this thought crossed her mind, Zhao Qiumon's emotions grew more and more conflicted. She didn't know what kind of fate awaited her child after its birth. It might be a life of endless torment, or worse, the child could be molded into a ruthless demon, slaughtering without remorse. No matter the path, Zhao Qiumon was certain it would be a cruel one, perhaps one that would even threaten the world itself. Yet, she couldn't bear the thought of losing the child growing inside her. This was the only offspring she and Shun had ever conceived. After reaching the cave mansion realm as a cultivator, conceiving a child became exceedingly difficult. This was her first child and could very well be her last. As time passed day by day, Zhao Qiumon's belly grew heavier, and she wrestled with the decision regarding the child. One day, she made up her mind. She didn't want her child to endure endless suffering or become a ruthless demon. In her room, Zhao Qiuman set up a formation that would let her unborn child pass peacefully, without the slightest pain. She wouldn't let the child leave this world alone. She would accompany it. If her husband returned, he would be free of the burden of her and the child. He could start anew. But just as Zhao Qiuman was about to activate the formation, she suddenly felt the child in her womb kick her with great force. The unexpected movement froze Zhao Qiuman in place. For the first time, she truly felt the presence of the small life inside her. "What do I do? What should I do?" she cried, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry, my child. Mother truly doesn't know what to do. I'm so sorry." Falling to the floor, Zhao Qiuman wept bitterly. Her heart was filled with nothing but despair. Outside the door, Qi Hui, who had been preparing to intervene, turned and left. He knew that, after today, Zhao Qiuman would no longer harm the child in her womb. He could now be completely at ease. For months passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Qiuman began to feel that something was wrong with her mind. She had an overwhelming urge to attack others, to destroy, to turn everything around her to dust. One day, she finally lost control of her reason and attacked several Black God sect disciples within a lava heart cave. The incident alarmed Qi Hui. Rushing to the scene, Qi Hui found that Zhao Qiuman had become like a raging magical beast, her eyes a deep, blood-red hue. After stopping Zhao Qiuman, Qi Hui bound her with chains to prevent her from further losing control. He assigned people to feed her daily. Following this incident, Qi Hui ordered her spiritual meridians and apertures to be sealed to avoid her spiritual power spiraling out of control, which could damage her meridians and jeopardize the child's birth. 8 months had passed since Zhao Qiuman's pregnancy began. Her belly had grown significantly, and she could sense that the child inside her was ready to meet her soon. To ensure the smooth delivery of the child, Qi Hui captured several midwives and medical cultivators. Zhao Qiuman spent each day in fear and unease, while Qi Hui waited patiently. As Zhao Qiuman suspected, Qi Hui wasn't sparing her out of friendship or kindness. His true intention was to witness what would be born from a human who had fused with a magical beast and conceived a child with an ordinary woman. At 9 months and 1 week, Zhao Qiuman was struck by excruciating pain. Amniotic fluid flowed steadily from her body. 2 medical cultivators and 3 mortal midwives assisted with the delivery. The labor was agonizingly long, lasting an entire day and night. If she were an ordinary mortal woman, she would have died from complications. Fortunately, as a cultivator, Zhao Qiuman had far greater endurance. Additionally, the medical cultivators used rare treasures to sustain her life. Outside the room, Qi Hui waited for the child's birth. Wah! Wah! When the first cries rang out, Qi Hui hurried into the room and immediately focused on the child. After the baby was cleaned, Qi Hui examined her closely. It was a little girl, a human, at least in appearance. The only sign of her magical beast lineage was a pair of small horns on her head. That was all. When the little girl stopped crying and slowly opened her eyes, Qi Hui saw they were blood-red, like 2 rubies. At this moment, Qi Hui realized this girl had the least visible beast traits of any human-beast hybrid he had ever encountered. But then again, she wasn't a fusion. She was born naturally. The blood of magical beasts flowed through her veins, and she was something entirely unique. The girl looked at Qi Hui. Qi Hui looked back at her. Their gazes locked, and a single thought crossed Qi Hui's mind. This is the first life ever born in the Baiwa City branch. It might also be the last. He extended his hand, and though the medical cultivators hesitated briefly, they carefully placed the infant into Qi Hui's arms. As he held the child, Qi Hui was struck by how fragile life could be. It seemed as if even a slight squeeze from him could shatter her. Carrying the girl, Qi Hui walked to Zhao Qiuman's bedside. Zhao Qiuman, weak beyond measure, looked at her daughter. She reached out and gently caressed the baby's face, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "Take one last look at her," Qi Hui said. "Give her a name. From today onward, she will belong to the Black God sect. I will take her and raise her myself." Zhao Qiongman softly stroked her daughter's cheek. She knew she couldn't stop him. As a mother, she had no idea what fate awaited her child. Shang Sheng, Shun Shang Sheng, Zhao Qiongman murmured. Sheng sounds like life. Sheng Sheng, continuous life, unending echoes, a name to remind, to remember, and to hope. Very well, Qi Hui said. Qi Hui picked up Sheng Sheng and turned to leave the room. Qi Hui. Zhao Qiongman mustered the last of her strength to call out his name. Qi Hui paused. What is it? Please don't hurt her. I'm begging you, Zhao Qiongman pleaded. Qi Hui ignored her and carried the child out of the room. After giving birth to Sheng Sheng, Zhao Qiongman's mental state did not improve much. The process of carrying Sheng Sheng had subjected her to irreversible contamination by the magical beast bloodline. She frequently fell into fits of madness. To prevent further incidents, Qi Hui kept her restrained with chains. Zhao Qiongman didn't know if she would ever recover or how she and her husband could escape with their child if he returned. For now, Sheng Sheng was an irreplaceable treasure to the Black God sect, and Qi Hui would never allow her to be taken away. Fortunately, Zhao Qiongman was permitted to see her daughter every few days. For her, the only hope left in her bleak existence was waiting for her husband's return and seeing her child. All I want is to be with my husband and child, to live a simple life together. Is that really so hard? Zhao Qiongman realized, bitterly, just how far removed she was from the simplest form of happiness that mortals took for granted. One day, the life lamp that symbolized her husband's fate extinguished completely within the lava heart cave. Zhao Qiongman broke down. You beasts! 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 She screamed, thrashing and cursing endlessly. She didn't blame the cultivator who killed her husband. To him, perhaps death was the best form of release. Her hatred was directed entirely at the Black God sect. It was the Black God sect that had driven her and her husband to this tragic end. It was the Black God sect that had separated her and her husband by life and death. It was the Black God sect that had turned her child into what she was now. It was because of the Black God sect that she could only see her daughter once every few days and hold her for barely half a moment each time. After Sheng Sheng's death, Qi Hui stopped allowing Zhao Qiongman to hold Sheng Sheng when he brought her to visit. Who could guarantee that Zhao Qiongman, in her madness, wouldn't harm herself and take the child with her? Years passed. Qi Hui watched as Sheng Sheng grew day by day. Compared to ordinary children, Sheng Sheng displayed far more aggression. At times, she was like a magical beast, instinctively adopting a defensive stance when faced with danger or provocation. Due to the influence of her magical beast bloodline, Sheng Sheng's intellectual development was slower than that of mortal children. However, unlike magical beasts, whose intelligence stagnates at a certain low ceiling, Sheng Sheng's intellect had no such limits. It grew steadily, albeit at a slower pace. With enough time, she might one day match the intelligence of ordinary people. Qi Hui also discovered that Sheng Sheng could cultivate like a normal human cultivator while also utilizing certain magical beast abilities. What puzzled Qi Hui most was that Sheng Sheng's magical abilities were far superior to those of ordinary bloodbat beasts. A bloodbat beast, a mere tier 6 magical beast, had power equivalent to a typical cave mansion realm cultivator. It was incapable of breathing fire, yet Sheng Sheng could unleash black flames. Searching through ancient texts, Qi Hui eventually uncovered the reason. Magical beasts have the ability to evolve. This evolution was not akin to the bloodline reversion seen in the demon race. For demons, bloodline reversion occurs through cultivation or by inheriting ancient divine beast legacies to purify and refine their own bloodlines. Magical beasts can only evolve by inheriting the remains of other magical beasts, such as hearts or magic cores. Even if their ancestors or parents were powerful beasts, they cannot revert to their ancestral forms purely through their bloodline. At most, they might gain some unique traits and greater strength. While evolution doesn't increase a magical beast's intelligence, it significantly enhances their power. The bloodbat beast must have acquired some rare opportunity, allowing it to evolve in an unusual way. If not, there's only one other explanation. The bloodbat beast's ancestors carried the bloodline of a powerful magical beast, and that bloodline manifested in Shun Shung Shung, granting her the ability to undergo a bloodline reversion similar to that of the demon race. Based on Chi Hui's understanding, there are only 3 types of magical beasts capable of breathing black flames. 1. The ancient demon dragon, now considered extinct, or at least thought to be. After all, the term ancient would not apply otherwise. Whether they are truly extinct is uncertain. The world is vast, and even ancient divine beasts occasionally reappear. Who can guarantee that the demon dragon has vanished forever? 2. The abyssal world serpent, of which a few remain, hidden within the secret realms of the world. 3. The black flame butterfly, a rare and enigmatic creature. As Chi Hui watched the little girl crawling on the ground, chasing after a pebble and playing, he contemplated whether to send her back to the Black God sect. The girl's value was immense. With her as a bargaining chip, Chi Hui could earn the sect's coveted Zywulian herb and attempt to break through to the Jade Purity realm. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could rise to the position of a steward in the sect's main headquarters. What would happen to the girl after being sent there? How she would be treated wasn't his concern. Just as Chi Hui seemed to be firming up his decision, the little girl crawled over to him. "What is it?" Chi Hui asked calmly. It didn't take long for him to remember that this 2-year-old child was not like other toddlers. She didn't understand his words and couldn't even speak yet. "Dieter," the little girl babbled. Chi Hui's attention sharpened. "Dieter, Daddy," the little girl stammered, stretching out her hands to him, holding a lizard she had caught. "What did you just call me?" Chi Hui stared at her intently. "Daddy?" The girl tilted her head, as if even she didn't understand what she had just said. "I'm not your daddy." Chi Hui took the lizard from her small hands. "Your daddy is dead. I am the one who killed him." "If you want to come, then come together." Xu Ming calmly looked at the cultivators in front of him. Xu Ming knew there was no point in reasoning with them. These people wouldn't listen. Cultivators, by nature, were far too selfish. Some of them would even betray their friends, brothers, or even their own spouses for the sake of an opportunity. And an opportunity like this, gaining control over a minor secret realm, was irresistibly tempting even to cultivators in the 5th realm, let alone these ones who hadn't even reached the Dragon Gate realm. What's more, once someone became the master of a secret realm, they didn't need to worry about others taking it from them. The moment you bonded with a secret realm, you could stay hidden within it indefinitely, unless an immortal realm cultivator came along and used their full power to forcibly break the secret realm. No one could force their way in. But normally, no immortal realm cultivator would bother doing such a thing. Breaking a secret realm would cause its spiritual energy to leak out, leaving it in ruins and essentially worthless. Given that, why would anyone waste their effort on such a thankless task? As Xu Ming's words fell, Qin Qingwan, who had regained her mobility, flew to his side without hesitation. Yu Wenxi and Niao Feng also stepped forward to stand with him. "Goose! Roar!" The white goose and the hopping zombie unreservedly aligned themselves with Xu Ming. Xu Ming glanced at the zombie he'd first encountered years ago. Back then, this hopping zombie had chased him relentlessly, nearly leading to the deaths of his teammates. But now, he had to admit that the same zombie had just saved his life. If not for it, he might have already been dead. As for why the hopping zombie had saved him, Xu Ming didn't believe for a second that it was out of the goodness of its heart. There had to be something it wanted from him. Why it had chosen him, Xu Ming could think of only 2 possibilities. 1. The hopping zombie relied on its innate intuition and deemed him trustworthy. 2. Because they were old acquaintances, Shun Sheng had left some kind of instruction before his death, using a secret technique to tell the zombie to trust him. Junior sister, what is the meaning of this? Xia Donghua's emotions were a chaotic swirl as he watched Qin Qingwan stand resolutely beside Xu Ming. Exactly what it looks like, senior brother. I won't let you harm Xu Ming. Qin Qingwan spoke calmly, even as she pressed closer to Xu Ming's side. Junior sister, I don't know what Xu Ming has told you, but don't be deceived by him, Xia Donghua urged. Look carefully. Xu Ming is consorting with a demon and a hopping zombie. How could such a man be good? Qin Xingwan blinked and turned to Xu Ming. Xu Ming, are you a good person? Xu Ming was momentarily taken aback. I'd like to think I'm more or less a good person. Qin Xingwan turned back, her eyes crinkling with a smile. He says he's a good person. Xia Donghua felt a surge of frustration and disbelief. And you believe him just because he says so? Qin Xingwan nodded earnestly. Of course I do. Without Xu Ming, I'd be dead by now. He's my savior. If I can't trust him, who else should I trust? You, senior brother? Xia Donghua found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Do the two gentlemen from White Deer Academy also intend to stand on the wrong side of justice? Xia Donghua turned to Yu Wenci and Miao Feng. Yu Wenci chuckled. We know Brother Su far better than you, Brother Xia. Back when Miao Feng and I were being bullied by the demons of Baiwa City, it was Brother Su who stepped in to help. That alone puts him far ahead of any of you. Enough talk. Attack. The crown prince of the White Serpent Kingdom, Shi Yu, had lost all patience. This woman was indeed stunningly beautiful. Xia Donghua's infatuation with her was understandable. To be honest, even he himself felt the urge to snatch this woman away. But right now, the most important thing wasn't the woman. It was the treasure Xu Ming possessed. As for the two scholars from White Deer Academy, that was a matter for the humans to handle. What did it have to do with the demon race? The humans might care about the Academy's reputation, but why should we? Let them die, for all I care. At Shi Yu's command, the prince's attendants surged forward. Once the first person charged, the second followed, then the third. More and more cultivators rushed towards Xu Ming. The night was nearly over, and as long as Shi Yu could obtain the treasure orb, the first rays of sunlight marking dawn would also signify his mastery over this secret realm. Goose! The Tianxian goose flapped its massive wings, unleashing blades of wind. Some of the weaker cultivators didn't even have time to react before they were slaughtered under its wings. Even those who managed to survive were dumbstruck. How could this goose possess strength comparable to the sea observation realm? That made no sense at all. Typically, any ordinary demon beast that reached the cave mansion realm would gain the ability to transform. That's why the cave mansion realm was often referred to as the shape-shifting realm among demons. But a demon beast at the sea observation realm that hadn't transformed? That was unheard of. This goose couldn't be a local, could it? Confucius said as he watched the river flow. Time passes like this, never ceasing, day or night. In the dead of night, I hear the wind and rain. Iron horses charge across frozen rivers in my dreams. Yu Wenci and Miao Feng recited in unison. As Confucian scholars, their words carried the force of natural law. The classics they invoked transformed into spells, provided the verses were recognized by the Tao of Heaven. Miao Feng's choice of verse, in fact, came from a line Xu Ming had composed in the letter of marriage rejection. In an instant, a river of time began flowing beneath Yu Wenci's feet, and he appeared as if he had become a sage lamenting the passage of time by a flowing river. The human and demon cultivators charging forward were all ensnared in the river. Each time they broke through its currents, the river would reform anew. And as soon as they shattered it again, a phalanx of iron cavalry forged from spiritual energy charged forth to meet them. Meanwhile, Qin Xingwan formed hand seals, summoning a pair of yin-yang fish that orbited around her. With a casual gesture, she called down black and white long swords from the heavens. Qin Xingwan showed no mercy. Any cultivator struck by her swords was utterly annihilated, body and soul. Although she wasn't a bloodthirsty person, Qin Xingwan understood that mercy toward enemies was cruelty toward oneself. Ironically, the weakest among Xu Ming's group was the hopping zombie. Yet even the zombie couldn't be subdued for the time being. Qin Xingwan and the others formed layer upon layer of defenses around Xu Ming. But just as a few managed to break through the lines and finally reach him, they realized, compared to Qin Xingwan and the rest, Xu Ming himself was an absolute monster. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, many cultivators finally reached Xu Ming. But with a single punch, Xu Ming dispatched each one in an instant. The martial chi emanating from his body was nothing like what one would expect from an ordinary heroic soul realm martial artist. Even approaching him, an invisible pressure made it impossible to stop trembling. The cultivators in Baiwa City and the outsider demon race were no strangers to battle. The weakest among them was at least in the mid-cave mansion realm, and they were all elite disciples from their respective sects, chosen specifically to compete for the treasure. In the past, they could handle others as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Even when facing opponents at higher realms, they often managed to slay them despite the disparity. But now, standing before Xu Ming, they felt like fish on a cutting board, waiting to be butchered. Xia Donghua stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Xu Ming advanced step by step, and with each step, a burst of blood mist erupted around him. No matter what techniques or artifacts his opponents used, Xu Ming shattered them all with a single punch. With each foe he defeated, the blood aura surrounding him grew even more terrifying. Even Qin Xingwan and Yu Wenxi, who were already shocked, felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Qin Xingwan had always been confident in her own strength, which was why she had assured Xu Ming, "I'll protect you." But now, she couldn't help but question if she could even win against Xu Ming in a direct confrontation. Staring at his back, her peach blossom eyes glimmered gently, as if she had been transported back to her childhood. Back then, Xu Ming had always been so powerful, always shielding her from harm. By the time Xu Ming finished his rampage, not a single person dared to step forward anymore. When Xu Ming took a step forward, most of them instinctively took a step back. Xu Ming chuckled. "Weren't you all here to claim the treasure? How are you supposed to do that if you keep retreating?" "I will try," said a man in a sword robe, stepping forward. "You're a disciple of the Wanjian sect?" Xu Ming glanced at the distinctive robe, which felt familiar, similar to the one Xu Xianhua used to wear. The man paused, then bowed with his sword in salute. "Indeed, I am Zhuang Yan of Wanjian sect's Minghai Peak." Xu Ming smiled. "How is your sect Xu Xianhua doing these days?" Zhuang Yan was briefly taken aback before responding. "Uncle Xu Xianhua surpasses me by 100-fold. Even though she has been suppressing her cultivation to participate in the rootless secret realm, she remains the foremost of our younger generation. Some of our senior disciples and stewards cannot compare to her." Xu Ming shook his head. "I'm asking if she's doing well." Zhuang Yan glanced at Xu Ming, puzzled. But then it struck him. Xu Ming was from the Wu Kingdom, just like Xu Xianhua, and they even shared the same surname. Could they be relatives? Realizing this possible connection, Zhuang Yan suddenly felt a sense of kinship towards Xu Ming. He quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Xu. Uncle Xu Xianhua is doing very well." "That's good to hear," Xu Ming said, taking out a peachwood sword. The sword was short, resembling a child's toy, and in fact it was. The sword had been a birthday gift from Xu Xianhua to Xu Ming, one he had kept and continued to use ever since. "You're a sword cultivator?" Zhuang Yan asked, momentarily stunned. "Barely," Xu Ming replied, bowing with the sword. "I humbly ask for your guidance." The moment Xu Ming straightened, an intense sword aura erupted from his body. The surrounding cultivators felt as if their skin was being sliced open by invisible blades, and even breathing felt like needles piercing their throats. What powerful sword aura! Duguqiu of the Tianxian sect frowned deeply. The more Duguqiu observed Xu Ming, the more he felt like he was facing a monster. Like most others, Duguqiu knew of Xu Ming only through his famous poem and the rejection of marriage petition. It was well known that Xu Ming was a man of extraordinary talent. But beyond that, they knew nothing about him. This was not unusual. Cultivators held a natural disdain for martial artists. No matter how talented Xu Ming might be, to them, he was ultimately just a mere mortal. But now, they had no choice but to take him seriously. Xu Ming's martial prowess was already so overwhelming, and yet he was also a cultivator, a sword cultivator, no less. His sword aura was so sharp and potent that even Duguqiu found it rare and unsettling. "Forgive my offense." Zhuang Yin lunged forward with his sword. Though Zhuang Yin indeed coveted the treasure, at this moment, his desire to defeat Xu Ming was even stronger. Xu Ming's formidable sword aura had awakened Zhuang Yan's competitive spirit. The clash of their swords was like galaxies colliding, like stars falling from the heavens. To Zhuang Yan's astonishment, Xu Ming was using the Bingyun sword technique, a technique uniquely created by the sect leader of Wanjian sect, taught only to direct disciples. Could it be that Uncle Su Xiuanhua had taught this technique to Brother Su? After 100 exchanges, Zhuang Yin began to feel the strain. Xu Ming hadn't even used his martial qi. He was relying solely on his Furnace Foundation realm strength to compete. And yet, Zhuang Yin was being thoroughly suppressed. What's more, Xu Ming was wielding an ordinary peachwood sword, while Zhuang Yan's sword was a second-grade magical weapon. At the 150th exchange, Xu Ming's sword, now coated in frost, broke through Zhuang Yan's blade. When Xu Ming stopped, the tip of his sword was already pressed against Zhuang Yan's throat. "I concede," Zhuang Yan said with a sigh, admitting defeat with absolute sincerity. He looked at Xu Ming and asked, "Brother Su, have you ever had a teacher in swordsmanship?" Xu Ming shook his head. "No." Hearing this, Zhuang Yan's expression grew even more regretful. "To think that you've reached such heights in swordsmanship through self-study. If you were to dedicate yourself to the sword, your future would be limitless." Xu Ming smiled faintly. "Swordsmanship is great, but martial arts aren't bad either. I'd like to try both paths." Zhuang Yin tried to persuade him further. "Martial arts is ultimately a dead-end road. Why persist? In my opinion, your talent in swordsmanship rivals even that of Uncle Su Xiuanhua. If you're interested, I could recommend you to Wanjian sect for further training." Xu Ming politely declined. "Thank you, Brother Zhuang, but I'm not interested in joining any sect. That said, I may visit your sect someday." Seeing Xu Ming's firm stance, Zhuang Yin did not press further. Bowing slightly, he said, "I won't make another move tonight. Take care, Brother Su. I hope that one day we can share a drink at Wanjian sect." "Thank you, Brother Zhuang. I look forward to it," Xu Ming replied with a smile. Zhuang Yin said no more and flew down the mountain. After Zhuang Yan's departure, the crowd's fear of Xu Ming grew even deeper. A martial artist with unparalleled strength and a sword cultivator capable of defeating a direct disciple of Wanjian sect. At this moment, Xu Ming stood like a towering mountain, unshakable and insurmountable. "Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward?" Xu Ming's voice echoed across the night sky. Of the hundreds present, not a single person dared to respond. Xu Ming looked at the crowd, but not a single person dared to respond. Earlier, they had been eager to seize the treasure. Now, they were like turtles retreating into their shells. It only goes to show that, no matter the place, most people are the same, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. But to be honest, if these hundreds of sea observation realm cultivators and demons joined forces to besiege Xu Ming, he felt it would be difficult to handle. It could very well lead to his death. After all, he wasn't a god. His martial realm was only at the heroic soul level, and his cultivation hadn't even reached the cave mansion realm. If these hundreds of cultivators and demons worked together with some cohesion, they could definitely wear Xu Ming down to death. Fortunately, Qin Xingwan and Yuwensi stood by his side. Their strength was formidable, greatly relieving the pressure on Xu Ming and allowing him a moment to catch his breath. Moreover, these hundreds of cultivators and demons were nothing like the Blood Azura battalion of Wu Kingdom. The Blood Azura battalion of Wu Kingdom were among the most disciplined forces in the human kingdoms. They would willingly shatter themselves to slay their enemies. But these people were driven by their own selfish desires, each instinctively holding back. Some cultivators with integrity didn't even participate in the siege. Even if they wanted the treasure, they would challenge Xu Ming one-on-one like Zhuang Yin, disdaining to exploit weakness or rely on numbers to bully a single person. This kind of alliance was, truthfully, far from formidable. especially when Xu Ming picked out a few examples and punched them to death in a single blow. The scene was both shocking and exaggerated, scaring them out of their wits. These people valued their lives too much. Seeing Xu Ming kill anyone he faced with one strike, how could they still muster the courage to advance? That said, Xu Ming actually didn't care much about this so-called artifact. Becoming the ruler of Baiwa City wasn't something he had ever considered. He had never been fixated on it. All he wanted was to leave this place. In Xu Ming's view, the most important thing in cultivation was relying on oneself, not external objects. I can break the heavens with a punch, shatter the myriad arts with a single sword. What use are treasures to me? However, Xu Ming's indifference to treasure and opportunities didn't mean he didn't desire them. Every cultivator yearned for opportunities. It was natural. But Xu Ming refused to lose his mind over them. If he could acquire them, so be it. But if it meant resorting to despicable tactics, ganging up on someone, or discarding one's dignity for the sake of treasure, Xu Ming would never do such a thing. Ribbit. Just as Xu Ming and the cultivators were locked in a standoff, a sudden frog's croak came from not far away. Everyone turned toward the sound. In the direction of the Toad Temple, a beam of golden light shot straight into the sky. A toad leaped out. In an instant, the golden toad sat high above the clouds, radiating golden light from behind its head. Strangely enough, this toad exuded an air of solemnity and sanctity. Xia Donghua and the others were on high alert. Xu Ming, with his hands behind his back, looked up at the giant toad. It was his first time seeing this toad leave the temple. It seems the choice has been made, the golden toad said, its palms pressed together. Its cross-shaped pupils glowed faintly as it looked straight at Xu Ming. It's been a while, benefactor. Xu Ming clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture and replied with a smile. I didn't expect you would still remember me. The golden toad chuckled. Do you wish to become the master of Baiwa City? Xu Ming smiled and said, I do. Oh, the golden toad gazed at Xu Ming with interest. No, you do and don't. It seems you have little interest in Baiwa City. At the very least, your desire to become its master isn't as intense as others. Where treasures exist, it's only natural to vie for them. Without competition, how would a cultivator progress? But if one loses their principles and rationality for the sake of treasures, how are they any different from a wild beast? Xu Ming expressed his thoughts. The golden toad smiled again and nodded. Those are your true feelings, aren't they? Xu Ming replied, Since I've shared my honest thoughts, shouldn't you respond with sincerity as well? What is the truth behind the Baiwa's secret realm? At this point, would you enlighten us? The corners of the golden toad's mouth lifted. Your speculations about the Baiwa's secret realm are mostly correct. Baiwa City was indeed once a border city. However, the ways of the heavens are ever-changing. The Tao and spiritual energy between heaven and earth began converging on Baiwa City, which caused its gradual fragmentation. At that time, an old monk arrived in Baiwa City. He unfurled a painting scroll and cast it over the city. The scroll stretched for dozens of miles, enveloping the entire city. The fragmented city was slowly integrated into the blank scroll. The old monk stayed in Baiwa City for some time. One day, while walking near a small pond, he saw a toad on the verge of death and saved it. Noticing the toad, faint spirituality, and feeling a sense of destiny, the monk imparted Buddhist teachings to it. Before leaving, the monk entrusted the toad with certain responsibilities. The monk told the frog, when the Baiwa scroll is fully formed, people will come to fight for it. Let them compete, and in the end, the destined person will claim it. The toad asked, Who is the destined one? The monk laughed and replied, What kind of foolish question is that? The one who lasts until the end is the destined one. Now, the Baiwa scroll is nearing completion. Those who die within the scroll will become its nourishment, and all of you have the chance to become the destined one. As for the beams of white light descending in the city, I truly do not know their origin. However, I suspect the formation of the scroll does not permit foreign interference, so it has likely expelled external forces. That said, over the years, I've sensed another formation surrounding the Baiwa scroll. Who set it up? I do not know, nor do I care. This toad only wishes to fulfill the task assigned by the old monk. The toad stretched out its hand, and golden threads descended from the night sky. The threads wove together continuously, forming steps that spiraled upward into the heavens. At the very top of the staircase, there was a wooden platform. On it lay a bound scroll. The golden toad pressed its palms together, and its voice resonated in everyone's hearts. At dawn, the one holding the Dharma pearl may ascend this heavenly staircase. If they retrieve the scroll, this realm will be theirs to command. If they fail to retrieve the scroll, they will become nourishment for this realm. If no one holding the pearl ascends the staircase, then all shall perish. In Biwa City, the night was gradually retreating, replaced by the fiery glow of dawn painting the horizon red. There wasn't much time left before the sun would rise. As the first rays of sunlight fell upon the person holding the Dharma pearl, they would earn the chance to ascend the staircase. If they succeeded in passing the trial, they would become the master of the Biwa scroll. If they failed, their body and soul would perish, becoming nourishment for Biwa City. And if no one ascended the heavenly staircase with the pearl, everyone would die. As time ticked away, most people glanced at Xu Ming without much intention of vying for the pearl. Not to mention whether they could snatch it from him. Even if they did, what then? They would still have to climb the staircase and pass the trial to claim the Biwa scroll. Otherwise, they too would perish. What exactly do you mean by this? Zhuang Yin stepped forward, questioning sternly. If I remember correctly, you said last night that whoever holds the pearl at sunrise could become the master of Biwa City. Why does the one who obtains the pearl still need to pass a trial? A monk does not lie, and as a disciple of Buddhism, have you broken this precept? Zhuang Yin voiced a question that was on everyone's mind, including Xu Ming's. The golden toad chuckled. Firstly, this humble monk follows Buddhism but is not bound by precepts. My master instructed me to do what I must, and I obey. Secondly, I have not deceived anyone. As I said last night, the one who holds the Dharma pearl at sunrise can become the master of Biwa City. But I said can. If we compare the Biwa scroll to a treasure, then the heavenly staircase is like the box that contains it. The Dharma pearl I spat out is akin to the key. What you must do is walk to the box and use the key to unlock it. However, the path to the box will be arduous. Whether you can open it is up to you. She stepped forward and asked, if the person holding the Dharma pearl ascends the staircase but fails, apart from their death, what else will happen? Whether the pearl bearer perished was of little concern to Shiyu. What he cared about was whether the trial's failure would affect the secret realm, and whether there would still be an opportunity for him. If the first person failed and a second could take their place, then he could wait for others to die first before considering his own chances. The golden toad glanced at Shiyu, understanding his implication, and explained, only the one holding the Dharma pearl can ascend the staircase. Even if they fail, the Dharma pearl will vanish along with them, and the Biwa scroll will be entirely severed from the greater world. As for the rest of you, all outsiders will be trapped here indefinitely, unless, one day, a powerful figure finds the Biwa scroll and destroys it, or the scroll's lifespan ends, causing it to merge back with the world. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, at sunrise, the person holding the Dharma pearl must ascend the heavenly staircase within half an hour. If they don't, they will perish along with the pearl. Hearing the golden toad's words, everyone exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions now tinged with panic. Only the first person could ascend the staircase, and no one knew what trials awaited above. If Xu Ming ascended the staircase and failed, he would die. The Dharma pearl would disappear, and everyone else would be trapped here forever. For a moment, most of the crowd's gaze turned to Xu Ming. Their eyes seemed to convey an unspoken message. You'd better succeed. Otherwise, you'll have let us down. Seeing their expressions, Xu Ming smirked. He took out the Dharma pearl, weighed it in his hand for a moment, and then tossed it gently into the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, The Dharma pearl floated quietly in midair. Someone instinctively took a step forward, wanting to snatch it. But as soon as they moved, their legs froze, their expressions growing complex. Not long ago, they had fought tooth and nail over this pearl, each one desperate to claim it and hide it away. But now, not a single person dared to move forward. They weren't even concerned about the other cultivators seizing the pearl anymore. What was once a coveted treasure had now turned into a searing hot potato in their eyes. Even if they managed to grab the pearl, so what? Could they climb that staircase? And if they failed, their end would be utter annihilation. If Xu Ming failed, at least they would still be alive, stuck here perhaps, but alive. As long as they lived, there was hope. Many of them were core disciples of their sections. They believed that if they remained missing for too long, the elders, deacons, or even sect leaders would launch a search for them. The likelihood of being rescued was high. Surely it was just a matter of time. But if they were dead, everything would be over. Weren't you all so desperate for this pearl before? Xu Ming's voice cut through the tense silence. Well, here it is. If you want it, come take it. You can ascend the heavenly staircase. His words stabbed at their hearts like daggers, dripping with mockery. Their faces turned sour, but none dared to speak, let alone approach the pearl. Cultivators, at their core, were deeply afraid of death. As time trickled away, the eastern horizon of Baiwa City began to glow with the first light of dawn. Yet no one moved closer to the pearl. You so-called righteous cultivators are nothing but cowards, Xu Ming sneered, his laughter laced with disdain. He strode forward, and in full view of everyone, reached for the Dharma pearl. Xu Ming, give me the pearl, a soft voice rang out. Qin Xinguan walked up beside Xu Ming, clutching his sleeve tightly, her eyes brimming with worry. I want the Baiwa scroll. Let me go, she pleaded. Xu Ming turned to her, a faint smile on his face. Do you really want the Baiwa scroll? Qin Xinguan nodded eagerly. Yes, I really do. She reached out for the pearl, but Xu Ming was faster, gripping it in his palm. He gently patted Qin Xinguan's small hand. All right, if you really want it, then stay here like a good girl and wait for me to come back. Qin Xinguan froze. What is this big dummy saying? I'm trying to take your place and climb the staircase. If I succeed, I'll give you the scroll, not the other way around. Xu. Before she could finish, Xu Ming released her hand, which was still clutching his sleeve, and strode forward. As Xu Ming, holding the pearl, approached the base of the heavenly staircase, the first rays of sunlight bathed him in golden light. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and stepped onto the staircase.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.